Welcome back, everybody, to NECC here for week 4 on a Friday. We're here with some League of Legends. For all you beautiful people out there, the two handsome hunks here tonight are going to be myself, Mick, and over to my right, we're going to have old Beatdown Boulevard. How you doing, my man?
Doing great, Mick. I'm excited for yet another week of NECC League of Legends here. And of course, I'm super amped to be doing it with you. And I got to say, I love the beanie. I
Thank
love
you,
that look
sir.
you got going for yourself there. It is wonderful.
Yeah, it's getting closer to fall, so we gotta get a little more cozy
Yeah,
up
it's
in
getting
here. But
cold.
yeah, it most definitely is. I mean, with that, I'm hoping honestly, with that to follow through, we got ourselves a couple cold-blooded killers coming out tonight because we're now gonna be looking at the Emergence Yellow division, if I am, or the Navigators. Excuse me, sorry. But I mean, everything coming through. I mean, regardless, they're gonna be challenging each other. Whether it comes down to it or not. So tonight, the matchup we got going through is going to be Queen's University in Highland, and we're going to have the ESU Warriors going 3-0 and then 2-1 respectively. So it's going to be a good one.
It's super exciting. I got to chat with both of these teams too. And I think because you mentioned too how Queens has not retained the perfect record, they did lose their match last week. The interesting thing about that is talking to their 80 carry Canadian Bit, they were talking to me about how they didn't have their jungler, who is a really aggressive player on this team, loves to look
Yeah.
for these fights, and is a big reason why they find a lot of their success in these early game skirmishes they like to go for. So now that their jungler is back and available, even though they do have a mid lane sub, things are looking up on the day, I think.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. When it comes around to ESU, I mean, another stat we saw on that spreadsheet was gold diffs. I mean, that in itself
True.
is provides a lot of information and looking at who really gets the advantage going into the game, who finds himself that early advantage when it comes around to that gold, and who really finds the kills off of that. Because I highly doubt we're seeing entire lanes being just ripped apart there by 15 minutes. So it really just comes down to kills. And it also gives us a little bit of intel when it comes down to how much of an impact the jungler makes, or whether or not these lanes can really just sustain their own and let the man do his thing.
I'm glad you said Intel specifically too, because I learned too the way Queens won their first two games was some pretty high tier scouting, in my opinion. You look at what your enemy players like to play, and they end up yoinking those champions in the pick and ban phase. And this is a quote: "Play them better than the enemy does," which I love. I rate the confidence. I like the strategy, and realistically, especially in organized play at the collegiate level, not a lot of people have these large and wide champion pools at the moment here. So you end up losing some of your preferred champions. That can already have an impact in itself.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. But honestly, I mean, that's something shocking itself because as a Fiorme myself, I know every single match of how to go into it. And I know especially how to counter her because I've seen so many players who've countered me before. So it's kind of interesting to know that they go in there and find a way to play mains better, even though you would expect as a team to know how to go ahead and counter your main role and especially know how to play the opposite end of the spectrum. But as we already see some picks coming through, we do see Mordekaiser coming out here. And I'm probably going to expect this to be a top lane pick. So I'm excited to see exactly how much of an impact that makes when you really don't have to recall that much with your own heals.
Yeah, that is a super interesting one. And speaking of sustain, you see the Tom Kench come through as well. I was also going in the top lane, and man, Kench, I'm surprised he's not rising in price. Oh, and well, we lost the draft, Sag.
Ooh, but we got a tiny little tease at least. I'm sure we
Yeah,
at least
yeah,
saw
that's
the
true.
top matchup there because I mean that's a lot to talk of. Because I mean top lane, obviously, I like to call it its own little isolated island. You like to
Yep.
respect the 1v1 matchups. You want to make sure as a top laner that you can go ahead and dominate the other side without having to be concerned too much because you don't want that jungler roaming up there too much because bot lane needs a lot of help. Mid lane, they need to go ahead and have that flexibility. They need to have that just entire breathing space to get on the other side of the map, no one to invade, such this and that and the other. Lots of factors that come in when it comes around to that role. And I think when it comes around to Tom Kinch and Mordekaiser, you said sustain, you put a keyword out there, and I just want to play off of it because how much those two just have that sustain going out for them. And honestly, I feel like Kinch may have a little bit more in those early stages to work with.
Probably just off seeing that Tom Kench pick. And now at this point, because even though I usually don't look at the pro draft until we get to client draft, I'm just going to load it up and look, see what we got going on here because I'm very curious in what. Oh, okay. So it turns out when we were actually in draft, it was a mispick. And looking at the actual draft and how it took place, it does make sense that Tom Kench wasn't there or wasn't actually intended. I think it was one of the
Yeah.
bans.
Yeah, so a little bit of a hiccup there from the players, but it's not that big a deal because, I mean, we do have that pro draft. We have that draft go on ahead
Yes.
of time. So we can keep them in line, keep the integrity of the game as to the highest extent possible. But when we're discussing everything else going through as we get right back into this draft, We're going to see the bans once again, because that's one thing that we haven't really discussed too much. Seeing the Lee Sin getting cut out and the Caitlyn, I feel like Lee Sin may not be all that influential maybe in this Navigator scene, but honestly, the Caitlyn and Azir, that in itself is a lot of poke potential that we don't see too much Azir in itself. So that kind of just one ban really stands out to me a lot, as well as the Katarina. A lot of influence towards that mid lane.
You do see a lot of respect bans come through here at NECC. It is just about kind of like we were talking about earlier, the scouting, noting, hey, these players like to play these certain champs. They like to play them really well. Get it out of here. I don't want to see it no more. Katarina, definitely top of that list if you ask me. I think our first week casting together, Mick, you remember what I'm talking about. There was some pretty nasty Katarina plays. So just get it out of there. Don't want to see it. I can respect that decision here. And especially because you do know that North Shore will be subbing in today for the usual mid laner at Queens. She does have, she does like to play the assassins. So it's not that surprising that you see that removed.
Yeah, and honestly, I just like the way ESU had themselves a setup. They want to go ahead and get rid of those assassins because you can see already they're somewhat playing for the late game. When you see that Volibear and you see that Kale on the field, you know that you're going to have some big, massive players here to work off of and some massive influence. But when we look at the rest of the team, we got to make sure to have that early game as well, because when you see Twisted Fate there, he can fall off fairly quickly so long as he doesn't get those couple kills in the start. I feel like he's just very good at poking, but he doesn't really escalate all that well compared to the rest of the team.
Twisted Fate is such an interesting pick for me, though, and the reason is he's that kind of champion where it's just big on macro play, being able to use that destiny to get across the map and be able to make plays for your team. Especially because talking to the jungler swiper from the side of ESU, rather, he was talking to me about how Intellectual Ape is a, quote, menace if he manages to get a lead, and if he is a player that they rely on, they lean on. A champion like Twisted Fate could have a tremendous impact in this early game.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I most definitely agree with you, and I feel like another person that can give a large influence at the start of the game is, I mean, let's be real here. For a League player, we know the impact Lucian can have during those early stages. I mean, if you go ahead and let him grab a couple kills there at the start, he's going to run away with it so long as you just make sure to go ahead and keep on turning your brain off, go back in that lane and try and fight him. It's not going to work all that well. Even with this crowd control we have from the Amumu support, I feel like that's not going to be enough to stop him so long as he gets fed. But looking at the rest of the squad, we do see an Aurelia coming out for the mid lane. So we do see a little bit more sustain. We see kind of a lot of aggression, a lot of sustain when it comes around to just damage output. And I'm really excited to see how much that can have an impact in team fights, especially.
Yeah, it is very interesting as well, seeing Zac attack on something like the Braum. Of course, we know historically, Lucian Braum, very strong lane that you can play towards because of how quickly you can stack that concussive blow passive. But lately, the flavor with Lucian is Enchanters because you want to proc the additional damage on his new passive. So you can still lane bully in some capacity. But now, with nobody being able to actually, I'm just looking again at the draft here, like except maybe the Kale. If you drop the Kale W onto the Lucian, you're not getting that passive. And I mean, Kale on the other side of the map. And this isn't solo queue, so it's probably not going to be Kale support. So that's going to be an interesting one to see come through as well. I wonder how this early game is going to go, especially because playing something like the Braum, Zac was said to be really good at finding these key engagements. Braum usually not that kind of champion to start things off. You kind of can if you get that Glacial Fissure going and you manage to aim it really well, but he likes the champions that go into him. He wants people to come into me. He wants to ward them off like, no. Stop that. None of that. Stay there while his team ends up just bursting the rest of them down. So I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to find these engages and make these plays, especially because this Volibear swiper, he's going to need somebody to follow and dive with him. He can't be doing it alone, even if he can turn off turrets.
Yeah, that's definitely fair, and I feel like when we're mentioning that bot matchup, there's a lot to consider here because you look at MF and you look at Amumu, and I mean, we've seen a lot of Amumu support here recently, but I'm just kind of concerned about that because Amumu is somewhat of an engaged tank. He's not as hunky as the rest of them, but he has a lot of crowd control to go ahead and negate that. Only issue is when you do sit there and consider that Braum passive, and you look at the fact that Lucian can sit there and get those double attacks off to really proc that passive very quickly to have their own kind of crowd control to bring on their side of the field in that lane. There's a lot of concerns here because you want to go ahead and have the MF poke as much as possible, but it really just comes down to how well and how efficient you can go ahead and get those off because of how concerning it is. You really don't want to get in their face when you know the amount of burst potential they have, the amount of crowd control coming through. Braum with those projectile blocks, there's so much there that I feel like, especially when we consider that goal difference that we saw on the standings, it's a really big concern to look at when we're considering what side is going to have that early advantage, seeing that they really get it most of the time.
Right. And then I am interested to see how this early game will go in general because we got two early game junglers here from both of these
Yeah,
teams. And like I was talking about, the jungler for Queens is Mocha. And the way they like to play is very aggressive. You see them come out
yeah,
on the Xin Zhao. So I'm really expecting to see some of these early game clears where it's like buff Gromp or some three camp clear into an
yeah.
immediate gank because of how both of these teams do like to play through early leads as well, especially on ESU's side, always focusing on trying to find these plays early on and just snowball on their carries. And I mean, you have that Lucian there in the bottom lane. You have Kale, who is just going to hyper scale past once you get past level 11. There's some
Yeah.
very clear win cons there.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, and that's a big concern to go ahead and know that you have one side of the field that's very strong on that early game, but you also have one that's fairly weak because that Kale, having only being melee there towards his early stages, you want to make sure that you can kind of make sure to be there to buff out any mistakes that go
Yep.
through. So that aggression is going to play a lot into that factor when you're considering, oh, well, I'm being pushed under my tower. He has a lot more emphasis than I do on this lane right now. Can I get this early gank? You get this early assist.
I
I
hope
grab
so.
the gold off of it, and we can just run away with this. So I could stay on lane a little bit longer, grab a couple CS, and then find myself an edge just to make sure to sustain myself to at least level 6. To where if
Mhm.
a last case scenario really does come through, I just press R and I can get out alive. I can make sure recall so long as somebody's there to buff it out. And with that TF and the teleport from the side of ESU with the ultimate, I feel like there's a lot of potential here to go ahead and make those mistakes kind of negated to some extent.
There is, but that's post 6. That's going to be the big thing for ESU. They have to get to that level 6 mark without losing too much in the early game. You
Yeah.
need the TF Ultimate, the Destiny to come through. You need the Divine Judgment from Kale to also come through. But I'm expecting we're going to see an early dive here, probably around level 3 in the top side, because there's no way
Easily.
Kale is actually touching this wave. And when you have Xin Zhao Mord, I think that's a kill. So that's something that ESU are going to have to be aware of.
Yeah, especially when you have that Morty, you have that whole bull bring into you. You can make sure to have that factor to re-engage that fight so long as things do go bad, especially when you have a lot of crowd control. As you said, that W to come through from Kale to give you that speed boost to work off of. It's a little bit of an escape, but so long as it's timed just right for the side of old QU, that's going to be a lot to work off of to re-engage that fight, bring it back into these stages. But as we already get here into the beginning stages, here in this early game, we got to look at the wave clear, see if we possibly have an invade coming through, but it seems as if everybody's just kind of going to be relaxing to some extent.
Yeah, Queens Islanders are like, okay, they have Braum. We're not allowed to invade at all, so they're not even going to try it. I am a little surprised. We're not seeing anything come through on ESU Warriors' side, but people are just looking to start things off clean. They're trying to not do a whole lot, just get a little deep vision if possible, just to catch a late invade before it can happen. But I think things are just going to be pretty normal. We have Mocha going for the reset, switching to the Oracle lens, which I think
Yeah.
is going to be really important because now, again, this is what I'm talking about. You're likely going to see Moose try and ward that bottom tri brush because they're getting pushed in, Mick. That's just how it's going to go between levels 1 to 5. And I still think there is a very key dive opportunity happening here. And that's why I like seeing both junglers start on the bottom. Mocha to make that play and Swiper because he's got to be expecting it.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Everything coming through for me. We see Mocha. He kind of switched to the Oracle lens with something I really want to bring up as well. I mean, I feel like it gives him a massive advantage going through when you know all these early wards are going to be guaranteed. You need to find a way to counter those instead of just really running into them. So that's going to give Mocha a lot to work off of, a big advantage when it comes around to getting these early ganks coming through, and really just a lot of advantage when it comes to just making sure his team can ramp up to some extent. And we could already see on the top lane, Moose and Juice trying to stay back to some extent because he knows that Mordekaiser is going to ping him down as much as possible to go ahead and get that engagement going.
Okay, so interestingly enough, Swiper not opting for the 3 camp. It looks like he's at the very least going to be fully clearing his bottom side. But if you look at Mocha, he skipped Krug, skipped Raptors, and we might actually see that crash, or that dive rather, come around the 3-minute mark. So I think this is going to be pretty crucial. If we see Swiper go for that clear onto the Raptors, it's clear that he probably won't try to make his way topside and actually anticipate that play. Yeah, there it is. So it's not, they're not going for it.
Yeah, and it really also comes down to the influence of the other lanes because we already see Ape absolutely up under that tower on the mid lane with Aurelia not having too much to work off of because, I mean, North Shore, great player, but I feel like just with the Aurelia pick, you have to wait for those later stages, and it opens up a lot of opportunity for that game to come through. But with the rotations coming out, a little bit of warding around that top jungle
Okay.
still on that top river, you have that intelligence to work off of, and you have the reason to let your team know what's coming for them.
I think Mocha was spotted. by Swiper. I'm not 100% about that, but I mean, here it comes. They're just going for the play.
Oh, and they're going right under tower for it. They're trying to toggle that tower aggro to some extent, but making a little bit of damage there on Moose and Juice, but
What?
not enough to go ahead and close out. And that's going to give Swiper a lot of influence there when it comes to these scuttles. That's going to be a lot of gold to work with. You know, he already has a little bit more advantage to get to that bottom side of the field. So long as they can speed up, make sure to get down there and find that clear, they could find themselves a lot of bonus gold. But already going ahead and going back for this red camp, that's going to be the decision to be making there. So kind of reset Swiper to some extent, opens up the bottom side field, but with his teammates already pushing up towards that tower is not too much of a concern.
I'm surprised they don't go for the dive there, especially you want to be taking advantage of the fact that Moose doesn't have the flash available to them at the moment. And I mean, that's going to be 5 minutes there where you can still take advantage, even if you do get to that past that level 6 mark rather, because if nobody punishes this Kale soon, Mick, I can already see the future here for ESU Warriors. And what am I seeing when I look in this crystal ball? It is I'm seeing numbers. I'm seeing 1, I'm seeing 6, and I'm seeing everyone from Queens Highlanders on the gray screen.
Oh, I'm definitely with you there. I mean, everything coming out for them, they're just getting pinged down time in, time out, and it's really just dwindling their health down to some extent. It's not giving you a lot to work with, and as you already see Intellectual 8 finding his first pick of the game, that's going to be a lot to work with because you know that we saw the picks coming through. We saw that ping coming out. We saw a lot of damage coming through, and I mean, respectively, you were eventually going to find that kill so long as you can play it out right, as we do see him do there.
Yeah, that is a tough one, especially with North Shore running the Ignite. She won't be able to teleport back to the lane and actually catch these minions that are being taken by Mocha and the tower. So that is a good amount of XP and gold lost. You can already see it showing Intellectual 8 level ahead at the moment here, and they can walk back to lane without actually expending the teleport. So there's a lot of cross-map options available here for the ESU Warriors so far.
Yeah, I'm definitely kind of with you on that note. There's just a lot more that has to fall through because you do know that Dragon's now going to be up. You see the pings coming around it saying, all right, this could be a consideration because we don't have a lot of vision around this area. We don't have too much influence, but honestly, having more than the enemy, that's just going to be a concern we have to worry about. With the ward already being down, making sure it's not going to be secured, there's going to be a lot to work with the side of Queens Highlanders so long as they can grab it because they got to buff out this gold. They got to buff out that first blood that came through for them. They got to find an edge to work with, especially if it's a wind soul. That's going to provide a lot more resources for that jungler to work off of.
Now we have Mocha moving back to the top side. There is the wave potentially crashing as long as 333 goes for it. But actually, I guess there was a ward because I see pings coming through. That is a good heads up play. You got to know if you're locking in Kale that everybody's going to be looking to put you down before you can actually hit that level 6 mark. Now, Moose does get to walk away safely, is so close to the level 6 mark. Mick will have that ultimate, the ranged auto attacks. And actually that wave looks like it's pathing away from Moose. So I would like to see Swiper move their way up topside at some point.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, with everything coming down, especially that level 6 that we've been considering the entirety of the game, Moose is already going to be locked out. And with everything coming through, the ultimate's already going to be forced out, and Triple T's going to find with that passive of easy little kill to go ahead and shut him down initially. And it was at the perfect timing as well. You know that ultimate's going to go down. Then the early stages is a big cooldown, I would say. So there's a lot of influence to work with there. And you know that being a Mordekaiser, not really losing too much health at an engagement, you really could just go ahead and stay on lane, farm a little bit more as we see Mocha here as he invades the enemy jungle and grabs these raptors.
And no teleport available. Moose had to expend the ultimate and still ended up dying. Means they're going to walk back to lane, lose out on a good handful of minions. And this lead going for 333, it just keeps looking better and better here. He's up a level. He's up almost 30 CS at the moment here. And all Mocha has to do is go back, show himself top, and that could be another kill potentially.
Yeah, and there's just so much going on. I mean, when you consider that, as you said earlier, level 11, I mean, level 6 is great for survivability, but we've already seen that come to a fault. Now you have to consider the other factor, whether or not you could actually have that wave sustain. You got to have a little bit more influence on the lane. You got to have that survivability to work off of. And if you're not exhausted and you're not getting that fast wave clear, you have no way to counter out these lanes because that Mord Q will do a lot of damage, especially with that money that he just grabbed off of that. But as we see ESU Warriors also grab that drag a little bit earlier, that's going to provide a little bit more movement speed to dodge those. But whether or not the plays actually come through to really stay on this lane and make those plays is still under question.
And we do see Mocha show up mid lane just to kind of alleviate the pressure North Shore has been going through. Really surprised they don't go for the fight there. I felt like Intellectual Ape was dead to rights, but no punish
Oh.
means he just continues to farm things up here. And with Swiper being the same level, with Intellectual Ape being level 8. Yeah, Mocha, this ain't your Herald, buddy. Shelly is not going out with you tonight.
And as it seems, it looks like it's nobody's Herald just yet. I mean, it was a great play to go ahead and go for. You give that intelligence to the rest of your team to go ahead and let that bot lane engage a little bit more. So you go ahead and say, all right, look, this jungler short's top. You got Rift Herald. So, I mean, that's what they're probably going to try and go for. Use this time to your advantage, Lucian. It's still basically early game, especially for y'all who just hit this level 6 last. Make the most of it. Find those plays. Go ahead and use that ultimate to work with and grab yourself a kill. As we already see Null and Voided giving themselves a little bit more to work off of in the earlier and especially these mid stages of the game.
And currently, ESU Warriors sporting about a 1,500 gold lead in their favor. Honestly, a lot of it is probably in the bot and mid lane, and the fact that even the only reason the lead isn't bigger is because Triple 3T has been running the top lane island, as you so rightly called it, Mick. And speaking of, Mocha's taking a visit here to Isle top lane, and Moose might be in a little bit of trouble. Still has flash, though.
Yeah, and with that flash and with the W coming through already, and Mocha being so far ahead of Triple T, you're not going to find too much damage coming off just yet. With the recall to come out as well, Moose is going to be a little bit concerned about what is possibly hiding in that brush, but honestly, I would go ahead and sit back to some extent, play it out a little bit more so, but I'm really a little bit more influenced towards this mid lane. I mean, looking at Swiper, clearing out these wards, showing that he has that backup, knowing that in that top lane, there's a little bit of action going on. You want to go ahead and help. So as we see the rotation up there,
look who's here.
and with Intelligent Ape coming through as well, there's more to work off of. Moose, I'm not sure if he can really go ahead and pop this ultimate.
He can do this.
Gone through, but Swiper to grab one, and we do see the trade come out for old Triple 3T, but I mean, still being alive, looking for Swiper with that Q coming down. That is massive with the double kill to come through to give him all 3 of the kills on his team's side so far.
There it is. The bounty is popped up, and a bit of a blunder coming through from the ESU Warriors does give away a nice chunk of gold to this Mordekaiser, someone who's going to become a very big problem in the side lane later on. That's something Intellectual Ape and Moose are going to have to deal with later, so probably kicking themselves for that one. You are happy, though, if you're ESU. You still have control of this bottom lane. You still got Null and Void just absolutely smurfing this bottom lane at the moment here. Up 20 CS, up a kill. I'm sure Lucian is sitting on enough gold to just finish what I'm going to guess is a Kraken Slayer, but I hope is a Gale Force.
I'm definitely with you. Gale Force will be a lot more interesting to look for, but as we're already looking for some picks and a team fight to come out, Null's going to find Mocha so easily with the assistance of his team, as we saw Zack Attack go ahead and throw down the ultimate, get that airborne to come through and provide a little bit more time and breathing room for the rest of his squad to follow through. That's a great play for them and for Null and Voided to go ahead and get himself a little bit more gold to work with. Because, well, I mean, we already talking about that mythic item to come out, and as a solution, that's what you want to rush. But if we're talking about rushing, we're rushing the ultimate as we see Renee herself get a kill onto Null and Voided, grab that shutdown, but with the trades coming out as well, Zack Attack is going to find Canadian Blitz as well, with the rest of the team coming through. Triple T going for that TP play.
No death
but
realm.
a little bit too late because there's so much going on. You have these players trying to go and get a trade, but with Triple T now, the big tank man that's been alive for so long, grabbed so many kills, so much items to work off of, we're going to see some massive influence come out for Queen Highlanders as Intellectual Ape's going to try and make his escape, but may grab Renee on the way out if he doesn't die beforehand.
Ooh.
And it comes through for both ways. The last man standing being Mocha, who now is extremely close to that dragon.
Man, we got a scrappy game on our hands here, Mick. And honestly, the majority of ESU Warriors not respecting that Mordekaiser passive, just walking into all that AoE damage is something brutal. And now we got a skirmish?
That's definitely what it looks like. I mean, we saw Null
see ya.
so much gold. I mean, the way he had the early game, that's what we talked about, Lucian's early game. And with so much to come through, so much to play off of, it was an easy 1v1 for him, especially in that Dragon's Pit. Now with the follow-up from Zack Attack and that passive to come through, a trade will be managed to some extent, but you still got the rest of your team coming up to that mid lane as we see ESU Warriors grab themselves a little compensation prize to go ahead and double down. grab 2 and get that kill lead once again, and 2 dragons to follow with it.
Not only that, Mick, it's going to be a Rift Herald as well. Plates available for another minute and 10 seconds here, and there are so many options for dropping this bad boy. You got this Mordekaiser in the top lane, and you have this priority where you've moved so many people up to this top river. If you all just jump on this Mord, and you can actually drop his top tier tower, it's already lost 2 plates, and that one will be a nice injection of gold into ESU, but also you're going to be able to make this being in the top lane a lot harder for Triple, being able to shove this lane much further than usual.
Oh, yeah, and speaking of hard, we're getting some hard hits coming through from Triple T. I mean, he's had himself such a great start. He's really gotten ahead. We've seen Musa Juice already get shut down twice and not really get too much CS. We still see him down 30 and not even having that mythic yet. So, I mean, Triple T can really just get as aggressive as he wants, especially with all those tower platings. I mean, I feel like top lane isn't going to be the best choice when you know how well Triple T is really sustained right now. All the gold coming through for this man. The last thing you want to do is go ahead and execute some kind of Rift Herald on him and force the rest of the team to come through for that support.
Well, it's looking like top isn't actually going to be the play for now. It's too bad because the plates have dropped. You do lose out on that extra gold potentially. I am a little surprised we're not seeing more aggression into this top side, especially because Moose has been having a rough go of it. Like early game Kale, that's just how it ends up being. And because he's been allowed to mostly farm safely, he's just in a good spot. But now, speaking of bad spots,
yeah, just Mocha being caught out a little bit too late there, having so much to work off.
Oh,
the
there's the ulti.
and throws in the ult. We see the trade come through, or not a trade just yet, because North Shore was trying to work for it, but just not enough to play off of. The tower aggro being toggled at such a great extent, and as you see Zach trying to make his way up, saying, I'm here to help, it's a little bit too late, because you got already the trades coming through, you got the players who grab themselves the gold, you see that Rift Herald now going towards middle, which I really do like this play. Go ahead and start looking, not even to go ahead and attack that tower. Rift Herald's going to hit it either way. Look for this wave clear, force the rest of the team to come up, as we already see Renee making herself, trying to get comfy in that mid lane or make it a rotation at least, but you already see the hits coming out on that second tier 2 tower and possibly a one on the tier 3 as well right there at the inhibitor. Just a lot to play off of, especially when you have the kill into Renee and Canadian falling as well.
Yeah, and Shelly does get a charge onto that mid-tier 3 turret, and it's just ESU coming on top of fight after fight after fight. First turret gold, plates be damned, it's not important, Mick. They're still up almost 6,000 gold, and it's about to be 6,000 once Moose ends up taking this turret, because nobody being in the lane, okay, he has to walk away, but nobody here means Moose has been getting some much needed alone time with the top lane wave, with the top lane turret, and has been able to get some serious damage into it. Now you can see Moose is still down 1,500 gold, but is about to hit level 11. And once we see that one item come through, that is still a big deal for this Kale. And now, since we've toggled the gold, look to this bottom side too. Look at Null and Voided. He's up almost 2K on Canadian Blitz. And man, this Lou shouldn't be hurting.
I mean, that's all it really comes down to, because one thing we mentioned with the Kale is that you really want to go ahead and take advantage of that player, take advantage of that champ's early game, but the sacrifice you have to make is something we really didn't mention too much. You have to put a lot of influence on that top lane. That really gives bot a lot of room to breathe, as we see just Nulled and Voided going absolutely off. So, I mean, all that presence in the top lane gives him so much permission to say, okay, let me go ahead and get aggressive down here. Let me make some plays. Let me go ahead and get ahead, because it doesn't matter whether you got a Kale who's behind or not. Sure, you can have that front line to work with, and we're talking about front lines. We already see a little bit of aggression going to Zach Attacks, who's trying to make his way back to tower. With so much crowd control coming through and so many players there, Triple T will find another. But, I mean, honestly, back to the Kale thing, you have so much to work off of. You got to have those players to work with. And when you see right there that Colin coming through, the TP as well, Triple T, the man of madness, is actually going to look, it's a Fed battle, but Triple T, being a little bit tankier, being a little bit bigger than the man of Null and Avoided, he's going to have so much more to play with.
Oh, so unfortunate. Null blew the flash so he could guarantee the culling finishes off North Shore, meaning not able to dodge any of those Mordekaiser Qs once he's in the Death Realm. And this is big because no AD carry, even if Zach is back, means you don't have any priority over this Drake Pit. So ESU Warriors won't be able to get that early soul point unless Swiper goes for an insanely large steal, which I would not advise. And he's wisely pathing away from the dragon here. So you do kind of slow things down if you are Queen's Highlanders. The only problem is if we talk about scaling, if we talk about the later game, I favor ESU.
Yeah.
And that's why, unless you can stack this Dragon Soul very quickly somehow. Oh, wait,
Yeah, and
what?
I mean, with all
Hello?
the plays coming through, we see a massive, quick little aggression there towards that bottom river. I mean, Renee almost being caught out, but you got the rest
you
of the
say
team
that.
there. Swiper says, you know what, forget this. I'm going to go ahead and ult it out. I'm going to grab a little bit more shields to work with. I'm going to go ahead and get that lightning strike down as well. And with the rest of the team just absolutely collapsing, that was a great trade, a great play from ESU there, saying it doesn't matter. Give them that drag. We know they're going to be there. Wait for them to grab it, think we're going to be in other lanes, and then we just come through and swipe them out, especially with how many players we got, the CS advantage we got going through, and especially that goal when you look at Intellectual 8 being 7-1 right now, man. As we do see that MF ult coming through, it's not going to be enough because, I mean, a 1v4 against these guys, last thing you want to really consider.
Yeah, Swiper told me Intellectual Ape was a menace, and we are seeing what that really means with how he's been allowed to be all over the map and just completely have influence. Of 18 kills, he has been part of 13 of them, which is exactly what you want to see. His highest kill participation, if my quick maths can be trusted, and I think they can be, which means even though you get the dragon, Queens lose so much all across the board here. Gold, turrets, now their mid inhib is down, so you have this guaranteed mid push in lane. And with Baron coming up in a minute, we could see ESU make the play for it.
Oh, I mean, I most definitely wouldn't hold it past them. I mean, and when they have themselves so much a big advantage of gold right now, you have that Kale ultimate to work off of. I mean, as we said earlier, even though you sit there and don't exactly have a fed Kale as that front line, so long as she can sit in the back, work on those heals, give an ultimate to that fed player like Intellectual Ape. If he's about to go ahead and fall, gives him a little bit more time to get that stun card out, or gives your Lucian a little bit more time to work with and make these massive plays, wait for a cooldown, get another big burst to come through. There's so much consideration here that you really have to factor in. And as we already see the collapse coming on here to Mocha, he's just going to get caught out. What a fast kill for these guys to play with. And a lot of influence towards this top river, which is really concerning for the likes of Queens.
Yeah, and no jungle available. Baron spawning right now. They could just do this one. Mick, they could go for it. Instead, though, they look like they want to turn on Ward.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him. 3T, he's definitely got a threat behind him. But for Moose and Juice to grab that kill, gets him in the game a little bit more so, because, I mean, with how much he was slacking against that top laner, and to go ahead and help with that kill and find it, especially off the couple assists he's had so far, there's a little bit more working there. When you see the rest of the team collapsing on this Baron, this is going to be a guaranteed buff. I mean, you can already see the rest of the team, besides Renee, going ahead and making their way to these respective spots, saying, we need to play defense because this game could end right now.
And ESU immediately spike up to a 10,000 gold lead here, Mick. You do see the Nashor's Tooth completed for Moose, and you can see what those empowered autos are really starting to do. He's actually caught up 3T in terms of gold. It was like a 1,500 difference. Now we're looking at 300, and with the turrets, the waves that we know ESU are going to grab, that gap is going to continue to close here. Even though it's early, ESU look ready to end this game at the drop of the hat. If they get a play and they have a wave going mid, that's it.
Yeah, and I think that in itself, I mean, that turret alone is going to be a big factor of trying to catch up to some extent, because you've seen, or we've seen at least 3T, TP all over the entirety of the map, being a great team player, but quite honestly, you can't be everywhere at once, because, I mean, everything coming through for him, he's been such a great player. He really found that advantage in those early games with the help of his teammates, of course, but, I mean, when you sacrifice so much, you lose your lane in the big scheme of things, and that gives him a little bit more of advantage, but we're going to see a little bit more of an ARAM approach here, besides Intellectual Ape, who's going to be towards that bot. So making the most of this Baron, trying to go ahead and grab that middle in him, grab a little bit more establishment towards the map, and a little bit more just, I would say, breathing room for the entirety of the team, because with this dragon coming up here fairly soon in 54 seconds, this is what they're setting up for.
Right, and because Queens did take that third Drake, it won't be Soul, but realistically, if they try to contest this, what I said still stands. This game could end here and now. It's the third Drake. It sucks, but Queens might have to let this one go. But you can see Renee, she's looking for something here. A Curse of the Sad Bullet Time combo if they can catch these guys out.
Yeah, with only 3 players there, you can see all VSU saying, no, let's not do this. Let's go ahead and buy out that time. We see that we have super minions over there towards that middle of the map. We already have that inhibitor really paying off. They're going to have to back. So we're just going to play this out. play for time, know that influence is going to come through because you already see one of the players trying to recall, but everybody's really just sticking around. You have tower damage coming through. Queen's Highlander has to make a decision. They have to engage this and win it, but with Renee missing that stun, there's not going to be too much, but you do see the ultimate coming out. The trade's coming through.
Look at the damage.
Queen's Highlander not having too much health to work off of as we already see Canadian falling. North Shore going next as a complete wipe comes out. An ace and a dragon, and possibly the end of the game, most definitely, so long as they opt for it. And you can already see the TPs coming through. Intellectual Ape getting on that tower, setting this up.
Man, and that is a convincing victory here for ESU. Start to finish, even though things got a little mixy, seemed like they were in complete control. And at this point, Intellectual Ape, he's just having a little bit of fun here, it looks like. But that's going to be game 1 in favor of ESU.
Oh, and they didn't even grab the drag, man. Come on, give your teammates a little bit more to work with, but it's all right. You know, they won the game. In the big scheme of things, it really doesn't matter all that much, so long as they find that dub at the end of the day. And I got to give it to ESU. It really came down to that early game, and we absolutely saw them run it. I mean, that chart, we saw the standings, we saw the advantage they have when it comes to that 15, and honestly, they really showed why they've earned it.
Right, and I mean, honestly, on Queen's side, I think not really seeing and taking advantage some of these clear timers they had in their favor, like especially you have Kale on the top side of the map, and you have something like a Mord, you have Xin Zhao. That's 3-wave dive like immediately. There's no way this Kale is 0-0-0 at 10 minutes if you are punishing correctly, because honestly, I think they only died once or twice in lane. And I think just recognizing going into game 2, kind of refocus. I think the draft was okay. It's just a matter of understanding, all right, what are our win conditions here? What can we play towards? And do that, because I just saw a lot of indecision.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I feel like there was a lot of lackluster plays from the side of Queens because, I mean, Triple T being that massive influence, I feel like that was the biggest player when it came around to that side for Queens. I feel like a tower should have been taken, especially with how close it was. You need to have that influence on lane. You need Kale to be pushed back to some extent because we already say the buff through coming out. We saw the gold kind of be negated to some extent. We saw it get diminished. That lead kind of absolutely disappeared, especially when 3T got that advantage from going all over the entirety of the map, making sure to buff out his teammates as best he can. It's a lot of stress on one player, and there's only so much you can do because, as we said, for a man who's stranded on an island, once it comes back to civilization, it's a little bit shocking, and you really don't know how to get back in that mentality.
It is difficult, but I'm not too worried just yet here. Queens, even though they have lost one game, they are definitely still a formidable team, winning most of their matches so far. I am confident that they'll find a way to get it back going into game 2. And even talking about how Canadian Blitz does like to play the Ezreal, that's what I want to see. You play these comps that are trying to disengage and not really want to interact. You just want to have this safety and ability to poke down. I think let the Ezreal through. I don't think it was banned last game. I think pick it for them.
It wasn't. Yeah, I'm definitely with you. It wasn't banned. Go ahead and find yourself a little bit more to work with because, I mean, Ezreal, we were talking about poke, and we were talking about MF just not really having too much of that. But Ezreal, that's poke central right there, my man. That is exactly what you want if you really want to get all that damage out before you really engage. And I think it comes through with Amumu support would be a much better work win with that rather than MF. So honestly, I'm looking forward to this next round to see, or this next map at least, to see what could come through for him.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's still a lot to kind of wonder about. And now we know that ESU are have Queens back up against the wall. So it's just going to be that question of what are Queens going to really show us in the next game here to try and come back, take us to that game 3, and hopefully keep themselves only at 1 loss while also delivering the first loss over to ESU.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. So we'll go ahead and make sure to get in this map 2 here very soon, but we're going to give these players a short little break and give y'all another chance to grab some snacks and a drink. So we'll catch y'all here in a little bit with some more NECC action.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Welcome back, all you beautiful people, to another Friday night of some League of Legends action here on NECC Esports. Here tonight, we still have the old matchup going through. If you miss match one or map one, excuse me, here this matchup, we got Queens University Highlanders against old ESU Warriors main squad, who is now sitting at 3-0, and they are also up a map here in this series as we go into the second one now. Joining you tonight is going to be myself, Mick. Over to my right, it's going to be Beatdown Boulevard. And let's get right into this, man. I'm excited. I mean, I feel like you mentioned the Ezreal earlier, and I want to see it come out this time. Yeah. When it comes down to these first bans, honestly, I don't really know what to expect because we already see the gens. So, I mean, I feel like it's very established at this point, especially after those first bans on the Caitlyn. These people must really hate Jen and Caitlyn because they weren't even brought out in the last match, but they really want to lock this down and make sure that it's not coming through. But as we finally see a counter ban coming out, we see Highlanders getting rid of that volley bear, and we see ESU getting rid of that movement, which I feel like wasn't all that impactful.
I use Caitlyn.
Yeah, so everything coming through for me. There's so much out here. We see the Tom Kench band coming out as well, which we saw in the our first game. We got a little bit of a tease for it, but not too much to really be concerned about because you know that it's going to be wiped out once again. So we can tell those Warriors really hate Tom Kench. But everything coming out right now, first picks coming out are going to be Yorick in the shoes of Moose and Juice. So a much bigger influence on the early game. I mean, it's still a lot when it comes to level 6 when you get that passive going through. You get that whole kind of ghost going out. You have yourself a lot more mobs to work with to overflow these towers, and the Poppy jungle and Lilia jungle. That's also something that's going to be really exciting because you know a lot of tank, a lot of dwindling down, a lot of just max health burn from that Lilia. Maybe a fairly good counter when it comes around to considering this jungle matchup.
Yeah, you're probably right about that one, especially because you have a lot of like high HP targets, things like the Poppy is going to be stacking HP. Yorick likely doing the same unless this is lethality, which is in which case I'm very concerned for Queens because that's a really scary build. I played against it once, Mick. Ugh.
I did too. Me and my teammates, honest to God, we thought they were trolling, but then we sat there and like took a break during game while we were getting just absolutely destroyed and said, wait, this is a real build. And it's working. Like, they're not playing around.
You know, I have a clip where our top laner was playing Quinn at the time. This is Clash. And he got soloed by the Maiden, who was just pushing alone on the top side. Take that in.
Yeah, that's not really okay. But what is okay is we're going to see Ezreal versus Lucian there in the bot lane. We expected it, especially when you were mentioning their mains earlier. But we see Ezreal and Blitzcrank on one side and then Lucian and Braum on the other. And honestly, I feel like Nolan Voided, he has himself a little bit of momentum going through here. He knows his matchup. He knows what he can bring to the table. And so long as the rest of his team can follow through with it, I feel like we're going to see, I wouldn't say the same result, but we'll see something relatively similar. So long as that level of aggression can come through and they kind of dodge those hooks every here and there.
That is going to be the big thing. Like you said, Nolan Void and Zach had a great game on this Lucian Braum. It worked so nice. Why not run it twice? But now with the Blitzcrank, that one is going to be a little more dangerous, especially when those games come through from Mocha. You get yoinked in and there's really no way for you to get out of dodge. So I'm really interested to see how that bot lane is going to play out. But it's also worth noting North Shore also got a champion she loves to play. The Akali mid, a lot more comfortable on this pick, and I'm very interested to see how this mid lane will play out as well. Intellectual Ape was a menace. I was told the truth by the people over by ESU, so I'm interested to see if North Shore is going to be able to shut him down with that Akali.
And that's most definitely doable, but honestly, for Twisted Fate, out of all the players when it comes around to facing Akali, that's the thing that really concerns me, because if we're really looking at how much Akali can really bring out, I mean, Intelligent Ape, we see it and we saw, I mean, past tense, so much out of him in that first game. An absolute
Yeah.
mow down. I mean, by the time they got into that inhibitor and started ending the game, it was 7-1 for him on that KD ratio. So, I mean, there's so much to play into, but Akali is a much bigger threat. I mean, compared to Aurelia, you have that shroud to go into, you have that smoke, so you really can't get targeted during that time. The only thing that comes through is AoE, and I feel like Twisted Fates really isn't all that strong when you come to this card. So I feel like everything coming out through Akali's going to be a much more dangerous pick and a lot more roam oriented as well, as which we saw at 8, because we saw a lot of roam plays, but we saw Aurelia making sure to stick to that mid lane the entire time, which really just kind of cost him in the end.
I'm interested to see how North Shore is going to be able to navigate some of these fights because Akali is a little tough when you're playing it into things like Poppy, where you can't actually use your Shuriken flip, your perfect execution when her W is available. Of course, once Braum gets his passive on you, it's really easy for you to not be able to jump around so easily compared to, or rather, as much as you would like to be as well. So definitely she's got her work cut out for her in this assassin role. But overall, I just really want to highlight and reiterate, this draft looks a lot better from the Queens. This feels like this is the game that they like to play. Even having your top lane triple on tanks where they are most comfortable, and something like the Scion where the laning phase is very safe. He is safe to run blind. It's really difficult to punish him in terms of gold and XP and making him miss these things. And it's a great way to be able to start fights, whether it's bush plays, whether it's using that unstoppable onslaught. And that is something I heard from Canadian Blit that he's very good at.
Yeah, and honestly, that's one thing we really haven't touched on yet is that Scion top. I mean, that's relatively close to what we saw earlier when it comes around to this top lane, but I feel like not close enough. I mean, Mordekaiser obviously being a big influence, being a great kind of player to run off of, but I mean, when it comes around to Scion, I feel like it's a lot more one-dimensional. You make sure to get your trades go through. You make sure to go and get that R, get in there inside that team fight. And I feel like with the ensemble onslaught, it allows that rotation to come through without really having to be too concerned. Because, I mean, we saw the Mord, we saw those TPs come through left and right, making sure to help out the team. But honestly, here, so long as you have an R button, you can make yourself at least to that mid lane and go ahead and put the stops on it and be there for that help.
I mean, hey, simple is sometimes best. And when you're back against the wall, 0-1 down in a best of 3, it's not so bad to just go back to the basics, focus on what your team is very good at. So that's what Queens have done here with this draft. And when we get into game, we're going to see that one play out in real time. I think the most interesting thing that I like too is we are seeing the Poppy jungle come out. I wasn't expecting that, but that is a thing that has definitely risen up in popularity. And I actually do think it is quite good, especially with all the movement coming across here on the side of Queen's composition. So I think there's a lot of room for Swiper to be able to make some pretty big plays.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. I mean, Poppy jungle is something I don't really see too much. It's very unorthodox, but it can definitely work so long as you know it. So I feel like that's a big factor, as you said, going through here to know if Poppy is actually going to be played to such a large extent. Because when you have that typical jungler out of Lilia, I mean, the speeds, the clears, everything coming out, as we said earlier, the max health burn, there's so much playing into that side out of that typical jungler that you have to not only put in your work to buff it out, you have to get ahead in that respective manner as well to know that you can get those objective clears as well. And I mean, Lilia not really having any dashes, having that crowd control for those team fights when you go ahead and pop that ultimate, it's a lot more work.
That's right, especially if you're going Predator, you're going to have a lot of move speed, and based on how her Pran stacks work as well. So you have the option to move around these fights because that Poppy W doesn't actually affect you. And speaking of effect, oh, Zach.
Oh, you know the Blitzcrank's coming through. You know the hook is a possibility, and it will actually come out as you see everybody trying to pick off Zach Attack. But that's going to be a flash already burned in a great little start here for Queen Highlander to go ahead and say, all right, let's run it back, Chief. Go ahead and take yourself back to that fountain. Get back to your spot. But, I mean, it was a great shot nonetheless. I mean, it forced out a flash. It's going to be massive in the big scheme of things because, I mean, considering Blitzcrank, his is going to be more for some initiation. Meanwhile, Braum's going to be more for an escape when you get those hooks later on the lane when you can really capitalize on them.
I'm curious because Braum can use that W, it's called Stand Behind Me, to just dash back to either a minion or to Null and Void. So Hook, at least it's not as bad as blowing like your ADC's flash, because it's going to be a lot harder for him to be able to get out of this situation. But still, a good play altogether, and just kind of what we can expect, seeing Renee run this Blitzcrank here.
Yeah, and as we see, I mean, the opposite starts for each jungler. You see Lilia starting on that blue, and then you see also the side of ESU starting on that blue. So, I mean, there's a lot of mana that's really going to come from both these junglers. I feel like that's a big impact in the start when you don't have those Raptors nearby for that Lilia to work with. But when you have such a fast clear, and when you have all that movement speed to work off of as well, and that passive is really not that big a deal in the big scheme of things. But as we already kind of have our eyes on that mid lane, I'm really excited to see where this first play could come through because I'm really excited to see what North Shore can bring.
True, and speaking of, she's bringing the Ignite into this matchup. So is very confident in the ability to get the kill, is looking for lane pressure. And again, if you do get punished, much like in game 1, where she also ran Ignite, you aren't going to be able to TP back to lane. You can't affect the cross map, so winning lane has to come through here for this Akali.
Yeah, there's a lot coming through. You need a lot more to work with. And as we are seeing, North Shore still kind of getting dwindled down to some extent. I mean, Intellectual doing a great job. He's really just kind of run the scene when it comes to playing on that TF, making sure to get that wave advantage, really pressuring you under your tower to where he can just feel super comfortable with. I mean, North Shore, we've seen not too much of an impact in that first matchup, but so long as you can step it up here, it's going to open up a lot more opportunities for the squad to really make these rotations and a lot more impact for especially out of that mid laner where we see a lot more out of Ape in that first match.
And it's looking like only lane with any real priority being gained is mid, and it is Intellectual Ape getting the push there. Every other lane is just it's a big battle for push in the middle here, but you are seeing some poke come out here, especially in this bottom lane. And I guess Zach mixed some XP because Null hit level 3 first. Okay, there it is. And now Mocha is coming down. There is an available play. Swiper is on the other end of the map picking up Scuttlecrab too.
Yeah, a lot here for Mocha to work with, just so long as you can get that move off of, and she ends up missing that, but it's not going to be all that big a deal so long as you can force those ESU players back into their tower, knowing how strong Null and Voided it was. You want to go ahead and make sure to have that advantage, but we see Swiper making a move towards this top lane, getting that push off, and forcing out that flash. It's going to be a great play in the big scheme of things, but I mean, Triple, not being a Scion player, I mean, so long as he can go ahead and get Moose at a fairly low health, that passive will come through, and that'll be a lot to work with, as so long as you can at least find that trade and make sure it's not that first blood.
We'll have to see with the flash being gone. That's a pretty big window for Swiper to make his way back to this bottom side of the map. You see both scrying orbs being dropped here, as we do have a little bit of counter jungling, I think, from Mocha. No, he's not going for the Grob. He just wants to come back bottom, Mick.
Honestly, I can't blame them. I mean, you already see the influence coming through. You see these guys on the issue. You see Noel and them saying, all right, we're going to get comfortable once again. We're kind of just settled out here. There's no Warden nearby, so a Mocha coming through. Noel having nearly no mana to work off of. He's going to get caught out, and will have that flash heal as a little bit of an extended help. But with Canadian already being on the prowl, making sure to grab that, the first blood will come through as Zac Attack has only half health to work with as well, and mana respectively. So honestly, I'm intrigued to see how well he can hold this tower to come through, because Swiper will be on that side of the map to help out, but honestly not close enough to really make too much of an impact. This tower aggro coming through, the toggles coming out, Mocha looking for the kill, and will find it, but with Swiper here on the side, no help to come with. The dash will come out to find himself an exchange. 2-1 now for Highlanders. A much better start for them than we saw in the last one.
Yeah, I think you're completely fine going 2 for 1 there. Mocha was already looking to reset, and now because of the extra kills, immediate purchase on the Lost Chapter, which is already a big deal for this Lilia here. And it was a risk for Mocha to stay there, waste time, or use time, especially if that play didn't actually work out. Now, just continue to farm things out, get to that level 6, get to that Lilting Lullaby, and be able to potentially set up some of these big sleep plays. And that's pretty much the only action we've seen so far. Soon, both the Soul Laners are all going to be hitting that level 6 mark, and that's when we're going to see all these ultimates come through to play, especially from Intellectual Ape, because even though Queens are starting off very well, you still have this Destiny to worry about, and there are still plays to be made.
You know, if we're discussing level 6, I mean, I feel like Moose and Juice's level 6 is going to be absolutely massive. Giving yourself such a massive farm advantage, allowing yourself to not only get up the tower to some extent, as we already see a lot of influence in his direction, but a lot more so. I mean, really, it just doubles down. We get the Spirit Walker going through, a lot more to work with, so much more influence in those massive just grade revitals off the start. I mean, that passive clicking immediately. There's so much more to work with, but with Triple T finding himself a little bit more I'd say life in the lane, as he's been a little bit lackluster here recently. You're going to see that aggression coming through and a lot more poke to follow up with it.
It's looking like Moose will not be going for the... Actually, we're going to hold... Nope, everything's fine. So it's interesting. Moose is not going for the lethality build. We see the Sheen. So it's probably Divine Sunder, the amount of HP stacking we're seeing on Queen's side. So it's still potential to segment into lethality after. We won't see the disgusting damages that you and I were definitely reminiscing about. Not bitter about it all, right, Mick?
Oh, most definitely, man. I mean,
yeah.
there's I mean, who would miss it at this stage? It was so great, but I mean, the Divine Sunder, I feel like that's a great point to be making. I mean, when you're going up against a Scion, and I mean, Blitzcrank may not be the tankiest of the batch, but it's still a tank nonetheless. So you want to make sure to have the influence in team fights, especially with the ultimate to come through the overclock. That's a big silence to be working with. And I mean, honestly, silences, they're great for abilities, and you want to make sure that Divine Sunder can at least be cut down for a small second to give your team a little bit more life in a team fight, a little bit more space to be working with. And as we already see a little bit more influence towards this mid lane, and we see Moose and Juice just absolutely abusing this top lane as he's still under this tower, just really making himself at home. There's so much to work off of.
Yeah, because now recently they changed Yorick. When the ghouls attack an enemy, when the maiden attacks an enemy, the tower prioritizes them instead of Yorick. So there is a lot of poke potential for under the tower. But Zach is in trouble.
Oh, I mean, you mentioned under the tower, and we saw Zach just absolutely get mowed down under that tower. But when you see the rest of the squad coming through, you see that ultimate coming out for Lilia to shut down 8 for a second, but with no damage to follow through with it. It really just shows that Highlanders just had a massive missed opportunity there. I mean, there could have been a respective kill. There could have been a Dre to come through, but not enough just yet. And honestly, it's a great little move for them to go ahead and say, all right, let's go ahead and cut our losses, go back to our respective spots. We see all the vision here around the jungle. We can't really dance around this too much. But honestly, Swiper's getting a little overzealous, saying, you know what, I'll come back in here. I'll see if we can knock Canadian. But with that with that little TP he's got to go through there, there's a lot of spacing to go ahead and work with for himself. But you see Noel not having too much mana to work with, doesn't have too much burst to play off of. So I feel like he's just going to go ahead and take this gold and find a way back to his tower here in a little bit.
One thing I want to highlight, bring some attention to, is that North Shore is, wow, exactly what I was kind of expecting. Is 8 dead?
No, he's getting up under that tower. I mean, he does have the Ignite, and with the ultimate to come through and the stun to follow up, that's a lot of damage on the North Shore. I'm sure she had herself a fun little run there saying, all right, I got this, but that was a little overzealous.
Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't get the execute from the second vault, but I like the confidence. We weren't seeing any of that in game 1, Mick. And I was actually just thinking, too, doing much better in terms of keeping up in CS. So I want to see how well they do later on. But right now, we got to fight.
Oh, we most definitely do. I mean, this bot lane's been such a big hot spot for these fights thus far. But when you look at the rest of the team coming through at 8, being in his first spot, or his first fight out of his respective lane, now you really got to consider what's coming out. When you see this team spreading out and not enough damage to come through, you just see ESU's finally being kind of put in their place, I would say. I mean, they're already down a kill. They've had themselves a drag to be working off of, and especially for an Infernal drag, that's going to be great in the big scheme of things. But you need a little bit more to give yourself the edge to play off of, because things are looking a lot more even than the last time.
We'll have to see. Part of what ESU did so well in game 1 was also controlling these neutral objectives, setting up vision, making the plays to actually grab them. And they did get Dragon number 1, and with Rift Herald being available too. I won't count them out just yet. It's just going to be about going back to this top lane island where not a whole lot is actually taking place. It's just been farm after farm fest after farm fest. But to Triple's credit, he does have a noticeable CS lead building up. It's going to diminish a little. Moose is farming this wave, but overall still impressive. He has been able to keep this lead while Moose has had him shoved under tower the entire time. And worth noting, North Shore has the ult back up. Could actually look for a play without realizing Swiper is nearby.
Yeah, and Swiper's going to go ahead and say, all right, I cannot waste my time on this. There's no real engage going on right now, but we do know that they were kind of looking at that Herald earlier, so we do kind of want to keep our eyes around this top river or go for it by myself. So Everything coming through right now. I mean, you mentioned earlier ESU and then objective control. Those neutral objectives, looking on the map, finding ways and opportunities to really make the most of it. And as you can already see the support coming up, we see a little bit more out of Renee this time, saying, all right, you know, I want my fair share in the fight. I didn't get too much of rotation last time. We got too many players over here up at this Herald, and it's going to call for a team fight, I feel like, and especially with that Maiden, the mist going down, York isn't as influential anymore, so it calls for a little bit of a retreat.
Yeah, and they're not going to fight for this one. It's looking like ESU are just going to concede the Rift Herald. It's going to get snagged out unless they stole
Swiper
it.
actually does! On the smite, there's enough to play with and a new energy now in the room in this top river for the side of all ESU Warriors. But you see that charge coming through. You see Sion saying, all right, let's go ahead and engage on Intellectual Ape. He was a massive player in this first game. Let's go ahead and get him shut out. But Swiper still being 2-0, having that Rift Herald now, being some kind of an influence in the game, having that shutdown gold. You got to go ahead and try and poke him out.
It's going to be tough, too. All that extra gold means you're getting closer and closer to that Divine Sunderer. You already see that Kindle Gem out there, too. All the extra HP and ability haste is going to be so big. So even though you get the Rift Herald stolen, because you forced that reset. Actually, wait, North Shore.
Oh!
Wow. She's just dead.
Noel just read that like a children's book, man. I mean, if you give a mouse a cookie, apparently North Shore is going to go ahead and get closed out. I mean, everything coming out right there. A great read from Noel to go ahead and give himself a little bit more to work with because he's kind of been robbed of kills thus far. He's going ahead and died once. He found an assist earlier with the help of Swiper, but there's been no kills yet or no gold for him. But as you already see the setup coming through, you know that North Shore's off the field. You will find Ape getting himself a kill as well to trade that out. Go ahead and get a little bit more of a vengeance to where going on here is the Dragon coming through, Canadian being close, but with that smite coming out. We see ESU, I mean, regardless of the standing, they're at least 100 head in gold, and they have 2 dragons as well.
And this is what I mean when I talk about how well they've been able to secure these neutral objectives. Especially it comes off that pick from Null and Voided. North Shore certainly overstepping just a little bit there in that mid lane. She gets bursted down immediately. And now, because of that, you can use this Herald bot lane because you just have no pressure anywhere if you're Queens.
This is perfect. Great positioning, great timing on that Rift Herald to go ahead and make sure to close out that first tower. That's an extra bit of gold as you see the rest of the team getting ahead in 1.5K right now. But when you see Renee there towards the center, you see Swiper there, that's another tank, but that's also another Rift Herald hit. So that's going to be a lot of influence to work with, a lot of breathing space for the side of old ESU. I'm surprised they didn't go ahead and clear out those Krugs right there, because that would have been a little bit more money to work with. But honestly, when you have so many players there and you know they're probably going to go ahead and go for that, I really can't blame them just kind of cutting their losses, knowing they grabbed that 150 off that first tower.
And the thing that's so interesting, too, is you're dealing with the Akali in the mid lane who can't TP to this play. So all North Shore can do is shove this lane as best she can. But Akali's not known for her ability to wave clear mix. So what does that mean? Intellectual Ape can come back to lane and not miss out on a whole lot of CS here. She can't threaten the tower because her tower take is also very slow, meaning ESU got a lot off of that play and lost virtually nothing for it. And I think that's what makes this really hard for Queens. It's kind of what I was talking about at the end of game one, not recognizing when they're the ones who can be looking for these plays, not recognizing when they can punish or trade on opposite ends of the map. Speaking of punish, though, we've got a problem topside.
Oh, we most definitely do. You see Queens going ahead and picking out old Moose and Juice
See
all
ya.
by himself. Not a lot to work with. The North Shore will be actually the one coming out with that gold. So that's a lot. To go ahead and get that York out of the game for a little while, we're going to see Triple T trying to make the most of it, because when you got a York, you allow your lane to actually breathe. You can finally have some time. You don't have these hands on your neck suffocating you under tower constantly. So long as we can see Triple T at least grab most of this tower, that'll be a lot to work with going forward, so long as you have the rest of the team to follow through with it. And as the rotation actually comes out instead, he's going to clear this ward, actually.
That's surprising. I mean, we're talking about tower takes. Sion definitely does that very well with the Demolish. I'm surprised he didn't go for any of it, but I guess he knew the teleport was coming, and now we have a fight here.
Yeah, man, not too much of one, but with the Drowsy coming through, the Lily ult to come out,
Wow.
and a massive plays from Ape to say, you know what? I can't miss out on any action. He'll actually grab his second, get even more so ahead of Akali. Now we can see the gold difference is an entire 1,000. So that's a lot for Ape to work with, to not only have that poke on lane, that early shove, and just the way he's maintained it, to know that the rest of his team is now there to work off of it as well. And we see a little bit of Invade coming through. We see Swiper trying to grab some extra CS over on the enemy side of the field, but nothing's going to come out of that. Everybody's just going to go back to their respective positions. We see everybody in the mid, but only person out of line is going to be NECC Attack, who's going to want to help out with this tower possibly, or go up to top to go ahead and lock down Moose and Juice.
I gotta say, Intellectual Ape as the biggest case of FOMO I have ever seen. Any play going on, like you said, Mick, he's got to be a part of it. Just TPing in with that Destiny, and he's just been all over the map. No matter where you look, this Twisted Fate pops up, and it reflects in the gold lead that he has over his enemy laner North Shore. 1,200 gold, and you can see this gold lead for ESU as a whole is starting to climb. It's small now, but like we saw in game one key fight, especially around something like a Baron, is going to just balloon that lead into something insurmountable.
Yeah, and speaking of that Baron, I mean, we got a lot more time going into it, but I mean, in the meantime, we have another Rift Herald coming up in 45 seconds, so that's going to be another neutral objective that they really want to look for, especially on the side of ESU, to make sure that lead even climbs more so, because when you look at everything coming out, that could be a massive play for that Yorick, who really hasn't found too much of an opportunity to really get that edge or get under that tower for too long to really go ahead and close it out. Or double down on that bot lane. You already got that one hit. That's a guaranteed tower, and you're going right there to that inhibitor so long as you can grab that second hit. So there's a lot of pressure here on the line for Queens that they have to go ahead and make sure not only to get that edge, but deny one for the side of ESU, which is that much bigger of a problem.
Speaking of problems, Queens, they have a big one coming up very soon, Mick. We're 20 seconds away from the third Drake of the game, and because it's a Mountain Soul, that is a very powerful buff that ESU Warriors are going to get very close to. If they get this third Drake, man, it's going to be so hard for Queens to contest any of these neutrals, because in 5 minutes time, Baron will be on the field, and you got to make that very painful choice where it's like, do we let him get Soul? Do we let him get Baron? Either way, you lose.
And I feel like a trade has to come out right now. If you see these players on this dragon, go for that Rift Herald, but instead we see Mocha just saying, all right, I'm a recall, so finding no kind of compensation prize, finding no real just buff out right now, because that's what we were discussing. We needed the Queens to find that edge to work with. Find a way to go ahead and make these exchanges, because if they're going to be losing this fight, they got to find something to go ahead and buff it out, but we're just not seeing enough of that. As you already see the rotations coming through towards mid, you see the rest of this team kind of going for it, pushing out that lane, letting Ape do his thing, as you see Swiper and NECC Attack saying, all right, well, they're not going to grab this Herald. We'll go ahead and get it ourselves.
Man, ESU get to have their cake and eat it too, Mick. Being able to get both of these neutrals, and they're just going to be able to threaten this mid-tier 1 turret if they really want to right now. Nolden Void is holding it down in the bot lane. Triple hasn't actually showed top yet. He has to answer this wave as well, so there isn't going to be an answer available here. They could go mid right now and just start this play off, and there it is.
Oh, and you have to make that sacrifice. You get the airborne to come through, you knock down one player, but with Swiper and that flash, you will make it out alive from Renee's grasp and find a way to get with the rest of his team. But with that still gone, you have everybody fighting towards that mid bush on that mid river, and now you had the onslaught coming out. But at the same time, you have Yorick in that top lane saying, you know what? You guys can survive this. Y'all can work with this, right? They're like, yeah. Do your thing, Yorick. Be a Yorick. Push that lane in, grab yourself a tower, grab that Maid of the Mist, make sure she does her job, and we will be a-okay, buddy. And finessing themselves a kill, still working out here a 1-kill lead, having Herald still in their hands, and 3 dragons to work with. I mean, I know it looks like a 2K advantage in gold right now, but I mean, so long as they press 2 buttons, I feel like it's going to be that much larger.
North Shore doing whatever she can, trying to take down this turret, but oh, Mick, she's in trouble.
Just absolutely caught out under that tower. Great. That honestly, I mean, as much as that stinks for North Shore, Intellectual Ape really living up to the name. That was big brain. Just doubling down on that CC. So much to work with.
And it shows just an easy pickup. And he gets a recall. Walk back to lane. Already has that rapid fire cannon. So you will be getting those gold cards from what feels like many screens away, Mick. And it's not going to be fun to play against, especially with the only long-range damage on the side of Queens is on Canadian Blit. Just that Ezreal. Everybody else, you got to walk into ESU's effective range, and you won't like that. Won't like it at all.
The thing about Ezreal is, I mean, Ezreal's, if they get ahead, they are ahead. Like, it is a steamroll being ahead kind of game, but when they get behind, they're extremely behind. But we just see Canadian Blitz not being in either one of those shoes. So he's still looking for an opportunity, looking for a way to either get in this game or get locked out. And this may be the play, because you see the Lily ult coming through, but you have Nold and Voided there with the ultimate coming out, the onslaught, but actually giving enough opportunity for North Shore to come through, grab himself a pecker, and so much to work with there. Honestly, North Shore made it out. What a great trade from her to say, okay, we're going to find ourselves a little bit more to work with. I know I've kind of been locked out of this game to some extent, but I can finally find a kill, give myself some breathing room, because, I mean, I've been kind of choked up so far, but sitting 3-2, now being on the same playing field as Intellectual 8 makes us an even mid, but in the top, you got Moose and Juice just saying, I'm still doing Yorick things.
But you know what? Even though they get it, there is a cost, Mick. You lose that tier 2 turret. You have the Maiden shoving this lane, essentially. Look at the damage. Because Yorick's alone right now, it doesn't have teammates near him. The Maiden gets the hull breaker damage too.
I hate Yorick so much, man. Literally before I got on to cast, I played into a Yorick, and I was just like, what are the counters for this guy? Oh, Tryndamere, bet, and just ended up rolling. And I feel like Sion doesn't have the same amount of wave clear or the same amount of sustain to go ahead and deal with all those mobs. When you see all of those graves coming through, so many Mistwalkers, it's just two entire new champions. It almost feels like a 6v5, but you have the team fights coming through, and you a little bit of a poke coming out, and it's on Zac attack, so it's not going to get that much damage going on. It's just everybody's fighting for this last dragon. You cannot give this soul up.
No, you cannot. Triple didn't reset after that little skirmish with the Maiden, so is a little lower in the HP department. But yeah, like you said, this dragon, this is crucial for Queens. They need to get this, or the game is basically going to be over for them. It's going to be 2-0. This Mountain Soul is too powerful, and you need a big lullaby coming out from Mocha. Just sing ESU Warriors to sleep and hope that you can delay this Mountain Soul.
Well, you most definitely do, and it all has to start somewhere, but there's only one player that's going to be cut out by it. But we see Abe going ahead and popping that stopwatch, giving him a little bit more time, but it was just enough time to let the rest of his team make a move, get the crowd control to come out. You see Triple T, not too much health to deal with. Canadian looking for a pick somewhere as Nold may be caught out here, but with the shutdown coming through, a little bit of gold to work with, you still have Moose and Juice there. So much health to play with, so much mana as well. And to go up against Triple T, you can just chase this down and make sure to say, all right, get out of our way. Give us some room for this dragon. Go ahead, buddy. Fight it again, because I got Nold here with some backup. He's going to find a way to ping you down so long as this dragon can be forced out, because the Maiden's coming back out. So now this is not only a 2v1, this is a 3v1 with that Mistwalker.
Oh my god, he's just going to run him down, Triple.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. No. I mean, the passive will come out, and that's a great attempt to go ahead and grab yourself Voided, but with the dash to come through, knowing that Triple T is going to fall a little bit too short, that's going to be a Mountain Soul for the likes of ESU, and a 3-kill advantage as well.
And that is brutal. ESU looking poised to win this match as well as game 1 here. Put themselves at 4-0. Queens Highlanders doesn't feel like they have many ways back into this game. All you can really play for is your Ezreal. Did hit a very crucial spike by finishing that Muramana. Those Mystic shots, they hurt, Mick. But how are you going to be able to protect Canadian Blitz? Set them up, because I haven't been able to see too much in terms of the team fighting. Even with big sleeps from Mocha, ESU managed to come out on top. Even with good hooks, ESU come out on top, and now they're just going in.
Oh, you can see it, man. They are hungry for this. I mean, look at them. Everything coming out for the likes of ESU, just really saying, we've won these fights. We got a Mountain Soul. We got shields for days, boy. Let's go ahead and find these fights. Make the most of it, because literally I'd say 1/10 of our health now is not even a worry. Lilia and that mana burn, who cares? Honestly, Ezreal and that poke, that's an extra poke he's got to do.
Yeah.
Let's kill him quick enough where it's not that big a deal. And with that trade going really so close to that Baron, I really can't blame ESU for saying, why not? Let's go ahead and get it and go ahead and close out this game.
And there it is, the big fight into the big spike like I was talking about. Now, you got a 6k gold lead in favor of ESU. They have just very quickly taken full control over this game. I mean, they had control before, but it feels like now, all of a sudden, Queens are going to be going into these fights like, wow, this is just not playable. And now you got Moose in what could be a 1v3, or I guess 2v3, since we are rightfully counting the maiden. Watch Canadian blitz his health. Look at him. Look at him.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh. He can't even play. He literally can't beat an AI. It's like Elon Musk made it, man. It's like it's almost like another player. You really can't do that much. I mean, he does find the help from his teammates, but that was a 3-on-1 as we saw Canadian almost die. And as you got the rest of the team towards the middle of the map, trying to go ahead and take out Mocha with all the slows, the Braum there for the plays. Triple T will be by himself, and with so much health to work off of, and that passive really just stacking through. But you got 4 players just bullying you, man. There's just not enough you can work off of.
No, it's not, and that's going to be another pick, another long respawn timer. And at this point, you got top pushing, you got bot pushing. You can just commit to the ARAM and continue to take down these neutrals. If you continue picking up these kills, we could see another early game finish from ESU. Even though it won't be as early as game 1, you still have so much pressure here. And I don't even know if a hook from Renee could actually save this one. You just pulled the cannon closer, actually.
Yeah, it's just with the Baron buffs coming through, all the poke from this side. I mean, Canadian having a great position here, but with so many minions in the way, you got Zac Attack there at the front lines, absolutely just holding out. You see the rest of the team following through. You got the cannon there to go ahead and give yourself that extra range, that massive damage on the tower. It's going to be another free mid tower, and it's going to be an inhibitor, I'm sure, as well. I mean, with how much presence they have inside of this fountain, with how much inside of this base, they're really just honestly not too concerned. I mean, you see Swiper finally being forced off a little bit after so much poking from Canadian. I feel like they've already came out so positive. It's really not that big a deal. Leaving that inhibitor alive, letting the minion kill it at least. I mean, they're forcing themselves into this. We're in the end game, boys.
That we are. North Shore is back up. Perfect execution available. There's a play to be made. This could be the last fight.
It most definitely will be. It depends on who wins it. And with 8 already having that stopwatch that Zong is to play with, he will have himself another second shot in this fight. But with the fountain so close, with all those heals so readily available, and all those minions towards the top side after Moose and Juice in that big play just carrying through, pushing in that top wave. We already see the bottom gone as well. This is going to be massive. Regardless of whether they win or lose, there's no neutral objective available right now. So long as Queen Highlander does win this, I'm not sure if they have enough players or enough damage output to really buff this through.
Yeah, with Golden Void being so low, maybe you consider just recalling back and up. You get a lot of gold value out of this Baron play, and you will want to be, well, I mean, for one thing, you want to spend the gold you have. If we could quickly toggle gold, I wonder how many the members of ESU are sitting on. Nope. Oh, it's too late. But let's just look at the purchases. See the collector finish. See a lot of big instant purchases. And yeah, like, for example, Intellectual Ape sitting on like 1,800 gold, 1,500 for a Swiper. And this is the end game now. ESU, you got supers moving mid and bot. You have so much power. You can just slap queens with your wallets and just put them to bed.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely can't blame them for wanting to do that. I mean, when you have so much money, who cares? It's like to that point where you're so rich, you feel like you have everything, but you don't have the win just yet. So that's the one thing that these guys are really looking for. I mean, it wasn't only just Noel, though, on that health, because I was even considering they were thinking he could kill Gromp and then get all that health back. But Zach had absolutely no mana. And you know what, this reset, with how much of an impact he makes to block all these projectiles, really just make Canadian really just not even a nuisance at all. Just kind of make him void from this entire team fight is really a big factor to go ahead and make sure that you can follow through with. We see all the vision coming through. We see him trying to go ahead and proc this Elder Dragon. And honestly, with the team fight to come out, you see Canadian trying to grab some damage here and there, but quite honestly, at the end of the day, I mean, you got to have the rest of your squad here, because Swiper's going to come around from the edge at the perfect timing to help out with the rest of the crew. And we see that lullaby coming out, but nobody will die to it. No one will actually be the one to find himself a kill. And with them following through on the Canadian, not having that much health to really work off of, so long as he can go ahead and die here, and he will manage Zac Attack after he missed that Q, but it doesn't matter. You see Moose and Juice pushing through, that Maiden of the Mist coming out.
Oh, so they're TPing.
The Demolish and Intellectual Ape being there. You got to be in two places at once.
It's
and Queens
over.
hasn't even been able to win. That's definitely game.
It's just that easy. They realized Triple and North Shore couldn't even stop Moose by himself. So Intellectual Ape says, don't mind if I do. ESU will win 2-0 as they dismantle Queens Highlanders.
And at I would say, a much better pacing than we saw in the first game. It was a much better attempt from the side of Queens because, I mean, everything came in out for them. They had a great shot. I feel like their setup was much better in the second go
Yeah.
around, but they found no neutral objectives. They found no compensation across the field because I feel like a big factor would have been that Herald so long as they grabbed it around for that third dragon, but they
Right.
just did not for it. And they just go ahead and said, you know what? There's really not that much we can do. Just take it, have a good day, make sure to end this game quickly. And honestly, I don't like the attitude. You got to consider these things. You got to have more vision to work with. You got to have more intel. You got to have more presence around the map. And I feel like Queens, with the position they were in, they were just getting constrained more so and more so and more so that it made ESU just look like an anaconda, just really choking up the team more so and more so as the game went on.
Right. It really wasn't I wasn't seeing the confidence from
Yeah.
Queens to try and make some of these plays earlier on. And by the time they had to try and make these plays, felt obligated to like try and prevent
Yeah.
the Mountain Soul, not lose out on things like First Rift Herald. It's too late at that point. You've already fallen so far behind. You don't have the power to actually go for some of these engagements. And past a certain point, there's not much else to say. Like Queens were getting slapped by ESU's wallet, left, right. Just it was brutal.
Yeah, and I feel like another lot of factors that came through for is the support run from Zach Attack. I feel like that man has such a great presence
Yeah.
on the map. He was roaming constantly, and he knew exactly, knowing the presence of Noel and Voided. He sat there. I mean, Noel, he's just such a great player that you can sit there as a support. I mean, that's one of the best things you can have as a support is saying, you know what, I trust my ADC. I know that you can be on this lane by yourself. I know that you can 1v1 Canadian. And honestly, you can beat him so long as you just keep the pressure going. But you don't even need to do that. Just play it safe, buy out your time, get a little bit more CS onto that field, grab yourself another item, and then come join the rest of the team. Who cares if they take a bot tower? If Canadian is out of the fight, sitting at 0-0, and we have one more fed man on that field, who cares? We win this game. And it was a great read from ESU to go ahead and give themselves the edge time in and time out.
That it was, and it was more just it wasn't really just the draft going for them either. It's just that confidence that they're showing in the games that they've played so far. There's certainly a reason they're 3-0, or now 4-0 actually. They've actually yet to drop a single game so far. So in this group, yes, you are certainly a team you want to be looking to beat right now, as they're just looking like they are going to be running things for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, especially in that Navigators division, man. Because, I mean, I feel like this is a big pull that we really just don't see too much major factors out of. We see a lot of good players. We see a lot of good teams, but we don't see the whole collision of them. We don't see that compensation. We don't see that whole entire coordination out of them. There's just not enough from a lot of these guys. And honestly, the way I see ESU playing and the way I've seen them really just kind of get better and better and better over these weeks and now going undefeated, you know that, I mean, I feel like they would even be worth the promotion the next season so long as they come back because of how well they're just doing. And I really just see them clicking at this point.
Yeah, it's got to be firing on all cylinders. And I think to Queen's credit, they did. North Shore was a sub. They didn't have their usual mid laner available. And I think going into this week, going 2-1, like, to be fair, they are clear. They must be a formidable team. We just have to see them at their full strength. And I'm sure in the coming weeks, we will get another opportunity to see them on the broadcast. They have the full 5 roster, and then we can really see what they're all about.
Yeah, and it's still not that big a deal for Queens at the end of the day. I mean, they're sitting at 2-2. You win some, you lose some, and thankfully they're sitting at a 50-50 ratio. It could be a lot worse for them right now. So it's really not that big a deal for them. So long as they can go ahead and make sure that all their subs are kind of clicking on, as you said, firing on all cylinders, making sure that you can have those pocket picks that work a lot more efficiently, because I feel like the Aurelia and the Akali just weren't all that good into Ape, and especially considering the bans that they didn't want to get rid of Twisted Fate and said they looked to get rid of Volibear. It's just kind of like, let's really factor in the big big shots here. I mean, it's kind of like fantasy football. You want yourself a good player, and you want to make sure either A, to grab him yourself or get him off the enemy team. So it's really just a game of tactics at the point I just feel like wasn't considered all that much.
Yeah, it is something you want to look at going later on. I think especially Twisted Fate's kind of one of those champions. It isn't just about comfort, but it's just how much influence you can have across the map, especially when you are struggling a little bit in terms of the macro, your decision making, and just the trying to contest some of these neutral objectives. Things like things like that, Nocturne, Galio, any of those things. If you know the enemy plays them, cut it out. Cut it out. Don't want to see it. Don't want to look at it, because they are hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially the way 8, or at least grab yourself a ranged mid laner, something that can go ahead and
Sure.
provide that same presence or that counter attack.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, it was 8 against 2 melee champs, so you really can't get that counter laning experience because he already said, "All right, I'm gonna push all these minions under your tower. Take them, please. Have my
Yeah.
minions. Go ahead and play with them as long as you want to."
Yeah.
I'm gonna dip. I'm gonna go help out my teammates right
Yeah.
quick. I'll be right back though. So
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
go anywhere.
Hang tight.
I'll make sure to come here, and you'll get your fair share. I'll kill you eventually, but for right now, I'm gonna go to make sure somewhere else and grab my gold. And it's just something like that. You really don't know what to do when you're a melee chip saying, I this is all I can do. I can't dip because then I'll lose CS. And what if I lose that team fight? It's just a lot going on mentally to say, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it is tough, especially with those assassins. To be fair, even though it is a melee into range, there is a lot of outplay potential there. It is just hard to actualize, especially with Intellectual 8 being so experienced on that TF. And I mean, if you're used to that matchup, it's kind of like you were saying earlier. You know the ins and outs of it, and you know what these assassins are trying to do.
Yeah.
You know how to no, sir, you can't cross this line. You know, there's that kind of just stop it right there. That's right. This line, nah, it's not for you. You're not that guy, pal.
Yep. So honestly, with everything coming through for him, ESU, great job from you guys to go ahead and secure yourself a win this week to go ahead and get yourself to a 4-0 lead. Honestly, go ahead and start looking at playoffs. Go ahead and start betting on it because these are definitely a squad of people that you want to be looking at for going forward. But if you're a Queens fan, go ahead, make sure to give your players a little bit more confidence because we saw it lackluster, but I feel like it could definitely be brought back in the next week. 2-2 is not all that shabby, especially here in the halfway point of the season, but it's not even halfway through the night tonight. We got more matchups coming up here soon. You do not have all your fill of League of Legends here on NECC for the night. So don't go anywhere. We will be stepping off the desk, but we'll give you 2 beautiful new casters to be introducing you on to the next one. So with that, we will catch y'all here next week. At least us 2 will. So we will catch y'all later and have yourself a rest of a beautiful night.
Welcome back into the NECC. It is week number 4 here for some League of Legends action. We are about halfway through the season, and now we are in the Emergent Cyan division. Fish and Dia calling the action. And Dia, we've got two teams on opposite sides of the spectrum. We've got the Missouri Baptist Spartans, 2-0, top of the group, haven't even dropped a single game, 4-0 overall score, taking on the Mid-American Christian Evangels, who are 1-2. As you see right there on the screen, they are hovering right above that cutoff spot for the playoffs. So while the Spartans look to build to their lead, the Evangels are just trying to hang on.
Yeah. This is a game with super high stakes for them, and the Spartans. This is more for glory than anything. The thing is, having taken a look at both squads, I'm not super confident for the Evangelists. And the nice thing is that I think that they've got a composition teaser that I think will lend itself to a slightly easier game. We're going to get the chance to take a look at it in just a second. This draft will be brought up on your screen, but the pro draft has already happened. And I want to talk a little bit about the maybe expected way that the Evangelists can win a game like this against a very difficult opponent. And that definitely starts in the draft with the ease of execution composition. And I think they've got that, at least for now.
Yeah, I think the fantastic thing that they actually not get drafted in the order is Evangels pick the Amumu first. And in this patch, you say, oh, that's going to be an Amumu support. Obviously, they flex it to the jungle role. They get a really favorable matchup in that bot lane that you will see. And I think that was a very good job. You've got to outplay teams outside of the Rift when, you look at the record, it's 2-0 versus 1-2. I think the Evangels did a really good job of at least winning early in this draft.
And we'll see if that ends up paying off for them, though, is specifically on red side, I think R5 was used perfectly because it was to take that Lilia that is going to be going up against Flashy Flash in the top lane. Lilia versus Tom Kench is a matchup that I have only seen very recently, but especially in sort of solo queue settings, can take advantage of Tom Kench in a way that not a whole lot of other champions can. Tom Kench finds it almost impossible to get on top of Lilia when played well, and that's exactly what we're hoping for the top lane, is just a complete gap in the favor, in this case, of the Spartans.
One thing I really am worried about here as we start to wrap up this draft on the side of the Evangels on the blue side is they have really gone with this protect the Vayne comp. Johan is going to have a lot of pressure on him. You have the Amumu to try and set up a big play with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Of course, you have the Tom Kench to get you to safety. You're going to have a Morgana as well with that Black Shield. But they picked the Vayne, which is a very short range, a very high skill, very incredibly high damage AD carry. So if Johan plays this perfectly, I really like their comp. But as soon as Johan gets picked, this whole comp will just blow up in MACU's face because they're just not going to have any follow-up damage besides a set on that Orianna.
I think the nice thing is that he is on their team the second highest ranked and measures up to the average on the other side for the Spartans. So you've got a chance here if you're particularly comfortable on Vayne to pull this off. But as you mentioned, very high risk, high reward, and a lot of that is going to come down to how well Ponyboy can play around the bot lane as well, because it isn't just going to be up to Amazonian to lay the Black Shield on perfectly. There's still a lot more threat that can come through, especially when Jarvan starts to visit your lane, when Ziggs can rip the Black Shield right off you, and Leona is going to be right there as well. You've got to imagine that Ponyboy is going to be paying a little bit more attention to this bot lane than he otherwise would, to sort of baby the Vayne through the early steps, especially because a lot of their other lanes are pretty darn self-sufficient.
Yeah, the other thing is, I do want to point out for Ponyboy, it wasn't just we'll fake the Amumu. That is his highest played champion. That is a champion he is very comfortable on, has some very impressive stats. So this is someone who's very comfortable on that jungle Amumu. So that is definitely something that it wasn't like hey, can you maybe just flex Amumu in the jungle? I know Amumu jungle has had its ups and downs, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to get those ganks. And I really do like that bot lane support matchup. Amazonian is going to have a great time into Leona because Leona wants to engage. It is Leona wants to Zenith Blade on top of you, land the shield at Daybreak. If you get a Black Shield out onto Johan or onto yourself, depending on who Leona goes on, you shut that down, and now Leona's kind of stuck there saying, I either have to flash away or I'm going to eat a ton of damage. So I really, really like that support matchup, especially in the Evangel's favor in that bot lane. Amazonian, if she can play a fantastic early game, can set Johan up for a huge mid-game lead.
Yeah, and it's a very confidence-based pick, I think, because of exactly what you talk about, the ability to perfectly counterplay everything that Leona wants to do. The one concern that I have is in the early levels, because level 2 specifically is a very hard spike for any Leona that you've ever played
Oh
with,
yeah.
but also the Tristana that's paired alongside her. And the really nice thing, or the sort of mini buff that you get in this specific matchup, is that yes, Morgana can counterplay a lot of what Leona wants to do, but she can
Mhm.
do it on a much longer cooldown. It's sort of that
Yeah.
ignite into exhaust idea where every time that Leona wants to go aggressive, you're not going to have the answer. It's only 1 in 2 times, and the rest of them you need to outplay on your own, or rather as a duo.
Yeah, and that's the one thing where I think the range advantage for Tristana and the range deficiencies for Vayne are really going to be tested by Johan. That is the one thing that I think is going to be very scary. But I also, as you mentioned, I like this comp that the Evangels built, because we talked about it with Orion. I think you and I saw last week. You really need that ball delivery system to be able to get on the back line, and Ponyboy is perfect for that. You land 1 or 2 bandage tosses. The buff giving him 2 means you can maybe whiff on the first one into a Curse of the Sad Mummy, and then you immediately get the shockwave with the ball on top of you. That is huge damage. That is huge disruption. So there is a very nice team fight comp here that is drafted in case Johan struggles, in case he doesn't get to the 16-0 that he would need to be the solo carry. Oriana and Amumu can make something happen for Mid-American Christian.
Yeah, and there are very few people who feel comfortable being locked down on the other side of that, because Oriana or not, Omumu or not, either one of those alone can spell disaster for the likes of, I want to say specifically Lilia, because we've
Mhm.
got a Jarvan coming from the jungle, and that's really the tankiest member outside of perhaps a Leona on the red side. On the blue side, there's a whole lot more options. You talked about the sort of protect the Vayne composition that they have, and Tom Kench is going to be able to do a lot, not just with his Devour, but just with the sheer beefiness that that champion provides. Same thing with the Amumu, and then you've got the Morgana on top of that. It feels like they've got a lot more safety options and a lot more room for forgiveness, especially around the top side of the map.
100% agree. And I'm really curious, how they want to set up, maybe even a lane swap early on. Let's say you get a couple of great kills. Do you then maybe put your Vayne and your Leona or your Morgana in the top lane, try and pick off that Lilia, who's mainly known for her jungle movement? She's been playing the top lane quite a bit, and it's a very interesting role. But the other thing that I'm worried about, we talked about the Morgana, and you mentioned the cooldown length of Black Shield. When you get into a team fight, you're going to have to pick. Are you going to try and Black Shield the Leona? Are you going to try and Black Shield the Swirl Sleep into the sleep from the Lilia? There's going to be a lot of pressure on that Morgana to communicate perfectly with Johan. Where are you going to be? What do I need a Black Shield? Maybe we see even a QSS come out from this Vayne, because there is a lot of CC that can be thrown on top, and Black Shield can only stop one, as you mentioned. The cooldown's not short enough to be able to get multiple Black Shields off in one fight.
Exactly, and that's where a lot of this game not only is going to come down to Ponyboy in the early game and his ability to impact the bot lane, but in the mid game is actually going to be really determined not just by the Black Shield on one side, but
Mhm.
by Stoli on the other, who's playing the Ziggs in the mid lane. Against the Oriana, it should be actually a pretty Ziggs favored matchup. Ziggs can get a lot of push from very far away, and Oriana has a difficult time poking him once he gets, I want to say, half an item or so under his belt and is able to clear out waves. But in those mid-game fights, a big part of the benefit of Ziggs is that you have this AoE magic damage, quite literally bomb, that will rip a Black Shield right off of a Vayne and take away a lot of the safety that she would otherwise have into your composition. With a sleep threatening, with a Jarvan right on top of you, with a Leona that is hungry, that can be devastating, and it's up to really Stoli to determine how these sort of 15 to 20 minutes fights will play out.
We're going to hop into game number 1 here in the Emergent Scions division. Missouri Baptist looking to improve to 3-0. Mid-American Christian looking to get back to 500 at 2-2. I thought maybe we'd see an early invade here. I know that is something Morgana, if you start with your root as opposed to maybe the Black Shield, can definitely make a play for, but instead they're just going to actually protect from any invades on their end. Looks like we won't have too much funny business, but this will mean Tom Kench will probably have to either use a teleport or they're going for a late invade. Now he'll finally start back in here. Looks like everything will start pretty standard.
Being in a late invades, though, it seems like that's what Blue Skilla and Fertilance are going for up on the top side. They're thinking about taking away the blue buff, maybe laying down some late vision, but as it tops over to 1 minute 20 and they show no signs of leaving, they haven't even seen anybody around the top side. This could very easily be a 3 buff start for Blue Skilla if Flashy Flash doesn't lay down ward here.
Oh, well, look at Aura Mastery and Meepy Chilla. They're looking not maybe for an invade, but you have to be very careful. Everyone's done this. You help your jungler leash red. Very good pathing here by Johan and Amazonian. They're just going to say, we'll take the safe path. You've always had that partner, or I've done it myself. You just lazily walk through Tri-Bush, and you just get absolutely blown up. So I like the aggressive play, and you're right. Without the ward there, this is most likely going to be a 3-buff start for Blue Skilla because Amumu is not known for their very fast clears. By the time he gets over there, he's not going to be able to walk all the way back to the enemy blue, and an Amumu without a blue buff in the jungle is never a place you want to be.
No, and it's sort of the punish that they have for trying to find that early cheese, for trying to catch Spartans unprepared. But the top team in the group, it would be an unexpected error, and it's not one that's going to happen today, where Blue Skilla, finally showing towards the top side of the map, is also going to force a flash quite aptly from Flashy up in the top side. And now, with the data on the map, the blue buff has been taken, there should be some time for Ponyboy to respond, but it seems like he might be a little bit late on it.
Yeah, this is definitely on Flashy. Flashy, you trade a blue for potentially a 3-buff start, or maybe Ponyboy, realizing the lane is pushed, you talked about that level 2 power spike, might just look for a gank. No, he's instead just going to walk up to that blue buff, which we actually might have a battle. If you're Blue Skilla, you probably predict that now Ponyboy's walking over to your blue, and Amumu is not known for clear speed. They're actually maybe going to call Ascent over. We could have a battle of junglers here in just a few seconds.
Yeah, this is very quickly turned into a situation that very much favors the Spartans. They've got the push in the bot lane to rotate up. They've got Blue Skilla coming over the wall. There's the smite, and now everybody knows that the Amumu is in their jungle. This should, by all means, be a kill.
Ponyboy's going to flash right into his death. He's going to get the Shield of Daybreak right into the face. The root will land. They get a great stun into the wall, but Aura Master able to jump away. Another stun from Meep Chilla. Black Shield going to go on to Johan just a bit too late. He'll be forced to use the heal. Roll away. They'll stop the knockup from the EQ, but it's not going to matter. It's a second kill here for the Spartans, looking for one more, but Ascent comes down in time, trades it out, but he is dropping very low. Gets the shield and the distortion, but a snipe from downtown with Jarvan, looking for one more, and they get it. Stoli picks it up, a 4-for-1 in the bot lane for MBU.
That was the strangest of plays to happen there, and really well collapsed on by the Spartans. As soon as they recognize, as soon as they get that visual confirmation on Stoli, sorry, brother, not on Stoli, on Ponyboy, Stoli, everybody else collapses, and you know at that point that you're going to lose the Amumu. The danger is everything else that follows it, because there were 3 unnecessary kills given up in that fight to just find one in answer on Spartans, and I gotta hope, I gotta pray that that one kill on Ascent is everything they needed.
They got really close to pick it off Aura Master, which really goes to the credit for picking that Tristana. No other AD carry probably gets out without having to burn flash, but it was a great condemned stun from Johan. Aura Master, I think, dropped below 100 health. Then he was able to rocket jump over the wall. We get to engage in the bot lane. Zenith Blade able to get right on top of Amazonian. As soon as the Black Shield fades, she will get stunned by the Shield of Daybreak. Now it's all up to Johan in a 1v2. Another great stun. It's a double kill in the bot lane for Aura Master.
And the perfect abuse of not only the power spikes, but the item advantages that they already had. Pickaxe into boots and a dagger is absolutely horrific, and it's only going to get worse from here as Tristan is going to be able to push, going to be able to take likely a plate, turn that into a bigger snowball, and we haven't even touched the dragons yet. The first one has already spawned an ocean, no less, and it's just up to Blue Skilla as to when that one eventually gets taken, because bot lane priority is perma in the favor of the Spartans.
Yeah, I don't think the Evangels can even challenge this Dragon. Ascent doing some nice trading. Gonna have Ponyboy looking for a bandage toss over the wall. Stoli just gets out of range in time, and this should be free first Dragon whenever the Spartans want it, as you mentioned, Dia. Maybe you get a contest with a bandage toss over the wall, but I don't think another death on Amumu is worth an Ocean Dragon at the very start.
No, and the thing that sort of worries me right now is that whether or not this Dragon goes down, things are still looking pretty grim for the Evangels, as they don't have a lot of options towards that top side. We talked about the R5 that countered the Tahm Kench top. Fer.de-Lance has been doing really nicely up here, already up almost 10 CS, and while it might not be the most definitive lane advantage ever, the fact is that Tahm Kench really cannot do anything in the mid lane. We also had the chance to address out well. We might see another kill, hold on.
Black Shield,
right, we're gonna be good.
Keeps him alive. Oh, that is scary close. You've got it back here for your Johan. You can't stay for any extra CS.
thinking we were going to be good, but hey, we're taking another engagement. Johan does end up getting ignited. One auto would kill him, but there, from downtown, the double kill from Stoli, and that's exactly who I was thinking about. Was the fact that you can't punish Stoli, but Stoli, he can punish you.
Yeah, the only head scratcher there for the Spartans, I think, is Meepy Chilla wanted to take tower aggro and end up getting taken out, and now we get a very sort of risky dragon. But you look, Blue Skilla taking away Ponyboy's blue buff again, knowing those timers. This should be a free dragon for the Evangels, but there's no help for the Amumu with Stoli getting engaged on there. Flashing, unfortunately, missing the tongue lash. Looking to get a couple more to be able to eat down on that Ziggs, but here comes Blue Skilla on the back line. Does not have the Cataclysm yet, though. Shockwave does not quite go out. It is available, though, for Ascent. There it is, pulling Stoli back in, but no damage to the Jarvan because he had been swallowed up. They'll trade 1 for 1. DP Chilla now coming, looking for a Zenith Blade. There it is going to be Shield. The Daybreak combo will land as well. Stoli with no mana, though, just simply has to auto-attack.
Oh my God.
And I don't think they have enough damage to take down this Tahm Kench, but another great stun. And Stoli looking to get away, has to dodge the bandage toss, but he can't do it. A huge shutdown. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out to stop the escape, and somehow the Evangels go 3 for 1 there.
What a wild series of plays, and the only thing that I can say is Tahm Kench diff after that one, because he is so stupid tanky to be able to survive all of that by enough time for his teammates to roam all the way up from bot lane in some cases and be able to make that work. Flashy Flash really salvages that play for his team, and now kill score still might not be even, but it's looking a heck of a lot better than it was just seconds ago.
And look at all the things the Evangels get. They get that first dragon. It looks like Ponyboy is going to be able to get that first Rift Herald absolutely uncontested. Does have the smite available, so yeah, should be able to pick this one up. This is a ton of now passive gold on the map. I'm curious if they want to try and drop it in that bot lane, get some plates for Johan to get back in the game. Flashy Flash should be good at 2-0-1, though they do have quite a CS discrepancy against Fertilance, who's just been chilling AFK farming in the top lane, basically playing PvE Lilia at this point. But this is a huge win for the Evangels after a rough start. A great show of resiliency in this sort of late early game laning phase.
And the fact that they even go for those objectives as well, that we talked about, they should have no right to. Quite early on, after the Tristana got a few kills, after the Lilia was doing just fine, this was supposed to be a game that the Spartans would lock the Evangels out of. But at this point, it's sort of come back to the point where it's once again anybody's double objective actually going to the Evangels after Spartans didn't find their fights. Sort of, I want to say 2 or 3 plays in a row there, one towards the bottom lane and another up towards the mid lane, and though the gold is still in their advantage to the tune of about 3,000, the fact that they haven't been able to turn it into objectives is a worrying trend, especially if it continues later into the game, and we'll have to keep our eye on that as we've still got a while left until another one ends up surfacing, but fights are more than likely to break out before then, so we're going to get our chance to test the levels.
With Sent and Stoli having a little bit of a battle. Blue Skilla, though, going to walk down to the bot lane. Looks like something's going on there. There's a ton of members down in the Tribe Rush. As we get the Ziggs ult from downtown, it does pick up Amazonian. Johan incredibly low as well. Does not have the flash or heal, but looks to be able to get out alive. Looks like they kind of maybe got caught trying to clear some vision. Did not quite see it, but Stoli got a great snipe with that bomb to move to 4-1.
Super, super nice stuff. And again, Stoli is able to do this on repeat, really on cooldown with the bomb, assist his team, make sure that everything is going down just fine, as a Rift Herald is going to be, I suppose, the best choice. Ascent is in a little bit of danger, though. One more Q would do him in, and there it is before the Shockwave even goes off. So Stoli, very confident and competent on this Ziggs, and it is proving very much worth a pickup for the Spartans.
I don't know what happened there. I think what Ascent was trying to get in range for those plate breaks on with the Rift Herald and just kind of walked into their death. I don't know. Maybe could have had Ponyboy here to help them escort the Herald and just throwing it down. They had plenty of time, but probably just a slight miscommunication, as you said, Stoli, though, on this Ziggs. We've got a lot of, well, at least as someone who, has played League since the beginning, conventional lane choices, but a mid Ziggs and a jungle Amumu isn't something we've seen for years here. As Flashy Flash looking to engage onto Fertilance, though, is going to swallow him up, but here comes Jarvan Blue Skilla with the great EQ combo. Ponyboy looking for a Curse of the Sad Money off the bandage shot. The Shockwave picks up one, a great teleport from Ascent. That's a great trade, punishing Fertilance, but we're not done yet as Meepy Chilla probably looking for an engage here, does have the solar flare, is going to find themselves facing off against the set. I think it's best off that the Spartans just run away. Right now, they're taking a ton of damage. Blue Skilla going to go back to his tower. Is this a tower dive from the Evangelist? It looks to be that way, and Jarvan is not long for this world.
Small overextensions, once again, from the Spartans are giving the Evangels ways back into the game. They're not playing with the adequate respect, especially around Ascent, who we know didn't expend that cooldown earlier. The nice thing is that Stooley is definitely holding his own. In this case, 1v2. You saw that ult go down for the Vayne, and right now, it does not look like he has a care in the world. This is likely going to be the first tower. Ziggs in a side lane, 2v1 is still going to be able to do God's work.
Meanwhile, his lane opponent Ascent trying to make things happen. Ponyboy with the flash. The chilling smite just needs one more hit. Able to get it there, and Ponyboy picks up one. So a 2-for-1 across the map for the Evangels, and they are sticking tough. But as you mentioned, first turret will go down. Another plate will be handed over to Fer.Lance. There is a huge plate discrepancy in this game, and that's why the gold lead's almost 5,000. You see only 2 plates total taken down by the Evangels. Meanwhile, the Spartans sitting on almost 10.
Yeah, it's about to be 2 turrets, realistically. If you can move Stoly up towards the top lane, they've almost got that teleport all the way back up to be able to rotate into the mid lane once they feel comfortable. But right now, it's arguably the safest place, despite what just went down, for Aura Master to be. Even if the Tristana did die moments ago, the fact is that mid is a much shorter lane where you can dodge a lot of tanks as well. Looking towards this dragon, seems like we're not looking at dodging anything.
Cataclysm comes out. A great job by the Spartans. They burned down Ponyboy, allowed the smite to come off, cool down. I was wondering if Blue Skilla was going to be able to have it, and that is a free dragon. And then we talked about this. We thought that the first couple objectives didn't belong to the Evangels. They had some great map rotations to open that up. That one felt like a little bit more of a forced dragon, though, and we get an Infernal Soul, which could make a huge difference for the rest of this game. So the Evangels have to play those objectives a little smarter, but a huge shockwave from Ascent. Unfortunately, problem with Orianna, once you burn all your cooldowns, you're kind of stuck waiting, and you have 2 members at 50%, you can't punish them.
Good thing Flashy Flash is around as well, because he's actually going to force those resets from Aura Master and Meepy The 2 mid laners actually playing really big heroes so far. Just Ascent, not nearly as big just yet. I want to see that face-off, the hero story, once we get into these team fights, because the damage that Stoly is going to be able to lay out can only be countered by one massive shockwave, and that's the dream here, is looking back towards the more standard lane assignments. Fer.Lance is still very much coming out on top. This tower is likely to fall soon. We've got to start looking towards second Rift Herald as well, where the Spartans were unable to pick up the very first one that came down. Now, with the ability to maybe crack mid-tower, I think it's a much more worthwhile objective for them. But weirdly enough, not one they've set vision up around.
Now, we did not see it, but you talked about you wanted to see the mid lane brawl. Ascent did pick up a kill onto Stoly. Did have an assist from Amazonian, so I would assume that was started with a nice root combo. Meanwhile, Ponyboy is caught, though, just barely dodges the seed, and that is huge. With the Lullaby available, Fer.Lance trying to get in range. Curse of the Sad Mummy does a huge amount of damage. They get Blue Skilla knocked up in the air.
Drowsy.
Sleep's going to come out, though, and that is huge. It's a 1-for-1. Flashy Flash trying to run away. Fer.Lance going to pick up a ton of those healing orbs. They're going back and forth, but here comes the rest of the squad. They don't need them, though. Fer.Lance, that 133 CS, and all that tower plating coming in huge. They win that top lane battle.
The flash tongue lash, the confidence play from Flashy Flash on the Tom Kench goes horribly wrong, but I have to respect that he went for it, because if he hits that, he picks up Fer.Lance, and the fight goes absolutely sideways for the Spartans. As it is, they are going to be the ones to pick up this Rift Herald. They're likely going to grab the top lane tower as well. Turn this into a little more something and start to expand that gold lead even further, as the 5,000 gold you mentioned earlier has now turned into 7,000. And despite the fact that these fights are looking 50-50, I can't name a single member on their team that is behind.
The Evangels has just got to keep playing around Ascent. He has had a fantastic start. Now, Blue Skilla going to actually go over the wall. Looks like he's going to get caught out. The Condemned just barely missed. Cataclysm will come down. It's Amazonian, the first one to fall. Johan trying to kite away, but Blue Skilla is not going to let that happen. It's a great knock up there. Able to take them out. Blast Cone's right into the fight. Aura Mastery take it down. But Stoly is here for the rest of the team. Meepy barely staying alive on that Leona, and Flashy have the health, but I don't think you have the damage. Gonna get knocked away from the tower. Blue Skilla's got to be careful. It's a quad kill for Stoly on that Ziggs. 11-2. and now the Spartans in complete command.
So close to being a pentakill for Stoli, and that speaks volumes. Even though Aura ends up going down, Fer.Lance isn't even there, and Blue Skill is such an effective front line alongside Meepychilla that it's going to turn into yet another tower. The inhibitor likely going to stay up for now, as the charge not going to go off just there. Johan still itching to fight. With everybody having a lot of gold to spend on the side of the Spartans, they're going to be able to back off for now. I want to say, next Dragon's up in about a minute, but at the same time as it bears recognizing, I don't know if Evangels are actually going to have the chance to do anything about it.
Just look at the amount of damage Stoli is doing by himself. Level 12, highest in the game. 11, 2, and 3 on that Ziggs. 154 CS as well. Absolutely playing perfectly, and I think you're right. I don't know how the Evangels can even contest this Dragon. Ponyboy has the flash up. You're probably looking at maybe a bandage toss over the wall, Curse of the Sad Mummy, and you just go smite battle against Blue Skilla, and you can flash to safety. Because I would think if you lose this Dragon, especially with an exposed inhibitor, this could easily be game for the Spartans if the Evangels carelessly throw themselves at the Dragon. And I think and I expect them to allow Ponyboy for a steal and everyone else just farm. This Vayne has got to get going for Johan if the Evangels want to get back in there.
Ponyboy's on the opposite side of the map, though, and I think recognizing that they can't take the Dragon, this isn't a move that I entirely dislike. To try and punish this Lilia, although it seems like Fer.Lance will be able to escape, having expended his own flash. We'll see how that one ends up going down, as Ponyboy actually is the one that falls, so double losses expected to be incurred on the not only top side, but bot side as well, as fortunately Flashy Flash ends up cleaning one back up.
A nice one-for-one trade, but that basically guarantees this third Dragon of the game is going to be handed to the Spartans. Nothing you can really contest here. Not only was Stoli chilling down there, but without a smite, Blue Skilla should be able to pick this one up rather easily. And now you look, you've got Baron in a minute and a half. That could be what the Spartans want to maybe end this game. I think if you're the Evangels, you've got to get away from fighting, because even though a lot of these fights have gone 50-50 and being down 9k gold, that's not the case. You cannot afford a pick here. Johan, just casually farming, does not know what awaits him in the brush. He's going to try and roll away. Will dodge the EQ combo, but a rocket jump will annihilate him, and that is a great pick for the Spartan.
Oh my god, the damage there was inhumane, and now the inhibitor likely to go down, especially because so many members are being committed down towards Stoli, who is playing with unrivaled confidence there, and not only that, command of his positioning as well. Not going to be collapsed on. Full vision now given over to every member of the Evangels. And the inhibitor actually surprisingly stands off the back of that pick. And my curiosity does end up lying with where the Spartans, how they're planning to play the game right now. Because looking for picks, well, it looks flashy, isn't going to straight up win them the game.
Stoli with the insane 1v1 against Ascent. With that member take it out, Flashy Flash, basically the last bastion here for the Evangel. I will say the Spartans playing a bit cautious, especially knowing you're going against the Vayne, who looks to be maybe the emphasis of the Evangels comp. I'd like to see the Spartans kind of push their advantage. Baron's up in 15 seconds. Maybe you just force a Baron fight, and that's how you win the game. But they're giving chances for the Evangels to get back in it. Unfortunately, the Evangels just can't quite take advantage. But the Spartans need to end this game probably in the next 10 minutes or so, or Johan can definitely get to a point where he's a lot scarier than he is right now.
Nice ping gets thrown down on the map, though. Baron going to be the focus, and definitely the academic one for the Spartans, is whether they like it or not, a Baron is likely going to end the game. Enough minions being buffed up, especially in the mid lane, would start to spell a slow disaster, as I don't want to pick anybody on the side of the Evangels that can 1v1 their late opponent. We talked about the Lily being up 10 CS earlier. That has exploded massively in the favor of Fer.Lance, and to even see this team fight go down would be a work of God. We'll see if that ends up happening, though, as Vision gets cleared out by the Spartans, and they're going to start this one up, I expect, as soon as they see the Vayne as bot lane.
You see the ping come out bot lane from the Spartans. That means it is go time here. You're an Evangels fan, you're probably looking for the Hail Mary, the Curse of the Sad Mummy into a 5-man shockwave. You've got Baron help you DPS them down, but they're just actually going to hand this one over. They don't have any vision. A lot of it got cleared. That is a free Baron for the side of the Spartans, and this should be enough for them to put pedal to the metal and end this game, as Flashy Flash just barely able to get away. But for how long is the question? Ascent, maybe Eye and a Shockwave just going to retreat, but how long can they hold the defensive line?
Ascent really does a lot of damage, and every time you bring up that one prayer that they're living on, I can't help but imagine that it certainly will be an amazing team fight if they manage to pull it off, because this Orianna has been the rock of the Evangels, and if she can pull off just the one perfect play, it'll be absolutely amazing stuff as we see, once again, Red take control of the blue side jungle, play things patiently, try and actually use their Ziggs as a side laner to make sure that every tower across the rift falls at the same time.
Yeah, interesting that the Spartans are going for the complete domination victory. I would have liked to see maybe a 1-3-1 here. At least you're more spread out, because with the anytime you have members grouped up, you open yourself up to that combo that we've talked about. But as you mentioned, right now, Stoli just going to simply push, and Ziggs, known for his tower destruction prowess, plows through the tier 2 bot lane turret, has eyes on the inhibitor turret in the bot lane. Meanwhile, this top tier 2 tower will just be sieged down by the Spartans. And it looks like the Evangels just running out of real estate, but a huge shockwave onto Stoli gets him to 25%. Trying to jump to safety, will flash away from the binding. Blast cone away! And Stoli will somehow survive. And meanwhile, the top inhibitor tower has been destroyed. The top inhibitor should go down as well. That is a worthwhile trade. Blue Skilla got a Cataclysm right on top of Johan, gets the black shield and forced to flash away. The Spartans will just simply reset, taking that bounty of turrets. Maybe not here. Teleport coming out from Stoli. Can't get into the fight in time. Blue Skilla looking to burn down Johan. He's the first to fall. Flashy Flash on the backline. Has a ton of health, but not much more. It's a double kill for Aura Mastery. You almost saw Penta earlier. Could Aura Mastery pick this one up? But a huge damage there from Ascent. Maybe enough to turn it around. Never mind. Stoli has other ideas. Amazonian will fall. It is a triple kill, and Aura Master Company will take the Nexus Towers. It's all up to Ascent. I don't know if he can 1v4. He's looking for some big damage here. He is going to get focused down. Flashback to the Nexus, but unfortunately, his Nexus will fall. MBU will pick up game 1.
That is such tragic stuff, especially because Ascent had some really, really nice plays there, but you could tell the rest of the map was just not set up to handle it, and very rightly so. The Spartans walk away with the victory in game 1. Yes, there were some mistakes that they had here and there, but it was more about things that they did where they could have won more rather than anything they did that directly lost them the game. I want to see, though, if Evangels can clap back, because we definitely did have an inkling of the fact that Spartans might like to fight a little more than is good for them.
100% agree. I think the Evangels came in with a perfect gameplay. They wanted to fight. They wanted a draft lanes they thought could counter, and they took very calculated risk early on, picking up a Dragon and a Rift Herald that you and I both were in agreement they had no right to get. I thought Ponyboy played that so well. Everything started to fall apart when they then tried to do that at the second Dragon. So if they take calculated risk and they say, hey, we can get this Dragon. Hey, maybe we need to back off on this one. They have a game plan for the Evangels. But I think you're right. It's going to be very interesting to see. And as we reset, I know usually in League of Legends when a team loses, it's always like, oh, they're going to pick blue side right away. Is there any debate for you, Dia, that maybe the Evangels go to red side since they didn't get blue side done, or do they stick on blue side as that's usually the default side?
I want them to stick on blue side because I feel like at the point that they are, we talked about the sort of game plan for Evangels. At the point that they are, I feel like being able to pick objectively stronger champions is going to do them a lot more favors than counter picking, where they could easily counter pick, but then ultimately end up losing in small skirmishes anyway. I'd rather them have champions that are objectively just higher on the tier list right now to see if they can take that ease of execution, the already sort of advantage that you come into the draft with, and use that and sort of close out the game in their own way. We'll find out what ends up going down.
We will indeed find out. We're going to toss it to a short break. When we come back, it will be game number 2 in the Emerging Scions division. Can Missouri Baptist move to 3-0? Can the Evangels of Mid-American Christian get us to a game 3? It's all coming up after this.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable essay. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Welcome back into the NECC League of Legends week number 4. Fish and Dia here calling all of the action. We're about to jump into game number 2 between Missouri Baptist and Mid-American Christian. We saw the Spartans with a very fight-heavy game plan in game number 1, D, and that paid off perfectly for them. But the Evangels, who on paper, maybe coming into the underdog, I thought had a very good early game plan, took some calculated risks. It just backfired as they got later and later on. And I think all eyes are especially, Dia, going to be on that mid lane in the draft, because Stoli on that Ziggs was insane. 13, 2, and 4 in game number 1.
And one cannot simply discount the other side of it either, because Stoli was going massive, but so was Ascent. And this time he's got a spicy little pick to show all you viewers back at home. On the other side of this, I don't think things are going to get any less exciting. And arguably, I would say that we can focus even more on the mid lane this game, because it doesn't feel as much like a side lane win condition. Even though we've still got strong bot lanes on both sides, it's going to be more of an enchanter meta, and much more geared towards the team fight that, while I may initially think favors the Spartans, I actually want to say makes me feel more comfortable for the Evangels, because yes, while Spartans like to fight, Evangels were actually going pretty even with them in a lot of those small skirmishes.
My favorite part of the Evangels draft is the pick you're going to see right here for Flashy Flash, because he was phenomenal on that Tom Kench. But Tom Kench is a tank who does, maybe some people say, a little bit too much damage. I love the Kennen pick, because not only does it take agency away from Johan and Ascent, but it gives arguably maybe your MVP from last game a character that can do a ton of damage, has still a ton of CC with that Slicing Maelstrom and the passive. So I do really like Kennen being picked up here for the Evangels.
It makes fights a lot faster as well, and I mean that both ways. It's a double-edged sword when you get Kennen into the mix, because you are missing the tank from the top lane. You're still holding on to the one you have in the jungle, as we will see the Amumu locked in now, but there's, on the whole, a lot less sustain. There's a lot less forgiveness on your team, and Flashy Flash, when he does end up committing to fights, needs to be the one to finish them much more quickly. On the other side of this draft, I find myself wondering, I definitely thought this was a Mordekaiser top. Do you think that there's any chance of being bamboozled here?
I'm going to go with maybe Fertilance just forgot that since the pro draft is done, they're supposed to go in order. I'm going to assume they're going to swap to you. I don't think we're being bamboozled. I thought maybe the play would be like Kiana jungle, Mordekaiser mid, if they are truly going to throw the Jarvan in the top lane. But I'm assuming we'll just get a trade between Fertilance and Blue Skilla, and everything will look as it should, at least. But who knows? I mean, we've seen, champions being played in roles they haven't been played in since 2013 with the Amumu. We also get an Annie on the Rift, so who knows what the Spartans are going to do.
Yeah, this is a very all up in the air thing, and even off the last game, it would difficult to predict what they would go for. I think the nice thing about this draft is that it's a lot easier for them to control objectives, especially with the Caitlyn, who has a lot more agency over setting up areas to control on her own, but also with the Mordekaiser, who's able to, at the same time, deny whole zones inside of team fights. There's a lot of not just sustain, but ability to make spaces not safe for the Evangels to continue fighting on. And that's where their burst really needs to come in handy. You see that Soraka? We all know Soraka has to die. Lay a Kennen, lay an Annie, lay an Amumu on top of it, no matter what it may be. Mipichilla's positioning is going to be tested in this game in a way that it was not before.
Now, speaking of positioning, I find myself almost debating internally, so I'm going to have to ask you, Dia, for Mordekaiser, it looks like maybe you were correct. Maybe we were a little bit bamboozled. I mean, Blue Skilla doesn't seem like he's going to trade. Who is his target for the ult when it comes online? Because, I mean, you take a look, maybe you take out the Amumu to deny the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but that's going to be very hard to predict. The Kennen can still do a lot of damage and potentially solo you in that Shadow Realm. So, I mean, who do you want to see Blue Skilla go after when he looks to ult in team fights?
I think that you touched on it right there. The Kennen is the ideal takeaway here. It's got to be that, or in a weird way, the Morgana. And I'll give you two different answers for that. If he's not that confident in his ability to 1v1 Kennen, Morgana is by far the safer choice, because she's not going to kill you. And by taking her away, you take away a lot of utility that the team has. But the Kennen on the whole, I like a lot more, because of the fact that he can impact literally all 5 members of your team with his ultimate, and that positioning can be instantly denied by teleporting him into the Death Realm. Even things up quite a bit, and you get a nice chunk of stats when you end up taking him into the Death Realm as well. So that would be my ideal target. I will settle for a Morgana in some cases.
I think you're totally right. That was the two where I'm like, it's Kennen. Maybe you do Kennen, and if Flashy Flash kills you, because we have seen Flashy Flash put on a demonstration of skill, then maybe I agree with you, you do go to the Morgana. And I think the Evangels, despite losing that game, and even though towards the end it could get stompy, they had some good plays that you and I were talking about during the break. I like that they put people on champions that worked well. I thought the Amumu worked great. They put it back on Ponyboy. I thought the Morgana at times had flashes of brilliance. They put that back on Amazonian. They changed up the top lane, put some more agency on Flashy Flash. I think getting rid of the Vayne for a Jhin, not a huge fan of because of still the 4 attack usage, and you're going to have to reload and lack damage. But I like that they said, hey, you played really well. Let's keep you on a champion that you're comfortable on, but let's change up some other things and allow Flashy Flash to pop off. Maybe give Johan a little bit more escapability with those swiftness and not have to be as close range on the Jhin.
Yeah, there is one change that I feel like could be really risky, and it's the Ascent swap into the Annie. I think Ascent, you could see this mentally last game, struggled with not being able to close out kills on their own, doing an immense amount of damage, but even when they found the right play, was really just an Orianna. And you talked about Orianna being very cooldown dependent and specifically very shockwave dependent. Well, Annie feels that way as well at times, really needing her bear. Annie is also going to have a lot easier of a time just finishing kills on her own and maybe, in a way, getting snowballed a lot faster. I think that it's a confidence vote for Ascent, saying, if I can just get those kills, I can carry, even though I don't have the team fight utility. But it makes me nervous because team fights are the one answer that I really see for the Evangels to be able to come back against the Spartans in this one-game deficit.
The one thing I do like about the Eddie, though I think you're totally right, is looking at Ascent. It is a Katarina one trick. Far and away. I mean, we're talking like 600 games played, less than 30 on anything else. Annie sort of fits that style of you're relying on the ult. You want to get just a one-person pick and then kind of retreat and reset. So I think that does lean into maybe his Katarina play style, where he's going to say, look, I want to get a pick onto Stoli, who's on that Kiana, going to be in melee range a bit more. Then I can reset, see where I can help my team. I'll have Tibbers doing some passive damage. But I think you're totally right. I would not be shocked if I think I could maybe count on my hands 4 or 5 times in game 1 where Ascent would get a shockwave and be at 2 members looking at him with 25% and he's trying to auto attack. I think you're right, Dia. We're going to have Tibbers is out. He's trying to help, but it's 2 members at 25% and Ascent's probably slamming his Q key, just waiting for that fireball to come off cooldown.
Yeah, that's going to be the really big thing to watch, I think, is how this mid lane gets snowballing. The Kiana on the other side of this is also not a pick, anything like the Ziggs, where you want to sit back and play your lane, impact other lanes in the nice way that we had Stoli doing just last game. I think applause for the way that he was able to do that, but Kiana requires a totally different skill set and one that is a lot more aggressive, especially in the face of the Annie. I almost expect there to be a lot more attention paid by Blue Skilla into the mid lane, if only to get this Kiana off the ground. Because cast your mind back, and we didn't really see that much attention paid by Ponyboy, or rather that many ganks that ended up going off. Whereas Blue Skilla was the one that was very often initiating fights, whether they be in their favor or no. And in the mid lane, that could end up swinging the tides to the point that Annie starts to get pushed out of the game.
There is one thing I do want to talk about with Blue Skilla, assuming, as you said, we kind of left the draft thinking, hey, it looks like Blue Skilla is going to be on that Mordekaiser, and it looks like it is going to be a Mordekaiser jungle. But Mordekaiser in the top lane, we talked about who do you put to the death row. Oh, it's easy. You pick the enemy jungler, and you can automatically win a smite battle. Now you have jungle Mordekaiser. He loses that advantage because, sure, you can take Ponyboy, but now neither team has a smite. So I think this is a very interesting pick. It is, in fact, going to be that Mordekaiser jungle. And we also get the summon Aerie on the Jarvan 4. I'm very curious, but first we get a gank a huge root onto Aura Master. That's exactly what the Evangels needed. It's first blood onto Johan. Everyone picks up an assist, and that is a great game plan for game number 2.
I love that they didn't find the kill in game 1, so they take it the step further. Such a cheeky thing to get away with, and such an important lane to have the kill go down in as well. Caitlyn Soraka is a difficult lane to weather the storm of, but now with an extra longsword and the boots, there's actually a chance that Morgana Jhin is able to find a pick pretty early on, or at the very least, stay even in the push and not get absolutely dominated by what can otherwise be a really scary lane. Look towards the top side, though. I think we're getting actually the exact same play.
Yeah, they are going to invade once again. This time, though, Flashy Flash did drop down a ward, so he is going to know that they are there. He'll get a little bit of poke, but I don't think he's going to try and steal this blue buff away. But now Ponyboy should be able to, he did pick up the blue buff last time. We will probably get just standard vertical jungling because unlike last time where it didn't show till a gank, now they immediately know, okay, Blue Skilla has stolen your blue Amumu. You're going to head up top lane. And I'm curious, that top blue is warded. Will Stoli and maybe Oremaster and Meepy Chilla rotate up and stop Amumu? That is something that could immediately throw the Evangels early start right out the window.
Really could. We'll keep our eyes on whether that ends up happening, as right now, at least, Ponyboy's clear has yet to be impacted. We know that they're going to adapt as they tried to last game. Nice flash in the bot lane. That's exactly what we were talking about, by the way. With the Morgana starting Q and the Jhin having an extra longsword, you have to flash those.
You have to take advantage of your great start if you're the Evangels. And again, this is a great start for them. They just need to take the mid game a bit slower. That's where things went south. But you can see the pressure this Morgana, this Soraka Caitlyn lane has. They almost already get that first plate taken care of, just shoving the wave right in the face. And that makes it even harder as you saw the minions there spread out. Amazonian has to get very creative with how she wants to throw out her dark bindings, and that's going to make it even harder and harder for you to get engaged. You want one onto Meepy Chilla with the flash down as we get a nice little stun in the mid lane. Nice root in the bot lane into a follow-up there, but unfortunately they can't get enough damage. And Flashy Flash getting bullied by this Charmin 4 in the top lane.
Yeah, this is the lane that actually really interests me, sort of counterintuitively. The fact that we've gotten so much focus from Fer.de-Lance onto Flash is surprising, especially because I thought this was going to be sort of a nothing matchup. Yes, Jarvan can be scary, but Kennen should be equally or more so. On the other side of this, rather, it seems like Fer.de-Lance, be it because of that area or no, is really stomping this lane and might actually be able to get the complete shove right here into a great reset timing that Flashy Flash simply cannot answer.
The only downside for Fer.de-Lance, as you see as they do back with a great shove, is their mana is spent right now. So they push Flashy Flash, but that mana versus energy debate might in the end eventually favor Flashy Flash. As we end up getting a double blue buff start for Blue Skilla. Ponyboy never ended up challenging it. Hasn't quite picked up the third buff for Blue Skills. We get a push under tower. Potentially, that Mordekaiser looking for a play, but without red buff and without level 6, ganking is going to be very difficult for Blue Skills, so he will simply scare Ascent away and just walk over towards his red.
That buys a little bit of time, I suppose, for Stoli to try and reset, as he will end up doing that. Yo, in the bot lane, though, nicely played. We'll end up getting Johan a kill. That was not how that lane was supposed to go at all, but Meepy Chilla's positioning, we said, was the focus of this game, and for how low he got, he stepped a little too far forward.
Yeah, it was a great usage of that force shot by Johan, knowing it does that extra damage. He eventually lands the root. He did expend the flash to go forward, so he is maybe susceptible to a gank as a second root attempt will miss onto Oremaster. But you're right, this is not how we expected this lane to go. But this is the lane they drafted around in game 1. They wanted Johan to be the flavor. Is a huge root's going to land onto Oremaster. The question is, can they get away? They're just barely able to 90 caliber net into Meepy Chilla's range to get that heal up.
Big mistake, though, from Oremaster there, and it's entirely their fault that they end up getting chunked out that way. Standing still to channel the Piltover Peacemaker cost them big, and hey, top lane, it seems like Flashy Flash might be punished as well. There's a whole jungler in your lane, but Blue Skilla can't seem to get on top of this cannon. Finally, Flashes does not land at the pole, though, and Fer.de-Lance goes down to the minions.
The minions helping out there. Meanwhile, we go bot lane. Amazonian has no mana. Here comes Ponyboy trying to run in, looking for a bandage toss. There's a minion blocking. First one misses, has a second charge. Meepy Chilla's positioning is going to get him caught and killed once again. Johan gets that force shot and be able to combo it with a nice root. Can Amazonian find a dark binding? It goes out, but the minions will block this time. And Stoli looking for blood. He's 0-0, wants to pad those stats. Can he get in range? Gonna flash forward, lands a nice root onto Ponyboy. One is down. Amazonian has no mana. Neither does Ponyboy. The only thing that can save them is the tower. An excellent flash, but a huge snipe. And Stoli walks away with the double kill, but we're not done yet. Tibbers is in tow. I don't think a sense. Maybe? Okay, I think we should be safe.
About it right now. They know they can see Oremaster on their screen, and whoo lordy, thank God the 90 caliber net was right off cooldown as well. Stoli still making an impact map wide, manages to this time salvage the play for his team, put the first 2 kills on the board, but there's nobody that I would rather have them fish.
100% agree. The way Stoli's been playing, that you would almost have rather given them over to Aura Mastery and not let Stoli come down. I'm curious if he can make a play in that mid lane, because so far you can see anytime we go there, Ascent is just shoving with that range advantage, forcing out the camouflage from Stoli. We are going to get a first dragon. It is once again an Ocean Dragon here, and this time Blue Skilla will hop on top of it. But it looks like the rotations, you can see the pings coming out as well. It's a scary spot to be. Blue Skilla's going to have to just run away. He's going to get rooted up there. Ponyboy going to land a great bandage toss. They're going to get a huge elimination. Dragon leash for free. The TY's in all chat, I'm sure.
Level 6.
And a great dragon.
Level 6 for Stoli. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was so tense, actually. Amazonian just eats a Q on the way out, and that's not the worst thing in the world, but... Ooh, lordy, that dragon call, it's looking a lot like the nameplates are flipped, because that looks like Evangel's second dragon just last game, but instead it's Blue Skilla, who without that level 6 doesn't have the safety that I think you expect on the Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser jungle, a very interesting pick. Not something you and I expected after seeing the pro draft. This top lane has been very interesting, but a great stun here by Flashy Flash is just going to force Fer-de-Lance away. And Fer-de-Lance's mana has been a big issue. I'm surprised he didn't get a corrupting potion. There's the slicing maelstrom. Not going to be able to do anything. And Flashy Flash on this cannon picks up the second one in the top lane.
This is the problem with after that first reset, and it's exactly why Fer-de-Lance tried to back so early on. Ooh, you're getting nervous about the mid lane there as Ascent gets a little low, but so does Stoli. We'll keep our eyes out there. Continuing on that point, though, after the first reset, Flashy Flash's not only HP pool, but additional burst increases to the point where this Jarvan with Aerie really doesn't matter anymore. Aerie does not scale super well into the later portions of the game.
Ascent gonna get caught out here. Blue Skilla does not have the ult. Nice stun is going to land and just allow Ascent to walk away. Rich Stoli looking to get in range. Everything misses by a hair. Ascent does have the Tibbers. This is not a fight you want to take.
No, that was tragic, actually, that the ult didn't connect there. But it's exactly what you're hoping for if you are Evangels. As a nice flash under the tower might actually get this kill back. Stoli ends up falling.
I thought the tower would help out. Now Ascent might be caught. Maybe Chilla's gonna flash. He didn't let Mordekaiser get in range. The shutdown is great, but how much does it really matter on the Soraka, especially costing you flash and ignite? Interesting play.
Yeah, you know what? It's an Ignite Soraka anyway. I guess I'll let it happen. It is going to end up costing them the blue buff, though, as you know that Soraka has to reset. You know that Aura Master is alone, and once again, I think Evangels are playing with really nice smarts when it comes to what is theirs on the map. There's not actually enough members to challenge the blue buff take, so they're going to use their tempo to take that. While on the top side, the Spartans are doing their own jobs as well, this time getting away with the first Rift Herald, so not letting all of the objectives be taken away from them this time.
They're going top lane. I don't like this. I would love to have given that Rift Herald to Stoli just to build his gold lead, but I do understand diversifying your investments potentially, as we do get a couple of trades across the map. You can see the damage Ascent is putting in. Really fighting all over the place. Looking to see who the first one to pull the trigger is going to be, and it looks like it potentially could be in the top lane. Blue Skilla looking to get in range. Has the Death Realm available, but Flashy Flash is playing this perfectly.
Yeah, Blue Skilla is really missing the Jarvan right now. I think he wishes Fer-de-Lance had traded it back to him, because the lack of gap closer is really something that seems like he is not comfortable working without. Bot lane, though, getting a little bit more comfortable. Oh, that root!
Double root. Aura Master taking quite a bit of damage, but they're going to switch targets. Meepy Chilla is the focus for Johan. 4 shots going to land. Soraka ult is used now. Johan reloads, but doesn't have enough health. Flash and heal! But Aura Master will challenge. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Stoli is going to get caught out. Bandage toss into Curse of the Sad Mummy. Amazonian has got to be careful. Ult is used. Aura Master gets a heal. A huge root does land. Tormented Soil and the Ignite will go out onto Meepy Chilla. Can they stay alive? They cannot. Last tick gets the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane.
I swear, we are just getting the weirdest things. Blue Skill is still up top here, and Slicing Maelstrom's back off cooldown. This is going to be devastating there as the the Death Realm ends up going down. Blue Skill should be able to collect this kill now.
Flashy Flash going to try and flash away, but a great snipe by Fer-de-Lance there. Here comes the Rift Herald. Shelly should be able to pick up quite a few plates, but meanwhile, Ascent will get one in the mid lane. We're getting fighting all over the map, and unlike Game 1, Dio, where that favored the Spartans, it's the Evangels winning most of these trades.
That's it. It's exactly the thing that I liked about their adaptation in this game, is that at the very least, there's a lot more autonomy, especially in the solo lanes. I still have my doubts about Ascent on the Annie, specifically in the later stages of the game, but for right now, pre-15 minutes, it's their dream.
Tibbers going to force a flash away from Stoli, but Meepy Chilla is behind. We get another fight as Flashy Flash teleported in to save the tower. Almost takes down Fertilance. We're going to get a huge fight here. Johan going to get stunned up by Stoli's ult. Gets a root, but Meepy Chilla picks up one. Able to get the heal onto the Kiana running away. Tibbers is very angry right now. The curtain call will come out. Can Stoli dodge? 3. Here's the 4th shot.
Oh!
It nearly does. And the Tormented Soul combo will take them down. Stoli will live, but again, it's a 1-for-1 trade that favors the Evangel.
And the fact that Stoli doesn't get the kill there is actually super important, as he's not only losing the kill, but he's losing tower plating as well. The one sort of redeeming quality here is that Aura Master is at least able to pick up a few plates on the Caitlyn, who is, I'll say, up 30 CS. So in a weird way, though it isn't the focus of the game, or I didn't expect it to be, Caitlyn is now the bastion of the Spartans, and they got to look to Aura Master, especially in the early game fights. Once that first mythic pick gets picked up and Caitlyn spikes really hard, that's when Aura Master really has to shine.
Fertilance is taking a lot of these fights. He's now 2 levels down on Flashy Flash. Feels like he just needs to farm, not get caught out by that slicing Maelstrom or the passive from Kenna. But I think you're right. And Aura Master at the end of the game was the one who was cleaning up kills on that Tristan. It was so far ahead, had the help from Stoli. But you're right, they have got to play around this Caitlyn. The scoreline's not great, but you said it. Almost 30 CS. It is a huge lead. Despite all that fighting that's going on, has also picked up 2 plates. They might both be solo plates as well. There is quite a bit of gold on that Caitlyn. And the gold lead is only 700 for the Evangels, despite all of their team fight wins, because of that CS gap, especially in the bot lane.
And I'm wondering if they're going to be able to take down the first tower off of this as well. It seems like something that can be punished, especially with the Annie, but Ascent has been the rock in the mid lane and not a whole lot elsewhere. Aura Master going to continue clearing out these waves. Keep your eyes on Ponyboy to try and address this problem as well, because if nobody's touching the Caitlyn, it is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. Almost the most gold in the game right now as you draw your attention to the bottom end of your screens, and very quickly going to end up passing that and actually under 100 gold.
A great job by Meepy Chilla. Walked away, gave the 4th solo plate over to that Caitlyn. That is why she has such a huge gold lead. It is right now Ascent versus Aura Mastery. This game is we're going to get a huge fight, or at least an attempt in the bot lane. Ponyboy looking for something. The root from Jin will miss. Ponyboy will just clear out some wards. They wanted to punish that first turret attempt from the Spartans. It looks like everyone will just simply reset and maybe wait for either a dragon or another push here from this bot lane. Meanwhile, Fertilance going to go in, but still down a level. That is a risky play, teleporting in to a Kennen.
Fertilance plays with the confidence of somebody who's being camped by their jungler, but is not being camped by their jungler, which is a worrying trend, especially because the teleport just came out, and already he's down half health and has to hide out under his turret with the jungler nowhere near him, with Blue Skilla involved completely elsewhere, potentially going to be involved in a fight of his own. This could get risky, especially if he eats the timbers over the wall. God, I am so tense right now, especially with that Annie walking around with the flash up. Anything is possible.
First turret does go over to Aura Master, so that gold lead will be removed. The Spartan's just barely ahead, and that Caitlyn has a lot of agency. Now we talk about level discrepancy. How about 2 levels for Aura Mastery? Amazonia forced to flash just out of range of Stoli's ult. Gonna get caught on the very tip. Heal does come out. Black Shield as well, but Stoli gets the snipe. And a great rotation down, but here's a set! Lands, misses the 2-man Tibbers by an inch. Burns down Meepy Chilla, but I think missing that Tibbers damage on Stoli is going to cost him in a huge way. Meanwhile, we get fighting all over the map. A double slicing Maelstrom will come out. Blue Skilla, you got to use the Shadow Realm at some point as the Curse of the Sad Mummy does come out. He will use it to keep his top laner alive. And a great trade all over the map, and I think less than an inch Dia away from what Ascent picking up a huge double kill.
Very, very worthwhile, though, and the fact that I feel like Ascent was robbed there in the bot lane by not connecting that. It looked visually like it was going to be the kill, but unfortunately for him, does end up falling just a little bit short. Now, with Annie still with Flash, there's still potential for plays to be made once that ultimate goes down and then comes all the way back up again, already more than halfway off cooldown, although without Tibber, Stoli has taken the engagement. Johan is coming in, and Chilla's on the way. No heal gonna come in time, and Blue Skilla not gonna get anything for this.
Nice gale force by Johan there, able to just barely blink in range. And Stoli has been very aggressive on this Kiana. I mean, he has all right to do so, especially after I played in game 1, but he is not the same. 3-3-1 this time around. Already more deaths on the Kiana in 16 minutes. So I think Stoli just needs to turn down the aggression a little bit. And you mentioned this a few minutes ago. They've got to play around Caitlyn, who Warmaster did a great job in lane, but as we hit the 16-minute mark, hasn't left bot lane. You've got to make plays all over the map. Maybe this next dragon in 35 seconds is finally where we see Caitlyn's debut in a team fight.
Yeah, this is concerning me, though. The fact that now that we've hit the first item breakpoint for the Caitlyn, it's your best time to use the power that she gives you inherently. After this, Caitlyn does start to fall off a little bit, and that's where we got to start getting concerned. If they wait past this team fight, you're going to get a lot weaker of a Caitlyn going into the fight over Soul.
Speaking of this team fight, Flashy Flash can get hit by the Cataclysm Slicing Maelstrom, forced to be used, and Flash. That is huge because despite the fact that Flashy Flash has teleport and Fertile Lance does not, this Kennen without Slicing Maelstrom is not going to be that impactful in a fight. The Dark Binding's going to miss a set. Flashes forward, two-man Timbers, Aura Master already down, and the fight hasn't even broke out yet. Curtain Call going to get a great snipe from off-screen here onto Meepy Chill. It's all up to Blue Skilla, who has taken Ponyboy into the Shadow Realm.
One more
and
base.
Yamumu survive a huge snipe as soon as it ends. Stoli gets one on the way out, but a great win. The two-man ult is going to land. They flash forward. Johan smells blood in the water. And the Evangels get a triple kill from their AD carry, and they are on Soul Point.
That supreme display of talent almost changed everything, but we see exactly what we talked about before the game even started really come in there, and again, it is Meepy Chilla's positioning that really, really hurts right on top of Aura Master at the start of the fight, means that they both go down essentially for free, and it's up to some huge plays from Skilla and Stoli to even get one kill in response.
One thing that just keeps blowing my mind, and this is something that I think will keep the Spartans in the game longer than Evangel fans would like to see, is due to that farm discrepancy, especially in the top lane where Fertilance has done a great job, and that bot lane, which we've highlighted, despite that triple kill, despite 3 dragons, despite all of that, the gold lead just barely rests in the Spartans' hands. So every team fight in terms of gold available to each side is actually very even, though I think you're right. Meepy Chilla's positioning and Stoli's positioning have been very questionable. This is actually a much more even game than you would expect from what you've just seen in the last fight.
Yeah, and we're going to keep seeing that play out, especially as the side lanes continue to become more polarized. We've got Fertilance right on top of things again, able to take the first tower, and we saw it take a very flashy solo kill up in the top lane. Very clearly, Flashy Flash doesn't want to be playing into that alone anymore and is walking around with Ponyboy, so maybe that can be addressed somehow. But as you start drawing more people into your side of the map, I could see things getting a little bit dicey and maybe playing into the hands of the Spartans ever so slightly, as right now they've got a real roam crew going on with Fertilance starting things off, Stoli on the back end, and Shilla to back them up. I don't think they can lose this fight.
Timbers is used, but the stun was not available, and that is a game changer as Ascent goes down. Some weird interaction there as Ponyboy ends up getting caught thanks to that bandage toss, trying to run to safety. Will be taken out. That is a huge double kill for the side of Missouri Baptist. And unfortunately, Ascent had to use a stun on the W just to walk away and did not have stun for Timbers, which you almost always have to have as an Annie player to make an impact. It's Flashy Flash.
Oh, God.
Once the Slicing Maelstrom Rocket Belt's in, it's a great stun. Stoli has gone down. So has Blue Skilla. And immediately Curtain Call is used. They've got a block for the Soraka, and they miss. This turns everything around. Jin gets a triple kill. The root under tower, Fertilance rooted once again. Not going to be eliminated, and somehow the Evangels turn a losing fight into a win and should be their first tower of the game.
That's really impressive as well, especially from Flashy Flash. I had my doubts, I'll say, Fish, when he swapped from the Tahm Kench into the Kennen, but very clearly it was worthwhile as the consistency that this guy brings to the roster ends up changing the entire course of that fight and potentially even the entire course of the game, as they've not only taken 2 turrets, but they've taken 2 mid turrets at the 20-minute mark, giving them access to potentially the most volatile objective in the game, the Baron.
Baron up for a minute now. Neither team really has a great Baron destruction team, especially with 4-shot mechanic for the Jin, so I wouldn't expect to be burned down fast. Stoli, you gotta be careful! You're gonna walk right into a double root. The CC not layered as well as it could be, but it does not matter. Amazonian will pick up a kill on to Stoli. The Morgana in full force here for the Evangels. Now Blue Skill is going to get caught. He's trying to evade. He's done this quite a lot in this series, but this time, does he have backup? Meepy Chilla on the other side of the wall. Heal use there by Johan, a bit questionable. We immediately flink down to the bot lane where mid Cataclysm Fertilance goes down. And I'm shocked we do not see the Baron pings blasting our screen right now.
Yeah, questionable has definitely been the name of the past 60 seconds, as now we've got about a minute till the next Dragon surfaces, and a 4,000 gold lead has exploded for the Evangels, with Ascent unchallengeable in the side lane. And likely the same thing happening for Flashy Flash, especially with Fertilance off the board. It's got to be a miracle team fight for the Spartans, and one that they are not set up to take by any means. I don't think that they've demonstrated quite the coordination that we would expect to be able to decisively catch out Johan or Ascent or even Flashy Flash before things started. And I have less confidence in their ability to play around the remaining members than I did minutes ago.
And as you look at team fights and you look for the Spartans, you have to start to wonder, as you said, where does a winning team fight come from? Because not only do they have to dodge the Curse of Sag Money, they have to dodge the Slicing Maelstrom, they have to dodge stacking up for Tibbers, and that's just a very tough task. And you look, they don't have great setup. Maybe you get Stoli getting a huge ult into somebody, as we see Blue Skilla gets a great double root, but unfortunately, gonna get caught out, has to use the Death Realm right on top of Johan. 4th shot is there. He had to just run away. He gets stunned immediately as it comes out, but here's Stoli looking for the huge stun, only gonna find it onto Ponyboy, and you can see just how far that Kiana is behind. Flashy Flash, meanwhile, once a big Slicing Maelstrom combo with the Curtain Call. Teleport's gonna come out from Fertilance, but it's not gonna matter. Meepy Chilla's not going to get away. The Jarvan just has to watch his teammates fall, and this is a free soul to the side of the Evangel.
It's disaster for the Spartans as well. The fact that Blue Skilla, 1, gets caught out there, and 2, the fact that the entire time he's in the Death Realm, the engage trigger isn't pulled, is the thing that has likely closed Spartans completely out of this game. Now down 5,000 gold and about to be down a Baron as well. This is looking like a complete role reversal from our first visit to Summoner's Rift.
Blue Skilla not even going to challenge this. The Evangels walked over multiple warlords, but Blue Skilla's just in the bot lane trying to stop Flashy Flash. The Baron damage not incredibly high, but it doesn't matter when the enemy team really has no concern for it. That will just be handed over to the Evangels. Ponyboy not even having Spike. Now maybe Stoli can make a play here. Does not have a flash over the wall, but the Baron empowered recalls will deny any sort of play the Spartans want to make. It just, you start to look, where can they make a play, Dia, is becoming the question.
I mean, I have to say that I am really impressed in the meantime with what we've seen from the Evangels backed up against a wall. Their ability to actually find these fights when they need them the most and actually turn it into what should be a game has been amazing. But we ask ourselves what the route to success is for the Spartans, and I don't think things have changed since before that dragon fight. They've just gotten harder. You have to have an amazing Death Realm onto maybe Flashy Flash and hope that he doesn't kill your Mordekaiser, and more importantly, an absolutely massive Supreme display of talent from Stoli. Because realistically, Aura Master, until 2 or 3 items from now, isn't doing anything.
Chillo, we talked about his positioning a ton, gets caught out the Soraka ult, not even enough to keep them alive. Ascent will disintegrate them. And now with Baron pushing, you've got, looks like maybe a 5-man stack. They want to end this game right away. Curtain Call is going to come out, but it will find nothing. Aura Master might be able to look to punish. Nice 90 caliber net, a huge shutdown. There is the Shadow Realm onto Flashy Flash, but his solo Slicing Maelstrom is not enough. It's a double kill for the Kennen, and they should be a free inhibitor, at least a free inhibitor turret in the mid lane.
That last play from Aura Master shows exactly why I wish they'd played around with the Katen a little bit earlier. Amazing stuff from the Evangels to be able to scrap together what is now going to turn into an inhibitor from them. And the Spartans looking quite lost here. Stoli looking for yet another big Supreme display of talent, but unlikely to find one. Whereas the Evangels, they thought about going for the end of the game there.
Like to see them maybe end it, but the way they've been playing, and I do like this control from the Evangels, because you have to wonder. We've been asking the question, and it feels like we're just talking to ourselves and nobody's answering. We're yelling into the void. How did the Spartans win a fight? And even with a great pick onto Johan, all that traded was a 1-for-2. It was still a double kill for Flashy Flash. Just feels like the Spartans don't have enough engage, and you look, maybe Fer-de-Lance has to start with a Cataclysm, just a Gore Drinker and a Stairs Gauge. He's not that tanky, but maybe you get a pick. Stoli, you're down 3 levels. You got to be careful. There's no slicing Maelstrom up. Stun is going to miss from Stoli, but it'll land from Flashy Flash. It does not matter. Ponyboy, first bandage toss, misses. The Baron minions, though, have other ideas, and now twice this game, Dia, Flashy Flash has had the Winions on his side.
And honestly, he should have, that is a fight that he is furious that he lost anyway. I think almost everything was missed by Stoli, but the fact is that it doesn't impact the game state, how that 1v1 goes. The rest of the map still very much being run by the Evangels, and Spartans late on the recall are likely to lose yet another inhibitor tower.
Iron Buff has fallen. It won't be as detrimental, but they are still, as you said, Tia, going to lose this bot inhibitor. Maybe not. Johan and Ascent got to be careful. Fer-de-Lance just, hey, this is a 4-on-2. Turret goes down thanks to the minions. They should all be able to retreat, and the Evangels just setting themselves up. One more team fight, and the game is probably over. You've got Elder Dragon in just under 2 minutes. But again, with the Mordekaiser in the jungle, it's not as simple as saying, okay, Mordekaiser just death realms the enemy jungler and Nico in the smite battle. Now you have to have a smiteless battle over Elder Dragon if that's the approach you want to take.
That doesn't look like one that you're going to win either, so definitely hope. And you know what? I wouldn't actually be mind if Blueskilla ended up ulting the Amumu around an objective, but we're going to have to wait on that.
Ponyboy has the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Everything up here for the Evangels, looking to take game 2, get us to a game 3. Bot inhibitor should go down in short order. Got Blueskilla on the back line. Who's he going to pop the Death Realm onto? He gets a rooted immediately. Going to be forced to just use it onto Flashy Flash, but he has to play a defensive already. Meanwhile, we see Stoli going to jump in, gets immediately stunned by the bandage toss, take it out. Mordekaiser will die as well. A huge root onto Meepy Chilla, and we are going to game number 3. The Evangels storm back on the backs of Flashy Flash and Johan, both with 11 kills, as they have some fun in front of the fountain. The Nexus turrets will fall, and the Evangels and the Spartans their first ever game loss, and look to snap the undefeated record in game number 3.
That is some wild League of Legends that we just witnessed, and it is all because the history that they'd established for themselves all the way back in game 1. The fact that the Evangels actually end up turning this one around and taking the win is amazing stuff when we consider not just the start that they got themselves off to in the first game, but also the start that they got themselves off to in the second one. Because despite the fact that Jin got that kill, I still felt like things were in the favor of the Spartans. And yet, even so, it felt like all these weird skirmish plays just kept falling into their laps.
Mm-hmm. It was almost like everything the Evangels wanted to do in game 1 that blew up in their face worked in game 2, which was take these scrappy engagements, get a lot of kills, and really the big difference to me, I thought Johan played a lot better on the Jin, was Flashy Flash on that Kennen. And I think that's going to be the big question for game 3. Does he get forced onto a tank again, or does he get to play a carry, if you will, in that top lane? That's what I want to be able to see. We will take a quick break. It's game 3 between Missouri Baptist and Mid-American Christian. Who's coming out on top? Find out after this. Welcome back in NECC week number 4, Emergent Cyan Division game number 3. Second week in a row, we're doing a game number 3. I don't know if we're good luck or bad luck. I guess we'll let the teams figure that one out. Missouri Baptist, Mid-American Christian. We're about to go into the draft. Pro draft just finished, and we're going to see the power of the blue side here, Dia. MBU picks the blue side, and they get what I like to call the fourth ban. They're going to steal that Amumu away and put it on, we would assume, Blue Chilla, but after last game, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, I'm also pretty confused as to what's happening here, only because I think that we have every right to be after the events that graced us last time. I am really excited though to see Aura Master on the Samira. I felt like he was itching to get involved. On the other hand, Bertalance was fully going aggressive all last game, and Stoli, who honestly can take a game to sort of play a little bit more supportive. I think this is a great adaptation from them, and the Evangels can be just as much hope as ever.
Very interesting team comps as we get through the draft. As you mentioned, I think something that you and I were keeping our eye on, the Annie does go through over to Ascent, but as you mentioned, Stoli in a more of a supportive role, going to be on that Galio, kind of look for that counter. So definitely something that I really think is going to serve him very, very well. And as we get into this game, we've kind of had the 3 big players. We had Flashy Flash and Johan in game number 2, who had, I think, both 11 kills, absolutely stepped up. And then Stoli, we talked about a ton in game 1, struggled in game 2. Of those 3 in particular, Dia, Flashy Flash, Johan, and Stoli, who are you expecting the big game from in game 3 to help their team get a victory?
Flashy Flash, Johan, and Stoli. I feel like I have to say Flashy Flash. I have to say Flashy Flash. And the reason that I have to say that is because he's on Renekton, and as opposed to all of the other games that we've seen from the Evangels that have been extremely team fight heavy, I feel like this time the Renekton alone keeps this draft from falling into that category, and it has to be Flashy Flash that makes that worthwhile.
Does look like we have to get a reset there. Don't worry. The Kennen is gonna be banned. Rush of like it happens all the time when you go into draft after you do a pro draft. You're just like, yeah, the 4th ban was Kennen. You're like, oh wait, I forgot we have to pick this time. And, it's always so confusing. So we'll just get a reset there. Lobby should be the same picks there. So I do think it's gonna be very interesting. But I agree with you. I think it has to be Flashy Flash because we know what Johan can do, though it is gonna be an entirely different lane. As we saw there, the Morgana is banned away from Amazonian, who I thought played it very, very well. That top lane matchup, because I think this style suits the Ferdinand a lot better in going to be the Gwen. I think Fertilance is going to have a lot easier time going in and trading than trying to trade on a Jarvan with Aerie into a Kennen. This top lane, I would assume, is going to be a nonstop brawl.
Oh yeah, this should not slow down. And honestly, speaking of not slowing down, I think that sort of tumbles down into the jungle as well, because finally got Blue Skilla back on a jungler that does have a gap closer that can, much like the Jarvan, very quickly CC you from a distance. And we've got Nunu on the other side of that I think is going to challenge Ponyboy, because Ponyboy has struggled to really make the ganks happen earlier on, but I feel like now with the Nunu, it's almost too easy. You snowball into a lane that's overextended, and it should be a kill.
I think the other thing I really like with the Nunu is that Ponyboy has wanted to do objectives. He has really prioritized objectives, and the Amumu doesn't have the easiest time burning down objectives. You need team fights. We saw in game 1, Ponyboy ends up getting picked off on that Amumu. The Nunu, easiest, just buff destroyer, easiest dragon and Baron stealer of all time with the consume smite. So I really think this is going to play into Ponyboy's style of, I want to play around objectives, meet me at the first dragon, meet me at the first Rift Herald, and I'm very curious how Blue Skilla on this Amumu, who, as you said, has those gap closers, is going to be able to handle the pressure that a Nunu could put out. And I think the one thing that we really have to talk about this jungle matchup, Dia, Blue Skilla loves to invade. 2 games in a row, he's stolen that blue buff away. I don't know if you want to risk invading a Nunu as an Amumu.
Yeah, and especially invading onto the red side can be super scary. I want to know whether Evangels have the same level 1 plan when they end up going to when they end up going to the red side as they have this game, where they previously have been picking blue side and going up through Tribrush. Maybe they try and mirror the same thing on the other side. And use the Tribrush in the same way that would have the map flipped and have them going up top lane, in which case it could be really risky. There's a lot of sort of curiosity that I have about how Evangels like to play that side of the map. My one concern, though, for Evangels definitely does stem from the opposite side because I have full faith in Flashy Boy, in Pony, and sorry, Flashy Flash, Pony Boy, and Ascent to be able to win their individual lanes. But towards the bot lane, the Lux Jin lane that is exceedingly squishy is definitely something I'm worried about.
100% agree with you. And the other thing in the bot lane that I think is going to favor Missouri Baptist, who is on the blue side, is we talked about it a lot. With that Soraka pick, it put a lot of pressure and really a spotlight on Meepy Chillo's positioning, which at times wasn't very great. The Leona, that's out the window. You can stand wherever you want on the Leona. You are just a tank, and then you can engage from there. So I think Meepy Chilla, who at times was a bit too far forward on the Soraka, is really going to benefit from this Leona being able to just basically rush in. And you look, Ascent made a name for himself just evaporating people on the other team. There's not a lot of ways you can take people out. If Gwen's able to land a great little hexagon there, the Timbers won't do any damage. Amumu's going to be incredibly tanky. So will the Galio and Leona. This Annie pick, while I like it, is really going to struggle to get a lot of value, at least equal the amount of value it got in game number 2 in terms of almost one-shotting.
And a lot of that has to do with the forgiveness that we keep touching on from draft to draft. This time, it is the Spartans that actually have quite a bit of it inbuilt because of the inherent tankiness of their champions. And I would still say that there's a fair amount of it on the other side. Renekton and Nunu can survive quite a bit. Even Annie's positioning can be forgiven at times, but it definitely feels like this time Spartans have a lot more room for error that they definitely could have used last game. And given how game 1 went, I will say it has me nervous for the Evangels coming into this last game, but that sort of goes both ways as well because game 2 was a stomp on the other side, and really it's up to see who feels more comfortable in the champions, as that seems to be the really big deciding factor between games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I want to lean Spartans, and you hit on it with your very last point there. If you look at the champions, Ponyboy not going to be on his favorite jungler, forced onto the Nunu. Amazonian not going to be on her favorite support, forced onto the Lux, who has a very similar toolkit to the Morgana, up until the point where Black Shield has CC immunity and the Lux Shield just gives you a shield once on the way out and once on the way in. And those are the two that I'm really going to be focused on, especially Amazonia, because now going into Leona, sure, you still have the binding, you still have the root, but that CC immunity the Morgana can bring to a bot lane against Leona, that is gone, and that is going to allow Meepy Chili to get right up in Johan's face, land that Shield of Daybreak, and if you get caught out, the Amumu could be right there as well.
Yeah, it's really scary, and this time it sort of tests the AD carries positioning instead. I feel like Johan is going to be the focus right now, who granted did incredible last game, but because you don't have that small little buffer in the Morgana that'll be able to save you from the last second CC, and you're going into a Galio, an Amumu, and a Leona all at the same time, there's a lot to be worried about. And let's not forget that that's going to be followed up by Samira last time, which I know I touched on it before, but is an amazing pivot for Aura Master, because last game on Caitlyn, yes, the lane went really well, but they weren't able to translate that into the team fights because Aura Master constantly had to play sort of far back. Didn't feel like he could throw his entire body into the fights. And maybe that was to their benefit, but this time we get to find out whether it is that lack of commitment from Aura Master that really can shift the tide of a game coming into this third one, because I suspect that it is.
100% agree with you. Like, gotta watch out for Annie, though. This is something that is actually kind of interesting. All the way back at the stands we talked about, Missouri Baptist came in at 2-0. They never dropped a map before. This is the first time they've seen a game 3 in the NECC. They're trying to hold that undefeated record. Meanwhile, Mid-American Christian, they're battling for a playoff spot. They're 7th right now. This win is huge once map score gets involved. Who do you think has more pressure? Missouri Baptist, who's kind of cruised so far, or Mid-America, who's just trying to hold on to a playoff spot?
There's never any question in my mind. This is a Mid-America definitely feeling the most scared right now, because it is all about those playoffs for them. I feel like in a way the Spartans have a lot of pressure, but you can't really play like you're afraid of a loss until you've actually lost the game and know what it is like. The fact that they haven't dropped a map yet, I think maybe gives them a little bit of panic right now about it. But until they lose a match, I won't believe that the Spartans are at the top of their game, because they haven't been pushed down to the floor just yet. It's a very, I want to say, unique aspect of sport and of competition that I do believe that you have to actually fully lose a match and sort of live with that, as opposed to dropping a game where you can call it a fluke.
I 100% agree with you. I think you're right. It's, the Missouri Baptist can't be scared. If you play scared, you're gonna take a loss. But it is a Mergent Scion division. It's Missouri Baptist at 2-0. It's Mid American Christian at 1-2. Who can come out victorious here in the NECC as we hit the halfway point in week 4? We are about to find out. And as Dia mentioned, the question that's got to be on everyone's mind. Mid America Christian has looked to invade in game 1. They pull it off in game 2. What do they do here in game 3, their first game on the red side tonight?
Oh, lordy. Well, I like that we're at least getting the answer that the Evangels like to go towards the bot lane. They love that bot lane tri-brush. This time it's a little riskier, and I like that the Spartans are ready for that to go any further as well.
They're going to all in on the tri-bush on the Evangel side. The Spartans... Oh, they're starting to back. I think they're safe. They think they're safe. Little do they know the Death Squad marches in from the bot lane. Top laner will back off, and here they come. The question is, did Amazonian start with the root? If she did, that double binding could spell doom. Flashy Flash, the first one to lead the charge. You're spamming the mastery. They don't see it coming. Double root's going to land, but Flashy Flash takes a ton of damage. Does not matter. First blood picked up for the Renekton. Blue Skilla and Meepy Chilla will run for the hills, and the Evangels do it again in game 3, and it works perfectly.
You've seen way too much of the Evangels to give up that easily, guys. The Spartans make a really, really big mistake there, abandoning their posts without even the wards to back them up on it. So we'll see how much that comes back to bite them, because if last game was any indication, it's going to be a difficult one to return from, especially because this time the kill didn't go to Johan in the bot lane. It went to Flashy Flash in the top lane, the one member of Evangels that needs to succeed.
And speaking of the top lane, as we start, never mind. I guess we'll get a nice route there onto Meepy Chilla, but I don't think there's any punish. The summoner spells for Fer-de-Lance are very interesting. I know Gwen is one of those champions that's kind of gone away from the Flash. It's usually been Teleport Ignite. We get Teleport Ghost in the top lane for Fer-de-Lance, which is very interesting because it limits the kill power of the Gwen for an exchange of escapability.
Yeah, this is going to be something that I think will have a lot more impact in the mid-game fights because of her ability to avoid CC and be able to very quickly close the gap with the Ghost and the small mini dash that she's got on her skip and slash. I think that Fer-de-Lance will be feeling comfortable, but it's the laning phase where this can really be punished, where the low cooldown of Ghost doesn't necessarily matter, especially into a Renekton. And I'm even impressed that at this point in the game, Fer-de-Lance has been able to have a push for himself, because you shouldn't be able to get away with that, especially into a Renekton, AoE skills or no.
Man, we go over to Blue Skilla there. He is struggling with the Amumu. Clears an Amumu. Not a very consistent juggle. He actually has to pull Fer-de-Lance down to help him with the Grump. He's barely hanging on, has to smite for HP. That is a huge setback, forcing your laner. Now, of course, the lane was pushed, so Fer-de-Lance doesn't lose too much. But that just goes to show you how much maybe stealing that Amumu away could hurt the Spartans, because you can tell Blue Skilla is not as comfortable as Ponyboy was on that champion in the jungle.
Huge props to Fer-de-Lance, though. There are not a lot of laners who will do that. Well, it may not matter, as Blue Skill is still gonna get caught out. I gotta give honor where it's due. Blue Skilla may go down, but you did what you could to keep it from happening.
First and second kill now, or second kill of the game picked up for the Evangels. They're a second onto Flashy Flash. That is huge. Going into Fer-de-Lance, who really has just not had an easy time, Dia. He was bullied all game long in game 2 by that Kennen, and now you're looking at a Renekton with 2 kills, has a ton of gold in the back pocket. I'll be curious to see how he can handle that, but right now everything else pretty slow, and I think that starts because Blue Skilla is not going to be able to get ganks like he could on the Jarvan and like he attempted to on the Mordekaiser, and it felt like the Spartans really played around Blue Skilla's aggressiveness, and I would love to see a punish here. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. You can see Ponyboy already camping it. We're going to get a battle of junglers in the bot lane. Snowball comes in. Unit Blade's going to land as well as Shield of Daybreak. A bandage toss as well. Ponyboy overestimates his tankiness. Warmaster going to jump in. Second bandage toss forces a flash from Johan. The Spartans back on the board there.
Wow, I was really impressed for a moment and then immediately quite disappointed when Ponyboy was going down to the bot lane, because I was like, wow, it is amazing that he was able to mirror Blue Skilla so well. And then he just kept going, and that was the thing that ultimately made that play bad, because otherwise you've completely negated a gank, but this time you end up actually giving a kill over to Aura Master, who, if we remember from just last game, is the one that we're expecting to have a lot of onus here, and there might be a second one in the works here, as Aura Master now is going to get on top of Amazonian and take that last auto.
To the difference in the Lux and the Morgana kits right there. Everything done the same. You get a binding, you get a shield, but the lack of CC immunity cost Amazonian her life. We get a stun onto a set in the mid lane, and the biggest snowball ever. Get a great knockup onto Meepy Chili, just barely able to get out of tower range. Johan gets the reload, and he's looking for one more. Can he get in range? He's going to have to switch targets to Aura Master. This is a disaster. Teleport's going to be forced out here from Ascent. Can he get there to save Johan in time? Gets the smallest shield, but it's just enough. Ponyboy with the consume. Aura Master flashes forward, and now it's just Blue Skilla with no mana running for their life. I don't know how Johan survived. I had already chalked that up to a loss.
I have never seen a Molten Shield save somebody in such a manner as it saved Johan. It not only saves his life, but it gets the flash from Aura Master as well, really evening up the bot lane, and it's up to these recalls to determine how much of an advantage Spartans had, because what looks like it was going to be a massive one actually ends up just being more or less even on the map, actually still favor to the Evangels by just the singular kill. Gold advantage to them as well, and with a Noon Quiver and Swifties both in the bot lane, even Aura Master is losing at the end of that.
That first dragon completely uncontested as well. The power of the Nunu showing its hand. And now you start to look, I mean, we're still early. The gold lead's still, only 1.5K. Are you already starting to now maybe look, Dia, to what can Fer-de-Lance do? Because, I mean, bots kind of going back and forth. This feels like a clear jungle advantage for Ponyboy. And I'm starting to look for the Spartans of who can kind of carry them in this game when they need it.
I don't think that I'm going to look at Fer-de-Lance for, I'm going to say 7 more minutes. I think that Gwen needs at least 2 more, I want to say 2 items total, till I can really counter into the game, and a lot of it has to do with the way that Flashy Flash is going to be playing. I'm expecting this Renekton to dominate the lane, although for right now he is pushed under tower, and that alone should be keeping Gwen with relatively minimal impact in these mid to early game fights. Aura Master is still my #1 pickup when it comes to the person with the biggest burden on them.
Ooh, Fer-de-Lance almost gets caught. Ponyboy was trying to get in range. Stun is going to land, but they're not able to find much more. And I think something that Fer-de-Lance has done really well, and I think that you perfectly called it. We wait 7 minutes, it's really going to show up, is the CSing. He's had a huge lead. As Stoli just as punches forward, gets taken out, did not respect the Tibbers. And Ascent on this, Annie dominating what should be a counter matchup with the Galio.
Respect where respect is due. Ascent shattered that man's ankles on the Justice Punch. That was such perfect knowledge of the range that I cannot help but give compliments to Ascent, where Stoli, I'm sure, is feeling much the same way, though he may despise it. That turret plating going down is going to give another half a kill over to Ascent. And now, we'll call it 2.502 in the mid lane. It should turn into a lot more kills from here, as this Annie is either going to kill Galio on repeat or be unlocked onto the rest of the map. Neither situation I really like.
Solar Flare misses the stun onto Johan, who gets the 4 shot, but a re-engage with the Shield of Daybreak. And the Zenith Blade! Amazonian taking out Johan. They have to be careful. Gets a root onto Aura Master. Opts for the Curtain Call instead, and Meepy Chilla will just simply block all 4 shots. Thought maybe he could go forward and look for a couple of attacks onto Aura Master, but they play that perfectly, and the Lux just getting bullied down there by that Leona. A great job by the Spartans, banning the Morgana, and now Johan's got to be careful. Stoli is coming in as the Predator on the boots, lands a great taunt just out of tower range. It is cleansed. Root will land. Johan somehow evades death for the 2nd time this game.
I gotta say, I am glad Stoli is on Galio, because I know he's tilted right now. That would absolutely ruin me in any situation. The fact that Johan gets away there, I'm sure he is thankful for. But now coming into the mid lane, it's got to be the big play, and there it is.
Hero's entrance come in. Flashy Flash is inbound. Not soon enough, though, to save his mid laner. Can he pick up a kill on the way out? Blue Skilla very low. Slices in. Doesn't have the dice to get out of range of the tower. He's incredibly low. Stoli finally gets a kill. The tilt can even out there.
Wow,
and the Evangels get caught.
What a big correction of the ship there, and you called it perfectly. The mental from Stoli, you've got to imagine that it is all right now, because what a absolutely infuriating play to deal with on the other side, and that is how you correct it, is by making somebody else feel as bad as you just did. Ascent did not get to play the game, and Flashy Flash not being able to secure the kill under tower is definitely not what he thought was going to happen, considering that he was 2-0 on the Renekton, still doing really well in lane, but he's going to return back to a free farm Fertilance, who's now up in CS, up in tower plating, and Spartans are getting dangerously comfortable right now for the Evangels to be too happy about.
Feels like, honestly, Dia, this feels like deja vu of game one, where the Evangels started out with some fantastically cheeky plays, got a huge lead, and then just got a little bit too aggressive and threw some of that advantage back. That feels exactly what I'm looking at here. Fertilance didn't have many kills in game one, but just farm, and almost nullified any advantage Flashy Flash would have.
Oh, God.
Johan's going to get caught. Zenith Blade into the Solar Flare, Shield of Daybreak combo. He is not long for this world. Now Ascent gets caught running in, does have the Tibbers, but he can't even play the game. And now Amazonia gets caught under the tower. They'll flash forward, they'll heal. Should be enough to survive. And the Evangels lose 3. Can they make a play on the top lane? No, the snowball goes away.
League of Legends is unironically a horror game. That was absolutely terrifying in the bot lane. And hey, seems like top lane might be going in their favor as well. Fertilance actually styling up in the top side 2v1 as it just gets better and better for the Spartans. As I'm a little worried about the Jinnle, but it doesn't seem like I have to be.
That drag him back. We'll get an Infernal Drake here. Flashy Flash, you gotta be careful. Gets the stun under the tower, but he's gonna start taking tower damage. Conqueror proc. Ponyboy is still here, though. I don't think Fertilance is gonna survive the 2-man dive. Ponyboy doesn't know he's sitting on a ward. Stoli is right there. He's gonna blast code right into that Galio, who lands a full combo of abilities. Unfortunately, the Nunu just too tanky, so they'll both just walk away and pretend that didn't happen.
I think that we have to go back and address what happened in the bot lane once again as well, because we saw a portion of it there, the immense damage that Stoli was able to do, but nothing compares to the amount of damage he's able to do to somebody's mental game by keeping them from pressing their buttons. The Justice Punch is one thing, the taunt is another. You add on Meepy Chilla's whole CC train on top of that, and Blue Skillas, and combo that with the fact that their cooldowns are going to be coming up during it, and you could honestly keep somebody locked down permanently, whether it be in the mid lane, in the jungle, in a team fight, whatnot. As long as Spartans are focused, there's going to be one member of Evangels that is extremely unhappy.
And that's why I like that Galio pick into the Annie. It took about 13 minutes for it to get going, but it was on full display, as you mentioned, Dean. I think you and I almost called it out the exact same time. Ascent didn't get to play the game. You nailed the CC chain in there. It's the taunt, into the Justice Punch, into the stun from the Leona, into a bandage toss. Ascent got 100 to 10% with Tibbers, and I am sure his R key feels its pain right now, because he was probably matching that R key, could never get it off. And as you mentioned, now one member of the Evangels, and you have to assume it's going to be Ascent. Johan has the cleanse, makes it a little harder to get on top of him. Ascent's just going to feel that every single team fight, and that can do a huge number to your mental, which in League of Legends is almost more important than anything else.
And now it's even harder to kill the Samira. Check out the item that she just purchased, the Immortal Shield Bow. Granted, it's really normal to purchase that on Samiras. I'm going to have to hold the point.
See, Flashy wants the kill. Here comes Ponyboy. The top lane camp has come out. Teleport is going to come in from Stoli. Can Flashy Flash survive? It doesn't even matter. Hero's entrance will basically stop any damage that Absolute Zero wanted to do. And the question is, do they want to tower dive? The answer is yes. And they will get a double kill. Meanwhile, we go bot lane. And the horror does not end. Johan will get taken out. Ascent trying to hang on. It is a 14-minute ace for MBU.
Holy fish, what are we witnessing? That was some of the scariest plays I've seen yet from Fertilance, taking fate into his own hands alongside Stoli in the top lane, to the absolute bodying that is happening in the bot lane. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to show this on stream for too much longer. There is some amazing stuff happening for the Spartans right now.
Spartans have played this game perfectly. This Flashy Flash, no, he's going to walk right into the full CC combo. Luckily, he has a turret there this time to save him. Oh no, Pony Boy, I don't think it's a fight you want to take. Johan's there as well. And it looks like the curtain call should be enough, but Stoli will flash just out of range. Blast Cone to safety. And I think Fertilance and Blue Skilla, they're not done yet. It looks like maybe they will be.
Yeah, I want to say you have to be. You could play the game of how far do we push our limits, how far do we push our luck, but man, I am so happy that we get to catch this game of League of Legends together, because there is some silly stuff that is breaking out right now. Before this, I was already talking about how the ADC Aura Master is unkillable now that they have the shield bow. Now that they have 8 kills plus the shield bow, we look across the map, Fertilance can't be killed either, and I wonder what can be, is maybe we get this Rift Herald stolen away? That should be the last kill Ponyboy gets.
Ponyboy does get the Rift Herald. Oh, might actually be able to make it away. Flash Shield of Daybreak stun. Blue Skilla waiting on the Bandage Tosh. We'll find it. Fertilance is here as well, but they're not going to need him. Actually, they will. Zakasun comes out. Meanwhile, we get another battle in the bot lane. Stoli and Ascent, a matchup you and I have hyped up all night long. Ascent looks to have some help here with Tibbers, and he'll force Stoli away. And once again, a lot like Game 1, Ascent, the lone bright spot here for the Evangels as they try and battle back.
Yeah, unanswerable in the side lane, at least for right now. Stoli's going to be able to hold waves with the Winds of War. There's still quite a bit of damage that Galio can do, and slowly but surely, I suppose Ascent will be able to whittle away at waves. Is it the win condition, though? I struggle to say yes to that. I think that we've still got a team fighting dream, or perhaps an assassination dream at this point in the works for the Evangels. They need to get on top of Aura Master. They need to have grievous wounds to keep him down, because that's the one member that you can pick, and it's the biggest damage that you can take off the table at the start of a team fight.
The one bright spot, to you mentioning to hop onto Aura Master, is due to Samira's kit, where she plays like this range melee hybrid. She wants to be in your face, the Samira does. Aura Master has to be in melee range. That makes the picks a little bit easier. But speaking of picks, Ponyboy is going to get caught. The Solar Flare is not going to be able to land onto Ascent. Absolute Zero is going to do nothing but buy Ascent some time. Aura Master picks up the kill. Now Fertilance going to flash right, or look to get right on top of Johan. Will pop that Ghost, picks up one, and he is not done yet. Amazonian has to be forced to flash away. Flashy Flash will pop right in that hollowed mist. But this Gwen feels near unkillable, and Ascent, you might have a tower, but you have nothing else. The teleport is just way too late. Now Flashy Flash has to be careful, as we're getting fights all over the map. Nice dodge there with the skip and slash for Fertilance, and I think Amazonian is just a matter of time before this Lux will be taken out. Trying to use that slow, trying to get that root, but it just simply does not matter.
And as soon as somebody from the Spartans is within 200 units of you, I think it's fair to say that you take your hands off that keyboard, because there is nothing that you can do about it at that point. Even Blue Skilla right now on the Amumu, well, he may not kill you by himself, he's not going to die, and he's going to buy plenty of time for his teammates to catch up in the meantime. It is a Amumu that is absolutely comfortable, surrounded by an army of gods with him. Meepachilla included there to be able to lock down anybody for the additional 5 or 6 seconds that it'll take anybody to have a good time, flash the mastery, and then collect the kills. This Rift Herald summon is optimistic at best, and likely going to lead to Ponyboy's death.
Barely dodges the Zenith Blade there, but that Rift Herald stolen. Absolutely no value, just really giving 25 gold over to the other team. Looking to set up a pick here. Ascent, unfortunately, does not know. He's just chilling right on top of a ward. Solar Flare going to miss. So will the Zenith Blade. Meepachilla, though, full confidence in their tanking. His hero's entrance will come out. Should be able to get Strolly and Meepachilla to safety. The curtain call will be used. Look at all the damage. These two are tanking everything in the kit for the Evangels, and they're both only at 50%.
Another
flash forward. Oh, Bandage Toss misses. He's got one more in the kit. Can he find it? No. The set gonna have to blast cone to safety, but a Justice Punch combo nearly stops it.
That was very, very spooky. Their nice use of the blast cone, of course, by Ascent to get to safety, but absolutely ridiculous that even without the 10k gold lead that I'm sure is incoming, the Spartans are able to dine and dash inside of the jungle of the Evangels, pushing up to this tower, not even heeding the fact that the Baron is coming up in 20 seconds. They know it's theirs, and at that point, these towers are going to start falling like houses of cards. There is not a lot that you can do, even under your tower, as nothing will demonstrate it more than this.
Set will eat, I think, almost every CC possible in the game. He will get taken out. No, Pony Boy, you cannot save him. That tower is long gone. 20 minutes in, 19-6. The gold lead is ballooned to 10K, and Fertilance and Meepy Chilla are not done yet. I don't even know if 3v2, I like the Evangel's odds, and I think Fertilance and Meepy Chilla know that. They're hanging around, almost trying to bait a fight.
They definitely want one right now. This is the game that you use to pad the stats. And while I may have said that the Spartans didn't know true fear yet, I do think that they know true anger, and this is exactly what it looks like. After losing that one match, they are showing us that they are not to be trifled with, especially now as Mipichilla, again, I think is just baiting a fight.
Yeah, accidentally blast coned in by his own teammate. As that's going to start the fight, they are going to get a stopwatch to come out. Their final spark not quite able to land. Fertilance and Meepy Chilla taken very low. They'll at least pick up one on the way out. Flashy Flash going to go right into Stoli and Blue Skilla, but they don't have Aura Master. Aura Master 10-2 on the Samira is pushing lanes, and that's a window of opening. Stoli will at least get one with the Justice Pod. I do not think he was going to be able to get out. He will get smited, will land the top, but eventually will go down. But meanwhile, Aura Master says, who said League of Legends is a team game? I'm fit on the 80 carry, and that means it's a bot inhibitor for 4. I don't know if it's the right trade, but it's definitely one.
Nah, you know what? At this point, whether it's the right trade or not, I can't fault them for it. The gold lead continues to balloon, and anything that they do right now is for content, if nothing else, because you try and take that 3v5, and hey, you don't win it, but there's a chance that you could have Fish, and that's the thing that is really awe-inspiring. Now with the respawn timers being relatively short, with the ult on Schooly being up, I'd be surprised if the Evangels try and take this dragon, but I hope they do it, Fish, for the content.
Well, if you ever want a dragon stolen, Nunu is the jungler to do it on. Doesn't have the flash, though, so maybe he has to trade out his life. But again, we talked about that CC. I don't even know if he's going to be able to get the smite off, as it looks like, unfortunately, hashtag for the content will not be the play tonight, as Pony Boy will just simply back away. And I'm with you. I would have loved to see the dragon steal there. Uh-oh.
We still got a Predator, though. Oh, no. Amazonian doesn't have the CC anymore either. Oh, lordy. That is a tough one to watch. But I bet we're going to get more of it as 4 members strong, marching down through the bot lane with super minions at their back. This might just be the end of the game. Aura Master, does he live?
Aura Master's trying to get away. Tibbers just misses. We'll pretend we didn't see that, as the rest of the squad will jump onto those Nexus turrets. We talked about the CC, by the way. This Galio has an Everfrost just because. Why not add to the kit? Flashy Flash will face the full brunt of it. Nexus Tower number 1 has gone down, and now we have an interesting matchup here. First, the Sad Mummy will come out, so as the hero's entrance. It's already 2 picked up. Ascent thought he got away, but instead he walks into Aura Master. Amazonian left to defend the base, and there is nothing that they could do. Game number 3 in just 23 short minutes will go over to Missouri Baptist. They got a scare. They'll remain undefeated in the end.
I have to say, Fish, while the analysis may be a little bit lacking on our last game of the day, the enjoyment was not. I had a great time watching that, and while I do feel for the Evangels, I think that they can still go home with something to be very proud of. They ended up taking a game off of one of the top teams, and that came with no small price tag attached to it. I think they did really well there, and the Spartans at the same time got their own chance to demonstrate why they're one of the top teams and what it looks like when they really turn it on.
100% agree with you, Dia, and I think, again, as you mentioned, it's the map score is a tiebreaker we're going to talk about more in the coming weeks. That's huge for Mid-America Christian MACU to get that one game. I think they also showed their hands a little bit. The question going forward, if you're an Evangels fan, how do you play without an Amumu? How do you play without a Morgana? Because we saw in Game 3, those 2 champions were gone. They really struggled, but I thought overall a very solid game. They have some promise with Flashy Flash and Ascent. But you look at Missouri Baptist, they weather the upset. I think maybe in Game 2 got a little bit too confident, but in the end, they come out on top. I think both teams have to be very happy. Some people don't like moral victories. I'll give you into the Evangels at the end. The Spartans get it done. They remain the top of the group.
Yeah, and I think that I can look forward to what they have to offer at the top of that group, while also knowing that they haven't reached their peak yet. And hopefully, I did say that they needed to lose a series to have that wake up call. I hope that this was enough of one for them to start addressing some of those weaknesses as well, because I think that the inconsistencies, especially around being on the same page, specifically Blue Skilla and Stoli, do leave a lot to be desired when they start facing up against teams that are practiced and that are coordinated. So I'm waiting for Spartans to peak still, but I think that this should give them an idea of what they need to do.
Well, it has been a ton of fun. We are not done yet, though, on the NECC. Speaking of top of the group, we're not going anywhere. The Emergent Scion Division is coming right back. It's Midland taking on Marymount, California. If you're a fan of any of those teams, this game has implications. The next series does as well. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next right here on the NECC.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're working our way into our third series of the night here. It's going to be Midland University versus Marymount California University. I'm, of course, your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined again by the lovely Random Minion Caster as my color.
Thank you, Zephyr, for that wonderful introduction there. And our teams tonight in this third round are still in the same division. We are still in Emergence Scion here. And while we just got to see, the first and seventh place teams go at it, this is going to be the second place and the eighth place team going at it here. So again, should be fairly similar in how things play out. And the last series actually got pretty close with the full 3 games there.
Yeah, we did have the lovely opportunity of seeing, of course, Dia and Fish having a blast cast through all 3 of those, but I don't know if that metric will stay the same here on this one. So you can already tell I may be a little bit more biased, but I'm going to, I'll restrain just a little bit here, but I think this might be a tough one, especially for the likes of MCU.
For sure. Let's start with MCU, Marymount California University. They are going to be on blue side in this game here. And they describe themselves as a ragtag group looking to get a taste of, the competitive scene here. And frankly, it shows a little bit. Their week 1, week 2, a little bit messy. They were trying to get together. But last week was where things started to change here, Zephyr, against Augustus. Augustana here, tripping over words already. They did manage to find a 2-0, and they looked very decisive in it. So against Midland today, there are glimmers of hope.
Glimmers.
They're only glimmers right now.
Right. I don't want to play it up too much here. This is still a respectful team that has shown success recently, so we're not going to count them out, but the deck is definitely stacked this time around. And it's simply because they're going up against Midland. They sit currently number 2 in the league. They had 1 loss against Northwest, so that maybe will make everyone feel just a little bit happier knowing that these guys aren't completely undefeated, but definitely at their current standings, they are a strong team to work in there. And actually, we have a lovely opportunity to see those standings right now here.
Yeah, and it's worth noting for Midland as well that they did have a bye week. So they've only actually played 2 weeks worth of games here. We don't fully know what they're capable of, but what we have seen has been frightful. Now, we are in the draft, so we'll put these stories
we'll
of the teams on hold as we look at what's coming in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Right off the bat here, you see some notable picks already secured for the biggest players here. And draft, of course, off stream. So you were seeing them go from top down, but just to start highlighting on it, because I think the true eyes for everyone, this series explicitly has to be on top side. And especially because Scuzzrat is that big, notable, hard pillar for this squad.
Yeah, veteran and captain of the team here. Scuzzrat is the only player remaining from the last year's NECC squad from Midland here. And he's been the big carry of the team. The entire team kind of plays around him a lot of times. You'll see Zebo Gap here in the jungle, picking something that can gank very easily, go up to the top lane repeatedly, while the rest of the team, Ramadan Steve, Noro, and Lieutenant Invictus here, they'll pick things that are safer, that look to scale up. And then if the unimaginable were to happen, if Scuzzrat doesn't manage to take over a lane, well, that's when they get to come in.
Absolutely. On the other hand here, we have a bit of a ragtag bunch here from Marymount California University, and the likes of most of them. don't have too much information regarding, because this might be their first time really truly playing together as a team. So we are seeing that slight improvement over time, but it's definitely still something that they are figuring out.
Yeah, and for Marymount here, they are drafting completely to comfort right now.
Yeah.
Tanks for kills for fun in the top lane. Mastery, not a champion we see too much of in organized play because he's easy to shut down when your team's working together, but it's Origin's comfort pick, his most played jungler, and definitely capable of taking over a game if he can get ahead. Likewise for Karamatsu boy in the mid lane with the Corki as well. Again, comfort pick. The bot side as well. We've seen Misfortune. That is very meta, but it's almost always paired with something that can give that AoE lockdown, that engage.
Follow up.
And exactly. And I'm not even seeing very much of that here. So it feels like MCU right now, definitely a lot of focus on, okay, it's game one. We just want to feel comfortable first and see how things go.
I think that can be good. Remember, these are completely best of 3. So even just getting a taste of the pacing, especially against someone like Midland, could be a strategy to take them the full 10 yards here. Now, I will say this composition from Midland, though, is packed to the brim with strong picks here. And we'll start up top with Scuzzrat on this set. This happens to be one of his more notable carries that he does play through. And we talk about the level of aggression. He's going to be playing into Kills for Fun on this Shen. And you, before we even actually had the opportunity to talk about this draft here, were telling me about how a little bit more of a weak side top laner. So definitely going to be giving Scuzzrat, not quite,
Just say it, Zephyr.
No.
Pull the band-aid off.
It's tough. That's what we're going to say. It is tough. All right. When you're playing weak side into someone who loves to get in your face, that aggressive, always picking those tanks, or Set, Camille, etc., you're going to have a rough time, especially when they're going to be always on you, running you down. Combine that with the fact that Zebo Gap, here now sitting on this Kiana, looking to consistently pair with Scuzzrat. We got that information before the game. We got a little bit more than that if you want to just quickly touch on that.
Sure, yeah. So I actually did also get to talk not only to Scuzzrat, but I also talked to Kills for Fun a little bit as well.
Okay.
And that's why I said just rip the bandage off. Kills for Fun knows that he's in for a rough time. Like, he took one look at the opponent and was like, okay, we're in trouble. We're banning this guy out. They threw 4 bans at the top lane. Poppy, Tom Kench, Renekton, Lilia here. And even then, it still feels like Scuzzrat got something
Still
comfortable for
insanely
him.
good. Not even just comfortable, just great.
Set is a tank buster, but when you have to ban so many other things, you kind of have to let things through. So the game plan for Marymount, California isn't about the top lane. That's why they picked the Shen. It's a comfort pick for Kills for Fun. It's one of his most played. It's a fairly safe champion, and worst comes to worst, you don't play for the lane. You're playing to affect your other lanes with that Stand United, get them ahead here. So I expect to see Marymount maybe abandon their captain in the top lane for a little bit. You know, he knows what he has to do, sacrifice for the team, right? That's what real heroes do. We have to really watch, Origins, Karamatsu, try and carry, try and get ahead instead.
And we can discuss those lanes as well. Origin, of course, we touched on a little bit briefly coming out of draft there, since you don't usually see that mastery, but it does have the potential to work its way into the map if given the opportunity. Now, hard CC is the bane of every Yee's existence, and there's definitely a plethora here from Midland to work with. So as they get to that mid game, it's going to be a toss-up. I am interested to see how skilled he is on this Yee, because that could make or break this whole point here. But stereotypically, especially playing into an experienced roster, it won't get too far unless the early game is absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, and when you look at what else MCU have drafted here, I am getting a little bit concerned for this Master Yi's early game, as you mentioned, Zephyr, because to have an impeccable early game,
you need early game champs,
strong lane to play through. Exactly. I'm not seeing an early game lane to really play through here. Your Shen is going to be in a very rough spot. Corki is notably a late game champion. I mean, if you get him to the late game, he can carry.
He'll be great.
An AD carry, which does magic damage. You can't itemize effectively against that. Misfortune is strong early. Soraka, maybe not so much. Granted, they are up against Ezreal Yumi, who, if anything, is considered one of the weakest early game duos in the entire game.
Also one of the slipperiest duos in the game. I don't care how weak you want to paint them to be. And let's just talk about that. The general safety that the Midland players have drafted for themselves here is disgusting. In no case will you truly be able to take advantage either of the mid or bot lane at any given point, because Ramadan Steve on this, my apologies, Xerath will have every opportunity to keep spacing towards his advantage. Vice versa, we just said it. Nora and Lieutenant Invictus, of course, here on that Yuumi Ezreal. We've seen that pick come through a multitude of times, and it will shine through in the most disgusting of ways.
Yeah, and the problem with this is your lanes have to push out if you want to really fight them for the most part. If not, they'll just blink under their own turrets. In the case of Noro here, or in the case of Ramadan Steve, well, he's always going to be under cert anyways because he's got so much range. So if you Alpha Strike in as that Master Yi here for Origins, well, you might end up being a beta under the turret. So you do have to be very, very careful about going in on that. And then you look at mid lane instead. Sure, they've got weak lanes, but they don't need a strong early game. Kiana is a strong enough early game for the entire team. Not to mention, we already said, the game plan has been and always probably will be this season for Midland to play for the top lane. Ironic considering their name, but that's what they're going to do. And so we're going to look for early ganks coming in for Scuzzrat here. And if anything, Kills for Fun might actually have to sack multiple waves just to stay safe. And I expect to see early wards come down. If anything, maybe Origins might want to start donating some vision up there as well to make sure that Kills for Fun doesn't ever have to get caught off guard in a 2v.
I will say I have a hard time kind of like, we can take your point and move forward here. Master Yi, maybe look towards that top side, but past that, I have a really hard time figuring out where Marymount is going to want to put their focus. Either way, though, we finally are going to work our way here into the first game of this series. If you're just joining us, it is, of course, Marymount California University versus Midland University. Just a quick reminder, I'm play-by-play caster Zephyr, of course, joined by the lovely random minion caster as my color.
Yeah, and for these teams here, I don't expect to see aggressive starts, right? Just safe 5-point starts for both teams. If anything, if we want to see some aggression come through, maybe after sort of the first clears, we might see Zebo start aggressing into Marymount's jungle here, because they're going to have problems protecting Master Yi early. Origins did take the Ignite, no flash as well. So if you can catch him out and if you can burst him out, he's not going to be able to escape.
Well, for now here, nothing too crazy right off the board. I do really, really want to find out where those junglers are going here. More than likely, Origin's going to come back from that back, go start on the red side, which most likely means he'll be pushing towards the top. I would expect to see the same from Zebo, of course, because we talk about Scuzzrat being that notable pillar to play through. So hopefully, in terms of pacing, they happen to meet at the exact same time, because I'm not looking for fireworks here. I just, at least if I'm definitely rooting for Marymount, I don't want Midland to find such an easy pick in any way. I want it to be more in an even 2v2 kind of running into that one.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that plays out. I do want to point out, interestingly enough, the early wards that came out from Marymount here. Both Origin and Karamatsu dropped some good vision in, so they should be able to track and make sure that Zebo doesn't get that cheeky invade. And also, we talked about covering for kills for fun. That early vision might be key. Midland on the other side didn't even bother. They're confident enough to say that, okay, we're good for this. Origin's actually invading?
Well, this is an interesting choice. Going to pop that blast cone, start the wolves here now. In no way is Zebo not going to find... No. He doesn't. He's waiting.
I love this. He's got the Ignite here, and if he gets the jump, Zebo's not that healthy.
So right off the bat, Zebo, of course, going to flash with the wall, but a beautiful Alpha Strike, and that Ignite doing its job!
Origins!
It's beautiful. We didn't even consider it. The cheese. The cheese is always what you do if you're down bad. You gotta make it work that way.
True. I mean, we're talking about Kiana invading on the Master Yi and punishing, but if you're the one setting up the ambush first, you can turn the tides. You can see Zebo wasn't ready for it. And the wolves damage as well. I appreciate Zebo flashing and then dashing right across to try and drop Origins behind. But the wolves aggro already started, and the wolves ended up really being the silent killer there in that fight.
Well, I mean, it's definitely something to work with. Meanwhile, Keel's looking worse for wear here, but I want to focus on Scuzzrat because notably after that major take there from Origin, he did the smart thing. Walks into blue side here, places the ward down. He's going to have clear vision on when Origins approaches this blue. Ooh, Keel's, like you said, looking low, but that passive going to keep him that much healthier under turret now. Probably going to catch this wave and most likely back here, but now with this vision coming to play, I would not be surprised if we see a two-man gank here into this jungle.
Yeah, I mean, as much as the camera is focused on the bot lane, the action's really in that top side, which is kind of scary here. The camera pans over. Origins gets
big flash. Yeah. caught out here to start things off. Zibo's going to follow through a haymaker to bring him even lower here. Can they find their revenge? Not quite, but the pressure is done. It's on the board. You have forced Origin out of the jungle. You're going to take that blue as well.
And a lot of that comes off, as you mentioned, that early ward from Scuzzrat and the pressure
Super smart
he was putting down in the top lane there. We're saying that Kills for Fun has to base after that play because he's low. Well, if he's low and he's basing, he cannot help out. He's actually opted to stay around. And I'm a little bit worried because Zibo and Scuzz together have more than enough damage to burst through what health Kill for Fun has.
May not even be the two of them. Scuzz is making short work up there already. But yes, Zibo has position ready to go under that bush. Now, I like this. This time around here, Marymount's playing smart. They sniff this one out, and it's because of that ward placed very, very early on there from Keels for Fun. So once again, taking that into account, knowing the sacrifices that he was going to have to make coming into this game, and explicitly understanding that this is where that gap, no pun intended, was supposed to come through.
For sure. And there is a gap in other lanes, though. It's not all doom and gloom for Marymount right now. And it's in the mid lane. Karamatsu on this Corki is winning out in the trades against Xerath. Somehow he is getting past that range advantage, and he's secured himself a significant CS advantage with a cull as well.
Ooh.
Upside.
As I'd say, Keels for Fun not letting Scuzzrat back here. Gets a good taunt to pull him through, but more than that, damage to keep him off the board in this lane. So he's going to be forced to keep this wave in his back pocket here as he can't really find a back. Not quite yet. We see a gank not quite come to fruition there as Origins tries to work his way down the bot line, but a control ward now off the map here. Meanwhile, Keels finds
forward.
that taunt, finds the damage with a haymaker, going to be keeping Scuzzrat alive, and a quick follower from Zibo, but the passive as the sword comes back keeps him healthy under turret, so just barely finding his way to safety.
I thought he was dead to rights the moment he taunted forward there, but huge props to Origins and Kills for Fun. Yes, they are falling behind in terms of CS map pressure currently, but they are not dying, and I think that's very critical. Speaking of not dying, Ramadan, he might die at the rate they're going. Karamatsu already 6 has that long range poke.
I have to give massive props here to Marymount. This is sincerely the most impressive early game I have seen in a David versus Goliath matchup at the NECC. In so many cases, teams play into these monsters, knowing what they're going to be working up against, but still just not considering the flow, the pacing. They bleed out far too early on, and they can't get to the strong points that actually set them apart in terms of their compositions. Now, yeah, Marymount's playing for comfort. They don't really have a window that they're looking for, but they definitely want to get to mid to late game. That's when their big carries tend to shine, especially something of the likes like Corki or even Master Yi, right? But to do that, you need safety. And for once here, we are actually seeing that. A lot of respect, a lot of vision, a lot of knowledge being put out into the field. Now, they might be losing out on a little bit of gold, but across the board, they're managing it in regards to, you look at that mid lane, Karamatsu's still coming back.
Yeah, and 200 or 300 gold difference is pretty much just that one kill, that first blood coming down from Marymount. Other than that, their lanes are even. They're trading top or bot, and it actually works out for what they have because they pick that Shen as a more supportive style top laner. You can see 500 gold down right there on your screen, but that's kind of matched up in the mid lane here by Karamatsu, who's starting to apply a lot of pressure. They're starting to send Zibo gap, but Zibo again getting spotted on a ward here, and Origin might look for the counter gank.
Karamatsu works his way in, so it's going to be revealed as Zibo gap unable to find the stun there that he wants. So going to have to walk away from this one. What's nice is Origin doesn't reveal his position. Now, if he works his way towards the mid or into his blue buff, then he's going to reel anyways. But as he actually is going to move towards this red side, look for a little bit of a counter. So maybe giving Zibo a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, and Origin's constantly playing aggressive here. I like the thought. Actually, he's not farming. He's going for a kill.
Diving under turret, finds his way in with that Alpha Strike. A flash expended from Ramadan Steve, but the kill still secured. Bit of a shame we didn't quite get to see that one, but the minimap does more than enough of a job to tell the story.
Yeah, and now if Origins wants to keep invading, he's got backup here as well from Karamatsu boy here. Zibo gap is 6. That supreme display of talent is up and available, so it does get a little bit dicey, but you can dodge it with a good Alpha Strike. So it really comes down to how quick, how good are your fingers here. For Scuzzrat, that's not even going to be a question because they're going to go PvE instead.
Right here. And it's actually a more respectable trade knowing that the first dragon was played into the hands here of Marymount, California. So no surprise that they're going to take the top side in response there, but definitely different terms in, how long that pacing has been since then. Either way, a great start here. Now Origin has some good kills on the board, and we talked about Yi has to find something early. And the lanes definitely weren't something that benefits this champion, but he still has found that in taking the 1v1 matchup against Zebo, but also just going deep when need be here. So now with those kills, I'd like to see him start to transition this. Maybe not towards Scuzzrat. That definitely seems like a hard position to beat, but keep pushing it. Go get Karamatsu those lane advantages. Maybe look towards the bot lane here. They're not that slippery if you can run them down.
Yeah, and that was where I was thinking as well when we were talking about Origins trying to make some sort of aggressive play. But mid lane,
wow.
0.
I was about to say, it's 100-0. Karamatsu coming off of that back with a supreme expedition there in terms of his damage. So now 1 kill on the board, no problem.
It's funny that you call it. I was thinking like, supreme display of talent.
Yeah, I was holding off there.
Right?
I can't say that. I can't say that. That's disgusting.
No, it's fair. You can say that because Karamatsu is making Corki look about as broken as Kiana. Now Zebo hovering the top side again here. Haven't been able to really
no vision this time
right now. That's true, but at the same time, it is a Shen.
He's going to check this one out. The showstopper playing back, but a good supreme display of talent to make sure he cannot get that shield back up and running there. So finally, Midland puts one on the board, and it's no surprise that it's in this top lane.
And when I spoke to Scuzzrat and Zebo Gap here, Zebo flat out said that you will remember them as the premier top lane duo of the league because they're going to win it through this top jungle duo. And right there, you see why. The synergy, Scuzzrat pulling that haymaker to land that supreme display of talent to extend the CC chain. Exquisite. And Heels for Fun had done an amazing job up to this point, but what can you do against that particular combo? You kind of can't do anything. If your jungler's not there, if you don't have somebody else come back you up, your only choice is to die and eventually lose a turret.
Chapter, double root here. Going to be forced to use that wish, but still a true shot barrage to secure the kill. Now Origin's going to come around the back as that bullet time does find its way through, and Exhaust is going to prevent most of the damage here, but still Noro's on the escape. Kills for Fun was back on him with the Stand United, so Scuzzrat not going to make those autos work for himself, but it is Ramadan Steve coming through, and Alpha Strike to finally find the kill, but it's going to be at the expense of his life, but a TP finally is awarded here. Scuzzrat looking lower and lower. Yumi on top, maybe to get those heals. The missile barrage not quite landing his kills for Run, but finally it's instead of the mid. Zebo is here. The heal from Yumi. Scuzz with the massive showmaker, but it's not enough to take out the two. You seen she keeps playing this one out. No, give us it back. Oh, one down as Yusin is finally taken out by Zebo Gap there. Keel's here. He's tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough to take that damage. It's a full team wipe from Midland here.
I lost track of how many bodies were dropping there, Zephyr. All I know is there was a lot. And at the end of it, Zebo definitely gapped. I mean, he's the last one standing. Origin's coming in for a round 2, but this is a potential 2-for-1 or 3-for-2 if Pengo Laker comes up here. They have vision. They have a ward.
They're just waiting. I don't know. Pengo Laker probably shouldn't be on that blast cone, but gonna go in anyways. Deep, it's found. A steal to be behold here. Zebo now in a bad position. That Yumi's gonna be keeping this Kiana healthy, but a great root keeps him going even further. Right of the Arcane, gonna try to push Origins back, but he continues the chase. Meanwhile, Noro putting pressure here on this backline for going out so far. Keel's keeping it even as Ramadan picks up that 1 kill onto Pengo Lake here. Sadly, Keels, that's going to be all said and done as Yusin steps up to the plate and Alpha Strike put down, but it's going to be at the expense of his kill. Now Karamatsu maybe here to clean this one up, and a great bullet time to find 2 for Yusin.
3-for-3 at the end of it, Zephyr, and it starts off this second round of action with Origins stealing away the dragon. That is absolutely critical, absolutely massive for the side of Marymount because it might make it an advantageous win for them. They did lose because they did lose the inner turret to Scuzzrat, who's going to be able to farm that up. But if you can stack these dragons right now, it's kind of worth it. It is looking like it's going to be the Inferno Soul here. So if you can stack those last 2 dragons, Inferno Soul, you can lose all your inner turrets and still be okay with that.
Absolutely here. So the thing to know
And I'm not sure if I've lost Zephyr here, unfortunately. But I'm sure he had something important to note. I don't know what it is he wants to note, but I know what it is I want to note here. And I do want to talk a little bit about Scuzzrat taking that top lane inner turret there, because inner turrets on the side lanes are worth more gold for your team as well. So Scuzzrat is getting a huge, huge gold advantage. And in that last fight, we didn't really get to see Scuzzrat in the second round. If he was there, I think maybe that fight turns and Midland get themselves a much, much larger opportunity. And now that Scuzzrat has taken down that inner turret as well, there's no reason for him to still stay up there. It's time for him to start joining the fight. And I'm not sure if Marymount is quite ready for him yet. He's got his Gore Drink already, and there's not a ton of healing cut. It's really only, well, actually, no, Kills for Fun has it, and so does Yusin right now. And it's going to be critical. If they can't get that healing cut down on Scuzzrat, he's going to just take over these fights.
Back.
Welcome back.
Just a little bit of a disconnect there, but we're still ready to go. I'm going to finish my point. Hopefully, maybe you actually took it, but either way, the major carries here from Marymount are in good position. Not just Origin. We look at Karamatsu, who's been keeping an insane lead on Ramadan, of course, with the gold in the lane, but now with the kills as well. And Yusin popping up on that back end, she's doing just as good. Now sitting two, well, even respectively, but the gold is playing towards her favor.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well that Misfortune's power spike in the early game is a little bit sharper than the Ezreal. Yes, Noro has picked up the Trinity Force here, but the lethality that can come through is more. Noro's on his own, though. Maybe one.
On his own and all but done there. Origin picking up a quick shutdown, but now Scuzzrat with Lieutenant on top here. I mean, I understand you're going to be making those side lane pushes. You want to be as strong as possible.
Yeah, but 4 kills? I don't know if this is overkill at this point here. I mean, if they are getting lots of turret damage, and you can see they're just ignoring kills right now.
Oh my gosh, a quick haymaker to burst him down. Zebo on the backside. They might run this one out here. There is a back in store, though. Aramatsu stepping up to the plate. Might be able to defend this one, but that rift, that's going to secure that turret, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Undoubtedly. Okay. That's absolutely that's critical. And I think it's important to note that the inhibitor didn't go down, because we are sub 20 minutes right now. And if you drop an inhibitor sub 20 minutes, that's going to give 5 minutes of free farm to your opponent. There's no Baron for you to threaten as well. Not to mention, inhibitor turrets are actually worth less gold than the inner turrets here. So it's nice to break it down. You've got an open inhib to threaten, but at the same time, I think Marymount are happy with the trait that they got. They got the bot lane outer turret. The inner turret's kind of low, and so is the mid lane outer here. So Marymount is set up right now to get a huge influx of gold, which they can then translate to team fights, such as the one that will probably be breaking out in 30 seconds when Infernal spawns.
We'll have to see how that plays out. But Scuzz now shifting his attention towards the mid. If he's going to be pushing this just as hard, he's not going to have that much of an ease in access this time. But we'll see what he's able to do. Ramadan with a little bit of pressure, the slow coming through there. Final chapter in response to find the root. A big showstopper to throw it back into the team fight. A good wish going to be keeping them alive here, but a haymaker flash secures the kill. Meanwhile, bullet time, putting damage on the board as Origin keeps this fight running. Noro, big flash over the wall, going to try to go deep, but the pressure from Karamatsu is pushing him back further under turret. Oh! It's going to be... My apologies there. It's going to be, I believe, the Ares that actually secures that last little bit of damage. Noro, though, over the wall. Look at the quick ward down. One more kill for Origins here.
And that's perfect setup here for the Inferno Drake as well that we were just talking about. In the chaos of all of that, it's Origins winning out. We see the teleport coming into the bot lane from Scuzzrat there. They're going to try and run at this dragon, but I don't know if they'll be quick enough. They peeled off. Origins is giving up on this. It's resetting.
He doesn't have more than a choice, but instead he's going to turn his attention towards Ramadan, and he's taken out before he can secure the kill, and a great supreme display of talent keeps Ramadan alive. Kills for Fun going to pay the price for his sacrifice, and they lose Infernal as a result.
It's such a back and forth game here, Zephyr. We said it was David versus Goliath. It doesn't feel that way right now. They're going toe-to-toe, and honestly, Marymount, very unfortunate there. They chose to peel off. I respect the decision. I mean, Origins would have died if he stayed. I think it's worth taking the dragon or a death, but when they peeled away, he was looking to try and counter, but the rest of the team wasn't there. Karamatsu had only just respawned, was still on his way. The TP came in just after he had dropped, and because of that, not only are they going to lose the dragon here, but they just lost the outer mid turret. Inner mid is also on the chopping block.
Ooh, Yusin taken out by the final haymaker there. One quick punch to secure the grave. Origins maybe on this backside wants to take this fight. You see the Highlander thrown out, and a big showstopper is going to keep him away as well. Kills for Fun can't even find the taunt that he wants. True Shot Barrage going to go wide, but Right of the Arcane still finds its way into the darts of Pango there. So 3 dead in the mid lane. That wasn't even a requirement. They just found those kills.
No, and well, at least it saves the inner turret, right? Because Midland can't really push on that. They were picking up.
Yes.
But is it worth?
Is it worth a tier 2 to drop 3? That's. I mean, I understand the dragon trade there, RMC, but not that.
Yeah, that one's a little bit tougher to justify. And I think, if anything, it drives home right now the point that I made while you were away, unfortunately, Zephyr, that Scuzzrat, now that he's showing up to fights, is a problem. Who's going to go into him? Origins is too squishy to face tank that. You could see that Yusin as well. You don't get to step up. You have to be so careful that Scuzzrat just runs up to you. So it has to be Kills for Fun initiating any action onto Scuzzrat there. If Kills for Fun is not there, odds are they can't actually take down Scuzzrat.
Absolutely. I kind of want to touch on it because I feel like it is important. The notable build here that has been chosen by Origins on Master Yi will not contribute towards being able to take the Scuzzrat at any point. Look at it. He's got that Dustblade. He's got that penetration, which is great for these slim carries across the board. But when we notably look at Scuzzrat, the stereotypical, what is the, hyper healing? You go, what is that Ginsu's into the Wit's End, etc., to give you that little bit extra health as you heal through a majority of that damage. That's not there right now. So yes, he's trying to find that backline, but because of that, he's never going to be able to take the front. Either way, we'll take a look and see if he can do just that. Straight on Ramadan Steve, and the penetration is hefty, so it's going to be securing that kill, and that's why that build does work out against the squishies, at least.
Yeah, Origins isn't building to kill Scuzz. He's built to kill everyone else here, and Scuzz ain't his problem. That's on Karamatsu. That's on Kills for Fun.
Okay.
True. It is a problem for the team, but Origins is saying, it's on you guys. League is a team game, guys. 5-on-5. And I don't dislike the choice here because Yi gets resets off of kills. It lowers the cooldown on that Alpha Strike, right? So you're looking to burst on the squishies, continuously pop that Alpha Strike, and then when you've got no one left, that's when you turn to Scuzz. And while, sure, Origins
might be too
doesn't have that damage. Potentially. True. I was going to give props to Yusin because she just managed to hold the lane against Scuzz. And if you can do that right now, it frees up Origins to be the carry elsewhere on the map. And Karamatsu, we've not touched too much on him, but remember that Corki's damage is mixed damage. He does a lot of magic damage despite building AD here. And Scuzzrat has very little magic resistance.
Right. So maybe that Corki will be the bane of his existence, but only really time will tell. And actually, time is quite literally what will be working its way out until telling here, because it is a late game Corki that you have to worry about. Not quite a ticking time bomb, given how squishy he is, but if given the opportunity to continue to relay that damage without any offense, congrats. You more than likely will scale into a very nice team fight at any state of the game. Not there quite yet, but I will say if you take a look at his build, he is a bit more on the 80 side.
Yeah, and again, he can build 80. It'll convert to magic for the most part. Yeah. So he's one of those weird hybrid champions in a way where you have to know about what he does. If not, you might be
just me dumb PvP.
Not at all. I mean, unless you had to face a Corki recently. He's not super meta here, but I do like the pick, and he's a good answer to the Ezreal as well. We've not touched too much on Noro, but Noro's been quietly pumping out damage as well in a lot of fights. He's died only 3 times for the most part, and I expect to see that number remain low through this game. Lieutenant Invictus has not really been protecting the AD carry, and I actually like that decision. I think Noro is safe enough on his own.
Fine.
I much like the fact that he's on Scuzzrat, making Scuzzrat nigh unkillable.
Well, for now, still sits on top of Noro here because he was pushing out that side lane. But the big concept that we're going to all have to wait for here is now this next dragon. And already right off the bat, Midland kind of pushing forward here, already into the red side, footing out what is any... Now, the
They gonna
vision's
trade?
there. I don't think they can trade because they're going to be spotted out immediately. Now, if they see the rotation through this mid lane bush, they will know that their vision is there. But I like the clear. At least you get the presence on the map to make sure that you can take out this vision.
Okay, they've pulled almost everybody from Midland over except for Zebo Gap. here.
Karamatsu's still
Karamatsu's
there.
kind of just, yeah, he's just poking his head for the most part, trying to see, okay, have they actually started it here? I'm not sure what Marymount wants to do because they seem to be threatening the Baron. The pings are coming down, but with only kills for fun and Origins, you don't take it quick enough, and there's still a ward in the back of that pit.
Well, it's going to pull them off just a little bit, but I'm 100% sure that Nora and Zebra are just going to stay there and take that. So they give away this Inferno, and so that's going to continually stack this massive damage. And in turn, right of the Arcane Ramadan Steve, DP does find the kill! An insane amount of damage. Scuzzrat there, not going to be able to find that Grit Haymaker that he wants, so the damage continues to pump out. Final chapter, more than likely going to steal his grave, but no! It's Yusin to find the kill there! Another one down. Noro taunted there from the flash from Kills for Fun. Over the wall, the Burn's going to take this one out. Oh, Lieutenant Victus gonna try to work her way onto Zebo, but it's too late. 4 kills here. Zebo Gap, the only one left alive from Midland, and a Baron secured for Marymount.
Karamatsu on that engage. Did you see it, Zephyr? Because I blinked, I missed it, and next thing I knew,
Gone.
Ramadan Steve was dead. Scuzzrat was dead. The raid boss is down, and that is not an exaggeration for Midland University. Scuzzrat is about half their team. When he's dead, you can see that they don't have the front line. They struggle. They invested all this gold into that top lane right now, and they need him there. Marymount with Baron now pushing in, taking multiple turrets. They're getting a big influx of gold here, and I expect to see them go for that top lane inner turret soon enough as well. Leave Midland with nothing but their base here.
Oh my gosh, what an absolute monstrous play there from Marymount. I mean, risk it for the biscuit could not be better proposed in something like that. We talked about it. You don't really take that Baron too fast there. They're going to find and engage at any given point, but major props. Karamatsu finding that initial destruction on Ramadan Steve right in the middle of the right of the Arcane there. So he knew he wasn't going to have the option to respond and actually slow him down. Now, I was surprised at how quickly he was bursted out, but I was even more surprised at the decimation of Scuzzrat. You talked about that magic damage, and yeah, that came to fruition there.
Yeah, and Randuin's Omens now being picked up by Scuzzrat. It will negate a portion of that damage, even if it is magic damage. But still, I don't know how long he can survive under that poke. And we also saw the range advantage coming in for Corki. Pardon me. Scuzzrat's not able to really gap those effectively. And Lieutenant Victor's tried, but you need to start landing those slows sooner, or else Scuzzrat just gets chewed down. Midland isn't out of it by any means, though.
Oh,
they are still very
absolutely
strong.
not.
And you can see it. Baron's still up for a minute, but Marymount is struggling to push into them. The wave clear is solved for Midland. They just need to start finding a couple of engages on their terms, get to the place first, set down some vision, and then force Marymount to come into you with that poke from the Xerath, with that poke from the Ezreal, and then later with that engage coming through from Zebo Gap or Scuzzrat carrying Lieutenant Invictus for that final chapter.
And what really kind of broke down that team fight was the separation. You were not going to be able to respond in the way you wanted, especially in that scenario, because Scuzzrat and Ramadan Steve, well, I guess I can't even count Ramadan Steve. He was gone before the fight even ensued. But either way, given the opportunity, you have Zebo there. You have something like Lieutenant Invictus. Maybe things survive. It looks a little bit better. But in that specific case, because they constantly stretched them out along that riverbed, because they knew Zebo nor they were sitting still on that Baron, you had the rotation coming through from Lieutenant and the like. They had this very split-second opportunity to actually make it work.
And zero hesitation. When they saw the opportunity, they went for it. I love seeing that, and I expect to continue seeing that from Marymount here in terms of trying to close things out. Now, for Midland, though, a lot of that did come from, as you touched on earlier, Zephyr, the lack of vision. The fact that Marymount cleared everything topside
Super good.
meant that Midland only saw into the pit and nothing about the approach into it, which is where they got caught. They need to try and get the wards down, and it's a little bit difficult for them.
This is tough
they have
now.
Yuumi as a support. Yeah, and Yuumi doesn't roam on her own, right? You need to put her on somebody who's going to get in there. So you don't have just that one person warding here. Now, every time you want to set up the vision line, you're committing at least 2, maybe 3 members in to get it. And if Scuzzrat is not one of those members, it's not safe for you. Origins will just rip right through anyone else. And if Scuzzrat is there, Scuzzrat is not applying pressure elsewhere on the map. Ramadan Steve is the other teleport carrier. that he's kind of squishy and vulnerable. If he pushes out past beyond river without said vision, he's vulnerable. A bit of a catch-22 here.
Yeah, so maybe the draft coming back to bite here, playing for a level of aggression to kind of stem off that early game, to almost run you down, didn't quite come through as Marymount played it very, very well. And now as the mid game comes full force here, they've really started to seat themselves very well into team fight phase. Now, I will say, this Dragon will be more grouped this time around. So we can't count Midland out, especially now that they're more than likely going to be playing this one out as 5.
And certainly Midland actually secured the last 2 Dragons. So if anything, we're looking at a history here. Midland's the one who has been better at taking these Dragons.
Slow
So get
TP
Origins.
behind.
You don't see him.
Origin's going to go deep, find his way on a Noro. Lieutenant's going to get the heal, tries off. Right of Arcane, unable to find it, but 2 secured here for Origins. Turns his attention to Zebo Gap. A wish is found before he goes down. Goes golden. Scuzzrat flashes for the Haymaker to secure the kill and takes a showstopper into the backline, but Yusin and Karamatsu do a great job to burst him out anyway. Heals for fun, and the rest trying to chase down Zebu. Karamatsu with a little bit of the missile, but I don't think they're going to find the kill. But either way, they continue the push.
Yeah, and they can easily take an inhibitor off of this. Zebo can't defend against this, and Ramadan is caught in the bot lane basing. That's 8 seconds solid for Marymount to continue the push, and I want to sing the praises of Pango Laker right now. Yeah, it's in, it's out. Dragon still standing, go for that. And praise to Pango Laker, because 0-3 and 10 on the Soraka, Pango Laker kept everyone alive throughout the entire engage. There's no healing cut on Midland. It's only on Lieutenant Invictus, and you saw how quickly Yumi went down in that fight. The moment she was down, it was Pango's fight to run.
You know what was the absolute bane of that fight that sadly came true? A lack of vision. For time and time again, Marymount had complete control of this river, and when they thought they knew where everyone was, that's when it came back to bite. Origin, side, finds his quick engage onto Noro, gets the alpha over the wall, and secures what is your major carry already out of the fight into Lieutenant as well. So now 3v5, they had nothing left to do here. Now Vision going to be contested for this river area. They're going to try to already secure this one out, get some idea of where the Baron pressure might be applied sometime soon, but we've seen how quickly Marymount can come through and wipe this.
Yeah, I mean, Origins and Yusin and Karamatsu all sustain damage on this Baron here. Can cut through them. The last time it was pretty much just Origins and kills for fun for that early half, and even then you saw by the time Midland got over, it was half health Baron. It's further along now. Collector, Lord Dominic's picked up for Origin here. Actually, the Lord Dominic's is pretty important. We should touch on that because that's going to allow Origins to actually fight Scuzzrat here as well. Cut him through in some of these fights. So that's
what a burst.
Pretty critical. Yeah. Karamatsu pushing that bot lane. Has TP up and available. If anything, Midland now have to respond. Are they going to go for Baron, or are they going to send somebody back to deal with Karamatsu?
Oh, for now, they're going to spot off a few wards, clear the vision here, but at least this time it is lit up like a Christmas tree. I'd say this is your best bet to try to take a fight here, because the longer this goes on, you're just giving away return. Yeah, they have to take Baron here.
Yeah, and they're doing it. And you can see Marymount, they don't know. If anything, they're just giving this up here. They're trying to push elsewhere. I don't hate this decision, even if Midland does pick up the Baron buff. That's pushing power. It's not great team fighting power here. So Marymount has been winning the team fights. They're okay with that trade.
Right. They'll let the Baron slide for now at the expense of at least securing what is that inhib here. They're going to take out the rest of this jungle, maybe start setting up a little vision, but no, just general resets to come through here. Either way, we now know that the pressure on the board from both mid and bottom lane won't really give Midland that much of an opportunity to really push these lanes out effectively unless they're committing full force.
If anything, this is actually a little bit risky for Midland right now, because they do have to send somebody to deal with the bot as well as the mid because of the super minions. And we've seen multiple times now when they're split up, Marymount has been very good at picking them off. Origins is worth 2 members at this point when he can find the squishies.
They definitely can see this one out here, and the teleport coming through here. Maybe the pinch is underway. They want to make sure they make good use of that teleport, but I love this. Dash forward with Zebo into that final chapter. They're at least going to take out Zebo, but it's going to be at the expense here of the life of Karamatsu. You see him already down for the count, but he still finds Noro through the slightest pace of his revive. Yusin and Pango have finally worked their way out to the front, but they're not going to be looking for any more kills there. So a 2-for-1 there, even in their mistakes, Marymount is still coming out on top.
And you can't even say it's just the sheer goal lead. The goal lead's only 2,000.
It's not that much.
Well, yeah, it really isn't. And it looks like they're kind of base racing this right now. I don't know if Scuzzrat can push effectively into Origin. Alpha Strike is great at clearing burned up minions here. It's not magic damage. It doesn't get reduced, but okay, Scuzzrat and Lieutenant Invictus, big enough threat.
This
here.
is interesting.
You seen Tango Laker?
I was going to say, yeah, they're walking their way down mid lane, but to find what? They're not going to be able to push turret. You have those respawns coming out there, so they kind of just give up that tier 2 for free.
Okay, it's not the end of the world. You can see that it has closed the gold lead. 500 at 34 minutes into the game is virtually irrelevant here. So it feels like the teams have kind of reset. We're back to even footing, and it's still coming down to these team fights. Let's revisit how Midland got to this point here. Great catch coming through from Lieutenant Invictus and Zebo. Yes, it ultimately was a 2-for-1 trade where Karamatsu still managed to find Noro on the back end, but it's worth it killing Karamatsu. He had such a big bounty that despite dying, he still has 150 gold bounty. He's looking to... Let's
say they might find more than just him.
Yeah.
Also, Pango. If they can get the slow on a U-Scene, they might be able to pick up more there, but continue on, RMC.
Okay. So, Dragon's coming up. 30 seconds. Pango Laker going down here. Absolutely critical. They can't really fight that. Even with the wish, Pango Laker's been instrumental in a lot of these fights, keeping them alive. And U-Scene, they're just running her down.
As I say, this is kind of the strength of this composition finally coming out here. Karamatsu right off the revive. Big shield going to keep him more than alive. Showstopper, that does nothing at this point. Yuumi set down. Zebo trying to slow the rush. Supreme display of talent's going to keep half of them off, but it isn't going to remove Origin. Now working their way onto the Infernal. The vision is down. They know it is ticking, and they're more than ready to steal this one away. Origin's low alpha onto Dragon. They're able to secure it. Noro steps up to plate, tries to find the E, but still can't do it.
He still has GA. Origins isn't even in danger of dying. Well, he is, but he can resurrect and... You know what Zephyr, I feel like that's how, Origins...
This could be it!
Just Q. Yeah, it could be. They're pushing in, and Ramadan's just getting chased down. They have minions coming in. No more supers necessarily, but they don't need it. They can push in to take that inhibitor.
At least
look at the death timers. 10 seconds before Scuzzrat's back up here, and we've already seen that Karamatsu can burst him down.
Either way, the biggest thing that we didn't even touch on, they steal Dragon and they secure the soul. So now what was an even burstier comp has become that much more dangerous. We talk about the sheer force of nature on champs like the Yi and Corki. You've seen already how explosive they are. If you thought a blink was going to be the missing point here, I don't even know what's shorter than that. Oh no, they don't have vision. They're going to be able to slide this one in a great bullet time set up into the stun there. Scuzzrat's deep with the showstopper and finds the one onto Pangolake right of the arcane. Does take out Reels as Noro steps up to pump out some more, but Karamatsu's still alive to find the double for himself here. 2-1 on the map. I don't think it's going to be enough to push the game, but even still, Midland is looking rough.
They're
going to try.
Karamatsu. He's Flame Horizon to almost everybody but Scuzzrat right now.
That's almost a double Flame Horizon. Almost a double. He deserves to find that ace.
Now they can end. Now they can push in. There's nobody to stop them. Zebo gap, 15 seconds. Lieutenant Invictus is not a champion until someone else comes up here. Turret's gone, and Marymount, California University. We said they were making a comeback. We said they bounced back in week 3. They've bounced back hard, and they've found themselves a winning formula here.
More than a winning formula. Random, they have read Midland like a book. They came into this knowing exactly how Midland wanted to play towards their victory. You talk about Zebo. You talk about this top lane. That was the win condition here. And you've got to love Reels. You've got to love Reels' play throughout the majority of that game. Plays the weak side to a T. And more than that, I think he only gave up the one kill to that combo. Just one. I can bet you several other teams have faltered and found themselves in the face of a monster set that just ran them down time and time again.
100% Zephyr. And that's the point where they didn't just read the book, they just wrote the Spark Notes for every other team in this division. If you want to take down mid lane, this is how you do it. You find somebody who can, you play weak side top in such a way that, yes, you give Scuds Rat the farm, right? He gets the CS lead all you want, but you play cautiously, you play careful. And not only do you play weak side, you play strong jungle. Because I think a lot of it came from Origins, that level 2 invade, the ambush at the wolves there.
Huge.
I was caught off guard. I was not expecting that. And you set Zebo behind, and suddenly it's just like, oh, okay, Scuzzrat has to go help Zebo out instead. And every time you're doing that, it buys time for Keels to farm up safely. It buys time for Origin to invade again. And then Origin just takes over the game on this Master Yi. Zephyr, game 2, I'm expecting a Master Yi ban.
I'll hopefully expect that Master Yi ban. But if it doesn't, or at least if it comes through, we're still going to see just as strong of a jungler come through from Origins. What I do need to see, which I think is just crazy, they're playing towards their top side, and usually the weak side laners actually works in their favor. But there was such a lack of impact from the likes of Noro. My apologies, let me make sure I get this right here. Noro, Ramadan, Steve, Lieutenant Invictus. Well, Invictus was playing through as much as possible on this Yuumi to keep these carries alive, but that's just simply what you do as Yuumi. Either way, without a heavy carry to play through, aside from your usual win condition, it all came crumbling down the minute Scuzzrat was not in a good spot.
And
I can understand that. I can understand that if you're playing win condition top, but at the end of the day, if you have no other route to work with, what do you do? What do you do?
And like I said, I don't want to take away from Noro, because I think Noro's Ezreal did the Ezreal job. If anything, I just think the problem was the mid lane, the fact that Karamatsu was so far ahead that Noro couldn't 1v1 him at all, right? Like, it wasn't even close. Yeah, you saw it's like 50% of his health traded for 100%. It just wasn't worth it there. And it comes down to, Ramadan, Steve, on the Xerath, which was the counter pick against that Corki there, really struggled. Now, we didn't get to watch the laning phase. By the time we looked mid,
it was already set in stone, 30 CS ahead.
Exactly. So we don't know what happened there. And if anything, I think what I want to see from Midland is a change from their jungle. I know it's Ramadan Steve who struggled, but I think Zebo spend a little less attention into top lane. Scuzzrat, he'll dominate that just fine, right? He'll get himself a lead. If anything, Zebo looked at the mid lane, get some kills there. And I don't know how familiar he is on Kiana. It didn't show up in his recently plays here, or things that he plays a lot of. So maybe he was just experimenting a little bit with that Kiana there. I expect to see him go back to things he's more comfortable in, things like the Lee Sin, the Lilia, the Olaf to come through perhaps, and then gank that mid lane. Get Ramadan Steve ahead. If that Xerath was even or ahead, Corki doesn't get to take over the game like that.
You can take that route as all you want here. Personally, I want to see a little bit more of a stepped up pace from these lanes. I'm gonna go the opposite direction. All right. I want to set this up in my own perspective, because there is multiple routes here for a potential win condition. The simplest, of course, is to play through Zebo, give him something that's a little bit more on his comfort, and still play strong side top, but rely less on that direct ganking, given that Scuzz is going to come out on top. Like I said, my perspective, I want to see a little bit of change up of pace. I know Ramadan, I know Noro, they have picks behind their belt that can be just as strong and put in just as much work here. Either way, discussions aside, maybe an argument starting to flare up here. Either way, we've got to take a little bit of a break to make our way towards game 2 here. And I'll tell you what, game was exciting. This one's going to be twice as good, because I know Midland, they won't let that one sit. Stick around and stay tuned.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice. And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless? On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC, and we're working our way now into Game 2 here of Marymount California University versus Midland University. If you didn't join us for Game 1, go watch the VOD right now. That is an absolute banger of a game here, and unexpected more than anything. Marymount coming out on top, playing through comfort, and still finding major success, notably through Karamatsu in this lane, as well as Origin in the jungle here on this mastery, and a bunch of other fantastic play across the board. Either way, I'm your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, of course, joined by the lovely color caster, Random Minion Caster.
A bit of a mouthful there, Zephyr. Good warm up for the game, though, because I have no doubt Game 2 is going to be more exciting than Game 1 was. Because as you rightly mentioned in the post game, Game 1 did have its bit of a lull phase in the beginning there. Everybody kind of playing it slow, farming up, Going to game 2, I don't think that's the case anymore. Midland know what they're running into this time. They were so confident coming into this. Like I said, Zebo Gap, they were saying that, okay, we're going to be the most iconic top jungle. In fact, he even went as far as to say that there will only be 2 games and that he'll gap both those games. Now, I don't know if he's regretting that because a gap can go both ways. So, Marymount's definitely looking to try and end this in 2 games.
Do not say that.
I gotta set the stage here. I mean, he literally told me, you can quote me on this. So I'm gonna quote him on this. That said, I don't think it's gonna end in 2 games. I don't think Midland's just gonna go down that easily here. I think they're gonna come back swinging in a huge way. Zebo, not on a super comfort champion here. Like you mentioned, put him on a comfort champion, and I expect to see the lanes step up a lot. Noro himself is actually a name that others might recognize here from NECC. Maybe not from League of Legends, but he's apparently won a title in NECC for Overwatch before. He's playing Valorant and League of Legends to split, and he wants to be the first player. He says he will be the first player to win 3 different titles in NECC.
That's crazy.
So if you want to do that, you step up here.
Well, it's definitely, like I said in chat just a second ago, this is more than likely going to go to 3 games here because now the pacing has been set. It's on the board. You also know how Marymount likes to play here. And the big thing is Midland is going to be looking to punish this game more so here. Now, whether they do it through a change of pace through Zebo or the likes of different champions is still up in the air here. We have to wait till we make our way towards draft. But I can tell you that they definitely will choose the picks that put them on the best foot forward this time around.
And it's great that we're into draft here, Zephyr, because really it's going to break down into draft. Usually for the winning team, there's no need to change anything up. But I don't think that's going to be the case here. There were certain picks, certain things that were an issue, despite the fact that Marymount won. The set was a problem. That I don't think they're going to change. But the bot lane, the Yuumi Ezreal, were becoming a bit of a problem near the end there, especially that Yuumi. So wouldn't be surprised to see that banned. And if anything, I don't think you can rely on the fact that Origins might be able to get another hyper carry like that Master Yi again. So it feels like you might have to start looking at maybe, okay, change up that mid pick, that AD carry. Well, mid pick, actually, if you get their hands on Corki, that's fine. But maybe the AD carry pick might have to start taking a bit more oriented side of things to try and make up for Origin's potential lack of a hyper carry.
Now, I will say, you talk about the Yuumi ban coming through. I'm more directed towards the mid lane. If you are mid lane here, get rid of Karamatsu's pick on that Corki. That was the biggest thing that set the precedent for this game. Because yes, Origin held really great control of the jungle, but what really nailed it in was the fact that Karamatsu had complete dominance over kind of that weak side lane, was able to almost double flame Horizon, and then find their way into that victory there. Looking like we have a little bit of a reset here on the draft here. So we're going to pull this one hopefully back to casters for just a second as they work their way into that one just again. But either way, like I was just saying before, work your way from that Corki, take him off that hyper carry, give him the lack of range, the inability to farm with the security. It's going to be a completely different precedent.
Definitely. And if we look at what Ramadan Steve likes to play, it is all these sort of control mages, things like the Cassiopeia, the Syndra, the Twisted Fate, the Xerath. And one thing that almost all of them have in common is that they don't do great into a ton of ranged aggression, like what Corki brings to the table here. So there's not a lot of other picks in the mid lane that can do quite the same thing. If anything, maybe the Syndra could fulfill the same role as the Corki, but I think you'd still want to take that Syndra over the Corki. Syndra's sustained damage is not quite as fearsome to come through. And maybe you might not want to pick that Xerath if it is something like that Syndra. Keep in mind that Xerath was picked after seeing the Corki in game 1. And in game 2, while we didn't get to see all the bans come through, we did get to see that they have maintained the same side. So Marymount is still blue side, Midland is still red side here. And that should give Ramadan Steve the counter pick option.
We'll see what he opts to play there. Like you said, definitely a little bit more weak side scales towards the late game. But either way, we want the precedent to be to take away Karamatsu's control of that. A quick aside there, I will say I had the lovely opportunity of seeing Ramadan this summer. Just a little personal story myself here. I got the opportunity to cast a very fun event in Nebraska that he himself went out of his way to actually play at. So super cool. I actually got to meet him in person as he played on a team by the name of Gap here. And he was actually top lane at the time. Either way, the team performed adequately. They weren't able to win the tournament here, but I can definitely say I've got the VODs, I got the clips. So if you think game one maybe wasn't his favorite, there's definitely a lot in store in Ramadan's tool house that he can work with. I personally have seen him. I have had the opportunity to actually have maybe a little bit more of the dramatic irony behind myself.
I don't know about the dramatic irony here, Zephyr. I'm still stuck on adequate. His performance here. I mean, I feel like if you remember a player like that, from an event, a couple of months ago, they must have performed more than adequate.
True.
Certainly into this game, I want to see more than just adequate. I don't want to see like, oh, Derek landed the Qs. I want to want something, like spicier. Like, I want to see Cassiopeia 5-man petrifying gaze. Let's go.
Well, either way here, we're back into the draft. We'll see if those bans come to full fruition here, and we'll get a little bit of a taste here. Like I said, I'm dreaming for that Corki ban. Either way, the Yuumi is pulled off the board here. So, big change. Is Lieutenant Invictus going to have to play something else? And yes, there it is, finally.
Yeah, I think the Corki, as you rightly pointed out, it's the absolutely massive ban to come out here. So Karamatsu really doesn't have that option. I'm very much looking forward to see what Karamatsu boy is going to pick out. His Malzahar got banned, his Corki got banned. I don't think he has another champion that fulfills quite a similar role. He's got something like the Yone or the Vigar if he wants like a hyper carry with CC in his pocket. And maybe that's the idea here. But in terms of what we are seeing come out, Ornn and Fiora. I mean, Ornn is very typical of Keels for you, but Fiora for Scuzzrat, that's serious. He's taking the kitty gloves off. He's going hard on this to carry this game.
Yeah. I was about to say, we talked a little bit about it before game one. You have this level of aggression from Scuzzrat into what is usually weak side played in through the tanks from Keels, and this is something that will be a staple coming into game two. Now, they weren't quite able to take advantage of that jungle top lane rotation, but in my opinion, it doesn't matter this time around. The Fiora can make all that work for herself with no problem.
Yeah, absolutely love it. And then you take that Lee Sin, a strong early game ganking jungler, who is a comfort pick for Zebo here. He's already played 2 games of it here in the NECC, and you go gank the mid, gank the bot. Now, it is still Xerath for Ramadan, Steve. That's a very different situation. I question, what are you going to pick now that Malzahar and Corki are banned? A Nivea for Karamatsu, and I'm an Anivia main myself into a Xerath. If Xerath never steps up as an Anivia, you actually can't ever reach him. He has to get in range for a wall, a stun. If not, you have 0 agency as Anivia.
Now, it's so difficult to try to counter this point because it's just obvious. Into the face of the Xerath, it is going to be rough here for Karamatsu, and he doesn't have the level of rotation in the lane to actually make the impact per se this time around on the waves. But I will say this. There is a certain time period where Corki doesn't have those rotations in the early game. And during that time period, we did still see Karamatsu find a lead for himself. Now, yes, pacing for Corki, I still think is strong into Xerath if you play it appropriately with the poke. But either way, I do think individual skill level here, while the Anivia might not be the best of picks into the Xerath, he still shined even when it was supposed to be a counter last game too, to a certain degree.
True. And if we think back to sort of how the last game went as well, Karamatsu was ideally, at the end of the day, a big counter to pretty much everyone on the map, including Scuzzrat. And while Anivia doesn't do too hot into Xerath, it does great into Fiora. You can only parry so much here. And with Anivia, because you control that Flash Frost a little bit as well, you can kind of bait out the parry and hold the stun, or just let the stun come fast. With the Fiora, you can't parry or dodge away from the Glacial Storm either. There's ideas, thoughts on this. Now, we didn't touch on the bot lanes too much because that's kind of the same here for the side of Marymount. It is still going to be that Misfortune Soraka combo for Yusin and Pengo Laker. But Midland does have a change, and this one's pretty critical because Yuumi got banned, and what got opened up because of that ban was that Leona here, which got banned in game 1 and is a hard counter to Soraka. Last game, Yuumi couldn't quite punish Soraka. Granted, Soraka couldn't quite punish the Yuumi either, but Soraka
this is different.
This time they can look for kills, and it feels like to me setup for Zebo in this bot lane here. If you land a Zenith Blade and Zebo's anywhere nearby, that should be a kill.
Absolutely. If you get the lockdown, this Leona, at any given point, you have taken control of that lane, which is something that I actually think will work out in Midland's favor to an excessive degree. We talked a little bit about putting Noro on a good foot. You don't explicitly have to change up what Noro is playing to do that. Instead, give him the tools. Play it through your support here, and that's exactly what they have the opportunity to do so. You talked about it. It was banned in game 1. They were able to pull this one out here, so maybe Lieutenant has just been waiting to have the opportunity to level this engage a little bit. So I'm excited for it, not just in the lane-to-lane matchup, but as well as the actual team fight. Personally, there was a lot of damage-oriented play from Midland in game 1, but in terms of really solid engage, you had the final chapter from Yuumi, but remember that's only on the lock of a single target that it really gets to make its impact. And past that, there really wasn't much. Supreme display of talent definitely plays on location here. Leona, anywhere's game. This is street ball, baby. You pick up, you go down the court, you're going to lay it out wherever here. And that could be absolutely huge because that finally gives Midland the chance to play the game whenever, wherever.
Exactly. I love that you mentioned that because final chapter isn't an engage tool. I know that they used it as one, but it wasn't ideal.
It's not strong. It's not that.
No, and you could see how they were struggling to get in position to get it off.
Yeah.
Yuumi herself can't actually carry it there. She needed somebody to ferry her to the right positions, and that requires a lot of coordination. Not only does Leona kind of circumvent that issue, but Leona's stun at the end game on that Shield of Daybreak, it's like 3-4 seconds.
Huge.
In the middle of a fight, if you can rotate that quickly here, it's going to interrupt a lot of things. Misfortune can't get her bullet time off effectively. Anivia's Glacial Storm will also get interrupted if you're on that Soraka and stunning her. She can't heal either. So this Leona pick is absolutely massive. And to me, the biggest thing about it is the range on the engage with that Solar Flare.
Yes.
You outrange Anivia, which means that if Anivia is trying to set up, a nice Glacial Storm, catch the wave, if she's trying to freeze it there, she can't. You drop that Solar Flare and it's go time for the entire team.
Right, so there's a little bit more of a trigger this time around for Midland, which I'm very excited to see here. But we saw triggers last time. While they weren't as direct for Midland, two major things came into play that I'm going to be looking for again from Marymount to potentially lead them to victory and maybe even finish this off in a 2-0, which personally I think is rough because this draft already definitely is stacked against them. But either way, early game is number one. We saw what was a comp that was looking to roll here from Midland get washed because they played the early game so efficiently. They didn't bleed out. They put their carries in a good spot. And when it got to mid and late game, they were in a prime position to finally capitalize. And while this comp doesn't quite take advantage in the same way as being able to actually find their way into a fight, it still can get strong with the appropriate amount of farm and having that level of control. Now, number two here, I've lost. So we're going to throw it back to you. Went a little long on number one, so I lost. Maybe I'll figure it out when I remember it here.
Sure. Maybe. I want to go a little bit more on your number one first, and maybe that will lead into your number two.
Just let us think.
Sure. And that's Marymount, California. They have a very narrow window of opportunity because they have to play the early game right. But if we think back to their early game in game one, they didn't have a lot of action. They don't have the tools for it. And same thing here. They don't again.
They don't.
If it needs time to skill or needs time to skill, Viego needs time to skill. But if you go too late, Ezreal, Fiora is going to start to take over the game. So I think Marymount, it's a game of timing for them. They have to take advantage of that window. Midland, on the other hand, you've got an opportunity early with Leona Lee Sin. And if worse comes to worse, Scuzzrat can now try and 1v5 carry this game.
I've been able to remember what my point was here, but I'm going to hold off for just a second as we do have what is maybe the great engage to start this one. They find Pango Lake and they're easily going to secure that first blood into just the wrong person. A first blood into the hands of Scuzzrat. That's dicey.
Wrong or oh so right here for Midland. They're going to be happy with that one here. And he goes back and picks up an insta-tier as well. I love this. The fact that Fiora is not going to have mana issues. You didn't need to buy more offensive stats because Ornn early game is strong when he can land the brittle proc. Against a Fiora who's dashing around, it's going to be very difficult to land that brittle proc. So you can afford to go, a bit more utility for Scuzzrat here. I also want to point out that Lieutenant Victus had to burn Flash and Ignite. doesn't even matter because he's got Hex Flash.
He's got a Hex
and
Flash.
That's
Doesn't
just as
matter.
good.
It's already just as
for
good.
Leona.
My gosh. Well, Midland has already started off in a great pace, and we'll see how they're able to push that one that much forward here. We said it before, Scuzzrat isn't quite going to be needing those ganks this time around, so having that under his belt is huge. I want to touch on this before it runs away from me here. The other big thing from Midland that came back to bite eventually was their lack of control of vision. Now, we can staple that, of course, to the level of impending doom here from the lockdown on some of these squishies that were always on the board and the inability to step up to the plate as Yuumi. So I'm definitely going to be taking this maybe with a grain of salt here now that they have Leona on the board. But either way, constantly, objective after objective, the setup was always in Marymount's favor. They were there early. They were there to put the vision to rest before things began. And it allowed people like Origins and alike to find sneaky kills or to secure the picks where they needed them if we talk about Karamatsu in the mid lane, right? So hopefully that also changes to pace here.
Yeah, if it doesn't, things might actually get worse because Anivia and Ornn are great at creating picks and catches here. I mean, being able to shape the rain as well to set up the Ornn charge. It's quite nasty to watch. I mean, the Ornn charge will break the Anivia wall, but it will also give the knockup, which is the more important part. Now, we do see Zebo hovering bot side a little bit here. Looking,
which good.
It's full health.
I like
but
that.
We already said if Leona lands a single, Zenith Blade onto this with the sunlight procs, there probably is enough damage here to get a kill on Soraka.
Well, either way, not going to waste too much time there. If you don't see the gank, keep on rotating. I like that from Zebo. Instead, going to turn his attention, or at least secure what is this scuttle before making any further rotation, maybe even towards that top side need be here. I will say, we already saw an early back come out here from Scuzzrat right off of the bat here, so I'm curious what was that kind of reset, but I think it was in the set to get that call up, which is really extensive for this late game here. For now, though, Origins already on his own gank. I like the response from Lieutenant there. Sets up his own stun, but it is going to be responded back out to now. They don't pull any major summoners, so not much to say in terms of success there.
And you know what? I don't hate it from Origins.
No.
Because he's only got really the one buff left to clear, and it is that red buff there. So it's rather efficient of him to go for that gank, and you're just trying to get some lane pressure. Ooh, good parry actually coming through from Scuzzrat to block that riddle. And you can already see how rough it's going to be for kills. You're running up against a tier called Fiora. She's obviously not looking to dominate the lane, and she's still winning it right now. So when eventually those investments come to fruition here and pay off, Keels is really not going to have fun.
Absolutely not. We're waiting for Keels to make his impact when it comes to that mid game, and that's exactly what he did on the Shen, but the Shen has instantaneous rotation through Stand United. Meanwhile, in the bot, Lieutenant Invictus finding that Zenith Blade straight onto Pango Laker, and he's going to take him half for half, but the trade actually works out in favor of Marymount. Ooh, Karamatsu in his own regard, finding the damage he needs onto Ramadan. One more auto would do it. He flashes forward, and he finds it through the E. Karamatsu. This is what I'm talking about. It's that skill difference, RMC.
Zephyr, this is what I was talking about when I said things shouldn't happen. But like you said, the skill difference, unfortunately, is coming through a little bit here. Ramadan Steve on this Zerth has not looked too clean out there. Looking for Scuzz, but Zebo's here as well.
My gosh, here, Zebo on the top side. Ooh. Not able to land what is that Sonic Wave for the engage. And I do like the shadowing from Origin. So it definitely shows that even though he had that bot lane gank, his pacing was on scale with Zebo, which is nice.
Yeah, and that should land him at the bot side as well when Dragon is up and available.
Perfect.
If the bot lane can find an advantage here, and we touched very barely on the bot lane advantage off that trade. It's that you've got to sustain support. Soraka will heal you back up. You're fine. Soraka will heal herself back up as long as she doesn't get tagged. And then you start to win that lane. So they're in a good spot. Origins can path down there after full clearing his jungle.
Right.
Get a gank off. If you don't get a kill, but you can burn enough health, you get a free drag. So Marymount are set up. Midland, it's a bit more difficult for them to respond because Zeb go bot as well. But he's not in a tank position. And you can see that Pengo Laker and Yusin, they're just saying, okay, forget this. We're playing ultra safe.
And that's perfectly fine here. You kind of have to when you're in the face of a Leona. Now, playing ultra safe, though, isn't going to net you very much priority in lane here. So Zebo, of course, right on top of that Cloud Drake to take this one out. And there's not much that Marymount can do here, but it is early. This is the prime time to be trading away things like that before it really becomes that much of an impact on the state of the game here. So we'll give Origins a little bit of time to work his way forward. He still is doing a great job shadowing and finding those games.
And if they had vision and made that decision, I would say absolutely brilliant. But mid lane, they didn't have full vision. Still a good call, though. They're rushing that, and they had Prio in that mid lane for a short while. I say short because Ramadan Steve got back to lane and instantly had to eat some damage.
Ooh, Origin here. Maybe a little bit of a pinch. You see that right of the Arcane to burst out as well. It's a quick pick and a kill there into Zebo. So taking advantage of that split-second decision. And that's something that I actually feel like the Lee Sin does better. We're going to be seeing that out of Zebo this entire game.
I absolutely love that. That is something we didn't get to see in game one, right?
Right.
Because Ramadan Steve kind of just assisting from the mid lane, following up on that squeaky clean initiate, as you mentioned, from Zebo there. And it actually kind of slipped my mind because of how game one went. But now in game two, you've got to be hyper aware too that your mid laner is never going to reach the fight before the Xerath. At best, you hold the Xerath in the lane. But if you're leaving for a roam, Ramadan Steve will always be able to respond.
Absolutely there. And that's, like you said, nothing that we got to see, but thankfully it is in its own way making its impact this time around here. Origins, though, once again, making his own impacts at the bot lane. Now, hasn't made any kind of rotation here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he knows that they have vision. He's just waiting for them to maybe step up, but easily Invictus and Nora can just walk away from this one.
Yeah, pretty much as long as Invictus doesn't throw the Zenith Blade pretty much under turret, they're going to be safe. Hex Flash will buy enough time the moment you start seeing that creeping mist come through there. And Noro still has Flash Heal, perfectly safe. Going back now, a lot of gold in his pocket, and not just one component here. Hearthbound Axe as well as Sheen. Those are pretty strong combat pickups here. And if Sheen can't answer with the Dirk, pardon me, Serrated Dirk, then they're not going to be able to control this lane.
Does question mark? I mean, help me out and try to understand. I understand that he is fine walking out of that one, but he takes a lot of damage for maybe apparently no reason. They're going to be healing up with a refillable either way, so can still keep pressure up on keels for fun there, but who knows? Just kind of maybe asserting the dominant. Sometimes you just put the foot down and just show him that you can do it, and it won't be punished.
Yeah,
just to show it. Just to say, yeah, what are you going to do?
I think that's it. I mean, Keels was full health.
Unless he was trying to bait out something. Maybe his team was like, "Hey, we're gonna come top here soon. Can you get the Call of the Forge God out or something?" Who knows? Either way, they still don't have pressure enough to stop what is this Herald.
No, and that's a fishing expedition, right? See what you can find. If nothing, then you get Herald anyways. That's exactly what we're seeing here. And you can do this because remember how we said Noro went back and bought 2 combat items?
Mm-hmm.
He's safe in lane now. You can let Lieutenant Invictus roam around. And Yusin and Pengo Laker don't actually have solid kill pressure on this. And the only way you do it is if you somehow land the snare from the Soraka into a bullet time. But if that happens, I mean, that's very unfortunate.
That's insane. I mean, that'd be a magical cut. Either way, Invictus is still back bot there, and a hefty trade taken there from Pengo Laker. I will say this still. Gold doesn't look bad, and a hefty flash into a stun there. No kill to be secured. There's follow-up from Zebo. No, it's the bot lane to take a look at. Wish is already down. A big shield expended there from Pango, but it's going to be the True Shot Barrage that takes care of the kill. Now it's Yusin. She's trying to work her way out, but a turnaround with the bullet time as Origin flashes forward, but still can't find the stun. TP coming in there from Scuzzrat, but it's going to be stopped from Keels, and in turn, it's the grand duel to push him back. A big flash deep. Can she find 4? Maybe she doesn't even need it, but it works its way forward. So in the face of stopping a TP and in the engage from bot, Midland, they find 2.
Blood for the blood god here, Zephyr. One way or another, Scuzz will have a kill. And it's going to be pretty painful because it's going to actually wreck this turret or stuck around bot.
Origins. A little bit of damage, maybe turns his attention to Lieutenant Invictus, but the burst from Noro is maybe enough. A good Heartbreaker goes deep here. If he can turn the Zenith back, he's going to find his own route into a huge stun, taking advantage of all the perfection of Viego to secure the 2 for Marymount in response.
Patch We're still on 11-20, right? Viego didn't get rebuffed yet, did he?
I have no idea, but does it matter? He made it work either way.
True. It's looking like the buff has already come through. I mean, that was really well played from Origin and very patient as well. He still stuck around, but there was a price to pay, and it was in the top lane. Herald got taken. We saw that happen, and they get 2 charges off. Keels is not safe here. They can dive him.
They can easily dive this man at any given point, and Zebo's going to do just that. Straight into the Dragon's Rage call. The Forge God not going to be doing much if you can't ram that one back. In turn, it's going to be the Ocean Drake taken here for Marymount. So trade for trade, blow to blow. These teams are just as neck in before.
But Midland, I think, are going to be the happier with this one here. It has been a topic of conversation whether Herald or Dragon is sort of the better priority in the early game. And the consensus right now seems to be generally that gold is more important than those early dragons. You can afford to let that slide and then contest for the later dragons if your comp isn't like a super early game composition.
Right.
And right now for Midland, they get themselves, it's 1 turret now, but it's effectively 2. That inner turret is just bait for kills, and they found kills. Origin looking for repeat, but no bot lane to back.
I was going to say there's no one to follow up. He's fine.
Just intimidating them. I don't know if they're aware. Scuzzrat though, this might not be fine.
Well, Keels at this point comes back. Bramble, at least the cloth armor. I don't think there's going to be much of a response for Scuzz, and with health percentage damage like that constantly on the board there, I think it's a little bit more even for the time being. Now, when that Grand Duel is down and out, that's something a little bit different, but Scuzz not really willing to expend that just quite yet.
Well, they're calling up backup. I don't think Keels are fine.
He can't.
Feels comfortable. He's burning through stacks of his corrupting potion right now, and Karamatsu was looking to see, hey, can I do something? Can I punish something? There is not a lot of vision here for Midland, so there is an opportunity to try and find Scuzz overextending, get the shutdown, get the kills, and Origin's going to be the one who's actually moving up first.
Keels maybe, gives that one away, steps past the wave instead of clearing it, something that I was typically doing here. And so as a result, you see that trinket come out and they secure quick information, and Scuzz completely safe. Now, like you said, Invictus can make these roams because it's so safe in the bot side there. So I'm thankful that Origins and Keels walked their way back, but Invictus knows a quick Zenith, a quick Rite of the Arcane, and a quick kill for Lieutenant. Now the stun under turret's going to turn back into the Bellows Breath there. Karamatsu, though, picked out with the Sonic Wave. I like the whale, but the Ward Hop is going to follow through either way here. Karamatsu kicked back with the Dragon's Wave, and no Agnivia is going to save the day. Scuzzrat with 1.
This is the Zebo that we were hyping up in game 1 here. Step aside, Uber, because Zebo's got a better delivery system than you do right now. That's the second time that Dragon's Rage set up a perfect kill to come through here. And this top side is just a gaping, bleeding wound for Marymount. I know Keels is still trying to defend it, but I wouldn't if I were him. It's really, really unsafe. Herald's coming up in a minute. And once Midland picks that up here, if they want to try and repeat what they did in game 1, where they took a very early inhibitor turret at about 16 minutes, it's simple to do so for them.
Absolutely, just walk that one down there and just continue the pressure as you apply it forward here. But now, old Scuzzra, I wish you were able to pick up 2 more CS there. It would make my point perfect for a little bit of a kill. But either way, maybe next time around.
Sticking around.
Oh, he's sticking around. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do. Oh
no,
okay,
no. Well, maybe not. Maybe.
No, he's baiting us.
He's edging us here on the cast tonight, and I don't like it. We're gonna have to talk to him afterwards.
No, he should pick that up before he bases here for efficiency. His TP isn't up either, so you can afford to shove 2 more waves and then have your TP timing up in case you want to just go for that top side, especially when Herald's spawning in 5 seconds as well. It feels like Midland's going to just give up all pressure top side for now instead. And Zebo looking for this bot lane, but Dragon's not up for a minute.
Ooh, good stun response there from Ramadan as he prevents Karamatsu from pressing out there. But a big flash forward with the E to follow. Flash of his own from Ramadan. Now Zebo to punish there for the level of aggression. And look how close Ramadan was.
I can't even see that health bar, that health bar on Ramadan here now. Invictus baiting with his body here, but it's a Leona. He's so tanky.
No damage on the board there. It's going to be a big silence as Zebo walks his way in. Origin still looking healthy. A big heal coming through from Yusine. Now the call of the Forge God to find the first knockup. Zebo's up in the air. The damage comes back. A flash from Yusine. Now Scuzzrat has arrived. Goes deep. A flash from Pango Laker into the Tribush with a knocker from Keels as Origin tries to find his way into the back as Pango is that much more dead. Zebo secures the one. Scuzz the two here. Now the Grand Duelist here on top of Yusine, but a secured kill from the Ice Flaming Bird herself. The Glacial Storm comes down, gonna prevent the zoning, but the Sonic Wave is available if they want to follow this one up. Either way, the fight finally, Residual coming to an end. It's gonna be the 2-for-1 in favor of Midland.
For a minute, not a full minute, for 10 seconds there, Scuzzrat 1v4'd, and then Anivia struck. And that was what I was talking about with this Anivia pick. Karamatsu, boy, once again this game has shown off his amazing skill. He won his lane. The fact that Ramadan is 0-1-6 here has less to do with his laning and more to do with the team, which is also very, very important. But Karamatsu boy has won the lane. And then in these fights right now, Scuzzrat is a massive threat. If Karamatsu boy is not there, it just feels like they don't have a good answer to this Fiora just roaming around their back.
Finally arrived. It definitely looked a lot better, but still RMC, it wasn't strong enough to even out that trade. And as a result, Midland walks up. They secure their second Drake and finally take us to what will be our final souls here for the game, which I believe, if I'm correct, that is going to be the Mountain. My apologies.
No, I mean,
my
Mountain is
worrying.
There's nothing to apologize for his efforts. Oh, Scuzz, though.
Apologizing to the audience, not you. I never apologize to you. Maybe I'll have to say sorry to Origins here because looking a little bit rough for him. Either way, Solar Flare misses. Origins finally down a wall to pin Scuzzrat, but he still finds the dash through and through. A Glacial Storm as Smooth is going to walk through, but a good Zenith Blade goes golden. Now it's going to be the call. The Forge God extends it out, finds it for it, and a massive response from Karamatsu. Wall to keep what is going to be in that Glacial Storm for a double for Karamatsu.
You can take Karamatsu off the carry, but you can't take the carry out of Karamatsu there. The stopwatch was beautiful because they were looking for the stun. If the stun comes through from Invictus, Glacial Storm gets interrupted, the damage doesn't come out. But stopwatch allows you to continue the Glacial Storm, and that turned out to be critical. They get the kill onto Scuzzrat, and they're finding ways to contain him. And then he roams right back into mid lane, doesn't miss a beat, doesn't drop a CS.
An absolute blast here, and this is what I'm talking about. Yes, it's a little bit more difficult to play through on the Anivia, but Karamatsu provides here either way. Now coming into what will be this mid game, the bird is the word, and you're gonna have to worry about it every step.
But Zephyr, we've been here before.
We have.
And it was kind of clutch last time, Pango.
Oh, no. No Zenith Blade. Right, still going to hit, but not enough. Origins here with the response. You see the creep come forward. Noru's going to get the stun. Yusine, she steps up, can't quite find the bullet time. They're going to turn their attention into the alcove as Noru steps back. A true shot barrage to take Orion's low, but he still finds it straight into the Heartbreaker Steel. Now he's back over the wall to pump out his own Ezreal damage, but in turn, Pango Laker's gonna go down. It's going to be the 1-for-1 either way, but maybe Karamatsu. No, the vision spots him out.
And this is that strength and weakness of Marymount here. The fact that they are so good at playing together is the strength, and that's what nets them the 1-for-1 in that rough start. But it's also their weakness because they called everybody over, and Scuzzrat managed to take another turret on his own.
I've seen this one before.
Exactly. It's exactly what we saw in Game 1. And in Game 1, Marymount did manage to close the gap with repeated team fights. They are down gold right now.
Oh my gosh.
Down kills as well, but we can't count them out because we've seen them win quite a few picks.
3 to step up, though. Blue side here, Karamatsu and Keels for fun. They don't find the wall, but they may find Zebo. No stun to behold there. Ramadan with his own response. Call the Forge God just barely manages to find the double knock, but they're already too far away here. So no fight to ensue, and Midland walks out scot-free.
Yeah, Marymount also gets out there. It's really, I honestly don't know if we can win these trades right now. It's so clutch, and I want to point out that Karamatsu has not completed Zonias yet. So this time, if Skuzrat finds Karamatsu, that should be a Fiora win till that Zonias comes through. Now, Herald being dropped by Origin, it did get picked up much, much earlier. And this mid lane's kind of low. If Marymount want to group up and push this, they might be able to get a second charge, but no. Recall's coming out.
Yeah, and instead, they are going to lose what is that tier 1 in the bot lane as well here. So the map still respectively opening up here for the side of Marymount. Anyway, Med secure, Dragon up in 40. This could be our next major fight here, given that it is what will be that sole point for Midland. And at this state of the game, you can't quite give those up.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting seeing another big 5v5 because we've not really seen that. It's been a lot of, smaller skirmishes, great picks, great individual catches. And for Marymount, I do think that a big fight does favor them. Karamatsu's walls have been absolutely on point.
Beautiful.
The Glacial Storm is made for these fights and kills for fun right now on this Ornn. That Ornhorn has also been pretty much on point so far. If you can catch multiples, that should guarantee you a win. But Midland here, Skuzrat is just holding the fort top. And even if they lose this Dragon...
They're stepping up. They're expending so much RMC, but that Leona ult's already down. Right, the Arcane to try to poke onto Origin and the like, but nothing found. Zebu taken low in his own regard here. It's window for window, but there's more ultimates up for Marymount. Wall down, but a big stun to prevent Karamatsu from falling forward with the damage. They continue in soon. They take advantage of this pressure to start up Dragon here, but Midland, they're not quite going to just give this one away. I like this Glacial Storm. It's going to zone this one out, but Zebo goes as deep as he can. It's going to be the Zonias responded to an excellent bullet time. A GA will be expended there from Zebo, but Karamatsu's still alive, and the Dragon continues to tick down. 3 for 3, the one-on-one. Skuzrat has found the kill here on Keel, so a teleport can come through at any time. But no, it doesn't matter. Going to take advantage of that 1v1 pressure and more than likely take that inhib.
Yes, Zephyr, that's what we need to look at. The fight's exciting, but Skuzrat the entire time, and this was the point I was trying to make before the fight broke out. Actually, hold up.
I was about to, hold the thought there. Zebo spawning his own kill onto what is Karamatsu there. Now a Dragon as well as a mid lane. There's plenty to pick up here, RMC.
Oh my, okay, you know what? We got to do this systematically. So, first off, the spoils of war here. Top lane inhibitor went down to Skuzrat. This is post 20 minutes, so it's really good setup for Baron. Dragon got taken down as well, and that puts Midland at soul point for Mountain Drake. A lot of safety, and somehow Skuzrat ain't done. He actually took the mid lane second turret down as well. So huge gold influx. Midland is now up 7,000 gold, which is very sizable. Massive. Yeah, and all of that comes off that positioning of Skuzrat, the pressure he's putting down. And Midland, they didn't actually need to fight the Drake. They just needed to stall the Drake to let Skuzrat do all his work. And not only did they stalled for so long, Karamatsu ran out of mana in that fight, and that was the big issue. The moment Karamatsu was out of mana, they couldn't do anything. Origin's dying was also a problem because he was the smite, but you could see that Zebo couldn't get in there even though he had the smite till Karamatsu ran out of mana.
Absolutely detrimental there. And the craziest thing of all is what was supposed to be very strong team fight from Marymount didn't even look that daunting here. Midland happened to miss out on some key ultimates. If those had landed, we talk about the Solar Flare, we look at that Rite of Arcane, some of those major damage points, I think Marymount would have been all but done. It was playing off of some of those mistakes where that they almost found their marginal level of success here. So as the game continues to stack, I don't know if I can say it'll be good for them. Heals for fun, though, already taking the brunt of a full grand duel into a quick one and done here. Skuzrat is far gone at this point.
You could see Bengal Laker coming down with Origins, too. No. Just didn't matter. Karamatsu, no more passive this time.
Yeah, nothing to behold there in a quick pinch. Zebo easily around the backside. I feel like it's the Zebu Skuzrat game. I constantly go back on these names time and time again. Now with two major entities down, though, Midland, they're going to turn their way and start up this Baron.
Yeah, it should be nice and easy. Marymount don't have a frontliner to actually face check this. And more importantly, they have to face check because they have absolutely no vision. Midland did a great job once again clearing out all of this. And Skuzrat's not here. Skuzrat is still pushing bot. Somebody needs to go answer this massive Fiora right now. They're sending 3. I don't know if it's enough.
I wouldn't say it's a question of enough here, but at this point, it's hard to say what you can do in the face of this one. There is no one who can 1v1, 2v1, and even 4v1 at times. We got the opportunity to see that in the bot lane. So the entire time, this game from this point on, and maybe even 5 to 6 minutes ago, Scuzz can do whatever Scuzz wants. And it has to assume an insane amount of pressure from Marymount in response. Because of that, you wipe team fights, you destroy organization, and you remove any and all win condition that Marymount have. Take that dragon fight. Imagine a Call of the Forge God in the midst of all of that, and something completely different would have happened. But you can't, because Scuzzrat is running the show.
Yes, exactly here. And for Marymount, their win con is kill Scuzzrat. If Scuzzrat is up, there's virtually no way you win. Yeah. Because even if you wipe the entirety of the rest of the team, Scuzzrat will just take your base while you're doing it at this point. And Scuzzrat is not looking to group up with the team whatsoever. Just by standing there and granting Baron buff right now, Midland are just threatening. Yeah, Karamatsu can't clear. I mean, Anivia is the queen of wave clear, but it's not effective against Baron here. And before this, I was saying, okay, Marymount can still find a fight, but as long as Baron's ticking, this is Midland's game, and Marymount are just waiting, counting out the clock.
It's a big call, the Forge God, to find 2, but Lieutenant Victus flashes forward, doesn't quite find the Solar or the Zenith Blade in response, but the inhib is still gone. So without the engages to work with, they can still walk their way out. Instead, intention, turn towards this bot lane. An inhib to be lost. Now all 3 are gone. Baron is still ticking here as they now move forward for what will be these Nexus turrets. It's one quick pull trigger away, RMC, and a big Xerath boom to continue the fight forward. It's now or never. Keels for fun goes deep, but Zebo goes deeper, finds his way onto Pango. It's going to be the shield to keep him alive, but Keels is down and out. Either way, Yusin steps forward for Origin, goes even farther. Ramadan Steve is the point of attention, but it doesn't matter. It's the autos to secure it. The Nexus is gone, and there was nothing that Marymount could do.
No, not at all there towards the end. And it really just comes off that Baron buff play pretty much there. If not, there's answers. You can look for the team fight. You can look for the picks. They were doing a great job of it before, but Baron was just sort of the death knell for the Marymount team here. And first of all, we have to acknowledge Midland. They bounced back as strong as we expected, pretty much. And again, it is coming off Scuzzrat, Zebo, exactly as they predicted as well, that they want to become the best jungle top duo. Well, this game is a statement game for it. But Marymount, I do want to give them a lot of props for what they did manage to do. Their early game, they did really well in the early game. They actually had a lead in the early game. Exactly. And sure, they started to fall behind, but even when they were behind, they were still the ones, finding picks, finding ways to, remain relevant in the game. And going into game 3 here, I think the changes that we were touching on a little bit before this game need to come into effect for them. They need a bit more of a carry condition outside of the mid lane. He's doing so. I mean, Karamatsu boy ain't no boy. This is a man who's trying to feed his family here, and his family's all dead, and he's out there working. But he can only do so much. You need a second person here to really step up. And Origin's tried on the Viego. It's not quite the mastery. You don't have quite as much resets. Yusin's Misfortune is solid. But at this time, you don't just need solid. You need a star. And I think it's time for the ADC to start stepping up and filling that role.
I think we need to see a level of aggression from Yusin. That definitely could come into play. She has performed extremely well in the Misfortune. But at this point, it definitely needs to take more of a forefront here. And I think an issue from that does stem from the selection in the bot lane. I'm sorry, but Soraka currently does not give a lot of agency. And when it comes to AD carries, if you want to see them in a star position, Sustain is great. Sustain's going to keep you happy in lane and make sure you get that CS. But it's not going to win you the trades that really put you above the rest. So maybe a switch up on the support could be something big, or maybe something that gives Yusin the agency she needs to be more of a prime example for her team here. I don't think Keels was bad on the Ornn either. I think that was a great setup for the team. It was definitely capitalized on more this time from Zebo and the like here from Scuzzrat. But that was inevitable coming through with a Fiora and Lee Sin pick. And I also want to point this one out before pulling this away from what they can do better. This game was incredible because Zebo changed pace completely. And it wasn't the Scuzzrat plus Zebo game. Zebo was across the map. You saw him first rotation, bot, made his impact in the mid as much as he could. We saw him shadow what was Ramadan Steve, and actually that took Karamatsu down a peg. He wasn't able to find those kills when he wanted them as easily as before here. So it's tough, but we need to see them play with the big boys now here. Going for comfort isn't going to win the game. You need to draft that comp that will enable who you want and secure your win condition.
Yeah. And again, I just want to reiterate once again, Marymount, we're not saying that they did anything wrong. I think
this could eat any other team. I want to point this out right now. Midland is just a different beast here.
Yeah, this is not Marymount from weeks 1 and 2. This is week 3 Marymount, who's playing amazingly well. We're just calling for a little bit more because that's what they need right now. I don't care where it comes from at this point. They just need a little bit more. I just don't think you can squeeze much more out of Karamatsu. Now, for Midland, though, this game did have things for them to note. Ramadan, much, much better on the Xerath out of lane. The gank assists were smooth as butter. Those right of the arcanes there, helping them find those early picks. But the laning is still an issue. Yeah. Xerath versus Anivia is about as safe as you can get on that Xerath there. If you're still struggling in the lane as the Xerath, maybe it's time to look for something else a little bit, something a bit more lane dominant perhaps, and then have a bit of a show game yourself here. Noro and Lieutenant Victus felt much stronger this game. I really like the Leona pickup.
I hope it comes through
Lieutenant Victus there. It engages just the pressure they're able to put down, and you could see Lieutenant Victus start roaming really early in the game, and it's making this Ezreal shine a little bit more as well, because he can 1v2 safely and keep up in farm. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want to see at the highest levels of competitive play. At Worlds, this is what they do. And it's beautiful to watch Invictus and Noro be able to pull that off as well.
Well, either way, there's a lot up in the air regarding what could change coming into this third and final game behind both of these absolutely incredible teams here. As for us, though, we are going to go to a break so we can make our way towards that lobby as quick as possible. So hopefully for all of you at home, stick around and stay tuned for what will be an excellent final of our third series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're bringing you the third and final game of our third series here tonight between Midland and Marymount. I'm your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined for one last time by my lovely Caller caster, RMC.
Yeah, and your lovely Caller caster over here, Zephyr.
Let me be as Texan as possible and whiff those vowels at any point, okay?
It's fair. Wait, don't they say that in Texas everything's bigger? I mean, that's fair for this series, because this series has been nothing but big. And for game 3, I want it bigger. I want to see like full-on just collisions, the likes that we were seeing, towards the end of game 1 there.
Well, we're already moving as quick as possible into the draft a wee ago here, RMC. And there was so much to note coming out of game 2 and also to pull from game 1. So just to put it on the board here, let's start looking at these bans. But major point is we need more agency from MCU, less comfort, more of just a comp to work with.
And right off the bat, first thing I want to point out, Zephyr, is that for the first time this series, the teams are switching sides. We have Midland on the blue side here with the same band so far. Yep, Orky, so same bands as last game. And MCU on the red side, and they changed things up. The Fiora has been removed, and I don't blame them. Scuzzrat pretty much, well, I don't want to say he solo carried the game because Zebo Gap carried the other half of it, but Scuzzrat could potentially have carried that game solo.
Yeah, absolutely. Across the board, though, I am loving the bans here from the side of MCU. The big one, the Fiora, but the follow-up. They know they're not going to be able to get that Leona on their belt, so they lock that one away. In response, though, Midland's just as strong. They pull away that Corki, and as a result, we're going to have to see Karamatsu on something else.
Yep, and it won't be that Anivia, I don't think, again here, because the Anivia was strong, but we've already seen that it does have its own issues here. You don't have good answers against highly mobile top laners, and with only Fiora really being banned here and Poppy, there are so many other options here for Scuzzrat still available. Now, we do see a bit of a change up. We did get to see Scuzzrat's pickup, and it is going to be that Mordekaiser into Shen, which is already considered a hard counter. I'm seeing Viego, I'm seeing Kennen. Mordekaiser is a good answer to both of those as well. If Kennen starts ulting, you pull him to the death realm and your team gets to roam free on the side of MCU.
And either way, if that's not the case, he's also a tax on the opposing team regarding what will be that sash at any given point for your major carries if they have to buy or towards it. Notably, Yusin will be watching if she makes that decision at any given point here. Either way, though, I like the setup already from both squads. In each respective way, they have an excellent comp for what they usually like to play through. We talk about the rundown, the absolute monstrous leads that we see out of Zebo and Scuzz, and they have a draft perfect for that. You've got weak side mid, so you don't have to worry about Ramadan. Hopefully he can hold his own against Karamatsu, but Olaf and Mordekaiser are looking to rush you at every single step.
Yeah, it feels like both teams are kind of doubling down on what they've found to have success on so far. Midland on the top lane strength here with that Olaf. And Olaf, again, you don't have to gank the top lane. You can run down the Lightning Rat in the mid lane. You can run down Misfortune. Is that like, oh, okay. I thought it was going to be a Karthus support for the guy. I was like, wait, actually?
Not quite.
That would be crazy. But also very easy to run down. So Zebo going to be more than happy with this pickup here. And it feels like for the rest of Midland, they're happy to just keep repeating the same things. I mean, granted, Invictus has to switch up now that Leona's taken away. But Amumu does similar things. Did get nerfed on this patch 11.20. His mana costs went through the roof. So his early game's a lot tougher, but his mid game's going to be really strong. And it feels like Invictus might just be the sacrifice here for the side of Midland. When you see that Kennen out starting to go off that bullet time, you send Invictus in.
Just going.
He might not come back out, but he is going to be able to stop all those big AoEs.
Easily one of the heaviest engages that they have the opportunity to work with here and can do the same job as Leona just as well. But at the end of the day, we'll have to wait and see. Curse of the Sad Mummy can be make or break at times. Either way, it's just the setup for your carries to come through here. Now, we've talked a lot about Midland. I want to touch on the level of safety that we are seeing out of Marymount here. They're still trying to play towards the team. You take a look notably at Karamatsu on this Kennen, which hopefully will be big. We talk about that glacial maelstrom that will, or slicing. Maelstrom, my apologies, that will come through at any given point. But it's also that Soraka, once again, with Wish, that has proved many times to be successful. And also, it's going to be heals back on the Shen, the Stand United, to provide a cross-map engage as well as safety that enables him more than Orin ever did.
Yeah, and I like the components they put together. I said that they double down for both teams, and Marymount, they
Same
found
thing.
their success in team fights. So get Karamatsu on this Kennen. And I want to point out that last week, he had an amazing performance in the Kennen. I believe over 20 kills in that game. So this is a very strong pickup for him. Does it do well in this era? No. But what does that matter? Anivia doesn't do well in this era.
Anivia
He
doesn't
still
do
popped
well,
up with
yeah.
that. So yeah, the lady face doesn't matter. Karamatsu is going to be fine. And the Shen here, I'm thinking, is for Karamatsu more than anything else, to make sure that this Kennen can get actually into the back line here to pump out the damage, to get the stuns, and to set up that bullet time. We've not actually gotten to see the bullet time coming through from Yusin set up with AoE crowd control.
Yeah.
It almost always comes in separately by itself. Very effective, but not
Just-
the highest damage.
yeah.
More zoning and utility than anything else here. Now, with that Kennen, that deadly combo might make up for the fact that Misfortune isn't a hard carry AD carry.
Yeah. And we talked about Yusin needing to kind of step up to the plate and provide more of a role this time around. And in a response, that can be set up through Kennen. So hopefully the bullet time gets more of an opportunity to make its precedent in that regard here. But either way, Midland still has so much on the board to prevent all of that from coming through at any given point.
Yeah. And I think this game 3 now that we've seen both teams kind of go at it here is going to be another one of those time bomb games where Marymount has to try and close out before, the 35-40 minute mark, where at that point, we're likely to see Scuzzrat on this Mordekaiser become nigh unkillable. You don't really have the range, the zoning to deal with him either at that point. But before then, I want to see Marymount control the objectives with Kennen in the mid lane, able to rotate quickly to either Dragon or Herald here. I want to see Marymount leverage that. If you get enough kills, if you can snowball the game fast enough, well, that is, after all, how they did close out game 1.
I think the best way to sum this one up here is it's not a concept of comfort versus the standard top jungle win condition. It really does feel like both teams are playing for the full 5 this time around, and it truly is skill to skill. In both regards, they have some of the best tools to pull off what they want to do. It's just playing around those windows that will be absolutely crucial for both of them.
Yeah, so eyes on the big ultimates. And we touched a lot on what Marymount is looking to do and how they're looking to do it. Midland, I mean, yes, we talk a lot about Scuzzrat and Zebo, but I want to draw attention to Invictus this game because I think his Amumu support is going to be the make or break part of this composition. Even if Scuzzrat and Zebo can survive the initial engage, if Ramadan, Steve, and Noru are just getting absolutely burst down, it might not matter. I think the sustained damage and the healing from MCU, which we've seen with that Soraka multiple games now, will be enough to overcome them, pre-40 minutes, pre-35 minutes here.
For a while.
Yeah, it's going to be on Invictus to kick off the action when they want to engage, when they think they've got the kill threat, or to stop the engage coming through. And if Invictus dies stopping Karamatsu, stopping the bullet time from Yusin here, it's worth it because once that initial upfront burst is gone, the sustained damage to come through from Marymount is going to be minimal. It's going to be kind of on Origins if he does go Kraken Slayer Viego, if he goes, the more commonly seen Divine Sunder Viego, then they truly will be lacking follow-up damage after the initial burst.
To move away from kind of the overall perspective of these teams, I do kind of want to ask, because this is more important for the early game, where do you think the most marquee matchup will be? Because typically the early game has decided how this tends to fare out, and Marymount's pretty great at playing those.
Yeah, and marquee matchup's kind of hard when the lanes haven't exactly been super even for the most part. Scuzzrat has won his lane almost every single time. Karamatsu's won his lane almost every single time. Bot lane's the only one that's kind of gone even. But
what's the most impactful?
Soraka. Most impactful, I'm going to call jungle. Zebo gap specifically on this Olaf running amok. And it's going to be Zebo versus the world in the early game. That's what I want to see with this Olaf here. If he gets rolling, Marymount doesn't have good answers against a fed Olaf.
Well, we'll have to wait and see here. One quick final introduction before we settle this one out in stone here. I'm your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined by the lovely color, Random Minion, as we take a look at our third and final game between Midland versus Marymount. And to start things off, a quick dash from Keels.
A little bit spicy here. I mean, not quite the kill that we saw last time onto Penguin
Not
Laker
this
at
time.
that level 1. True, but yeah, forcing Shen to start dash, which is gonna feel really bad for Keels, who's already gonna have a really tough lane. Ideally, you probably wanted to start with that Q to be able to sustain up through your lane a little bit here. And Skuzrat, he's just gonna enjoy having even bigger an advantage top lane than he otherwise might have enjoyed. Oh, and unfortunately, it looks like Zephyr has gone like a breeze again. So we'll continue here for now. Junglers both starting on opposite sides of the map, actually, this time. So not going to be quite on the same end. And if anything, Zebo Gap not even getting a leash. Now, as Olaf, not that big an issue to not have a leash. The lower your health, the faster you clear. So that's perfectly fine. My bigger issue, I guess, with that is generally when you do a leashless start for your jungle, you want your lanes to get in there and try and control the lane quicker, whether you're freezing or whether you're stacking for a shove or whatever it is you're looking for. Neither side really did that. And so it's kind of a freer start than anything. But Zebo, oh, I like this. After taking his blue, he's invading. And we've kind of seen this start before here. And you can do this as an Olaf because Viego can't duel you early. There is a ward, though, so they will know this is happening. And if Marymount want, they can just go for that vertical jungle map split instead. For now, though, that is going to be the call as they do get spotted out. There is also a ward on the red buff here, so maybe Origin should be fine. But a lot of trading in the mid lane right now. And Ramadan Steve again getting the worst end bot side. Engage comes through right now. Penguin Laker gonna take the ignite, but you've seen able to trade back here.
Well, nothing too crazy to start things off there. Once again, I'm back and hopefully ready to go for the rest of this series either way. It doesn't look like anything too spicy has really changed up across the board as of yet. Everyone's still playing towards their favorites, though. There is a return gank from Zebo. Great slow onto Karamatsu into the axe with the undertow. He's going to flash back in his own regard, but the lightning from above and an axe to finish it. In regard, it's another kill as Origin spotted out here. So 2 already in the pocket of Midland.
And Zephyr, while you were gone there, unfortunately, you missed the invade coming through from Zebo, which then created that vertical jungle situation. The big difference being Zebo was a lot faster going in and out, and Origins took so long to clear that unfortunately Noro and Victus were able to punish. This is a really rough start for Marymount, who needed to be able to survive the early game. Their composition only comes online post 6 here.
Well, hopefully 6 will garner them some better success. But as for now, you gotta kind of reel it back in here. Once again, Origin has graced what will be that scuttle area, but Skuzrat is on the back end super quickly. See that stun come through, and yeah, there is no backup. I was about to say, he's just got to pull that claw off and push him away. That's hilariously one of my favorite disengage tools in the game because typically you're engaged. Oh, but wait. The follow-up's still here. They managed to catch up, and they find the flash, but Zebo in his own response can't quite hit that undertow, but he's going to get the reset to find the double here. Origin looking low in the claw. This time used more than appropriately to find a double where you really don't want it. Or maybe if you do, if you're here for Midland.
Oh man, Skuzrat is that friend that you want to have when you go to the arcade because his claw game is on point now. Backwards or forward here, and look at who got the kills. Remember who I said I wanted to focus on, Zephyr?
Yeah.
The Zebo Gap. He's 3-0 right now, up in farm as well. Invaded Origin's jungle and got the quite a few camps in there. So this Olaf here, Marymount, how are you gonna deal with it? You don't have a lot of dashes, flashes, or whatnot here. Undertow lands and well, we see a repeat of what we've already seen before.
I was about to say, this might be one of the worst early games we've seen thus. No, it just is. This is the worst early game we've seen thus far here out of Marymount. You don't have as extensive of a lead here on Karamatsu. Your bot lane is also set behind by Noro, able to poke this one out because of the precedent set by Invictus here on this Amumu. And at the end of the day, you're putting the 2 worst individuals to put ahead on a great foot forward.
Yeah, and it shows in the gold discrepancy as well. 3,000 gold doesn't sound like a lot, but at 5 minutes into the game, that's literally half of Marymount's total team gold here. So that's absolutely massive. And when the teams start to hit 6 here, Marymount's composition isn't going to enjoy the superiority they should in a full 5v5 engage. The moment Midland starts buying their mythic items, there's going to be a good couple of minutes right there where Midland can dominate every lane, every fight, every objective. And I want to see them take advantage of that. Scratch that. They're not even waiting for that. Zebo's just straight up soloing Dragon right now.
And he can do just that. He's got all the priority in the world from both mid and bot here to make that his take. So one quick ocean for him, and he's actually going to move his way onto the blue side. Now, there isn't any camps to work with, but enough vision to sustain and set up for what will be the eventual information here.
Yeah, and I mean, if they stick around long enough, I think blue should be coming up, 30 seconds. So still a while yet. I was going to say,
I think he knows.
Every camp you take away from Origins right now is one that he can't actually answer in your jungle, because he has to be careful of Scuzzrat just going in on him 1v1. And because Scuzzrat is a solo lane, he's up, what, 2 levels right now in Origin?
Yeah, an absolute blasting here in terms of the XP difference. Now, I do want to pull this one back to a level of hope here for Marymount. We talked about those windows coming into draft, and they still have the opportunity to make their impact. You just can't be running directly into that Ragnarok from Zebo at any given point, or the likes of the Death Realm to really mess this all up for them. So maybe finding that excellent pick, setting up for what would be a great objective 10-15, but not when stuff like that is working its way forward. Ignite is expended, but you're going to be pushing Pango out of lane.
Yeah, and with the Soraka, your healing relies on you hitting a skill shot on the opponents here. It's not very safe. Into an Amumu and Ezreal, it's incredibly dangerous, and you're more likely to die than to actually get healed up. So Pango has to completely just leave the bot lane. Now, if we're talking about Marymount Hope here, catches are actually going to be quite difficult for them to find at this stage of the game. Instead, I'm actually still looking at this mid lane for Karamatsu, who is the one winning lane right now across the board for
Just
Marymount.
barely.
Just barely, but it's still a win. And importantly to note, Xerath is not a team fighting champion. So if Ramadan, shows up to a fight, he's going to have a lot less impact than Karamatsu. So they're looking for the 2v2 right now. Well, 2v2 with anybody but Zebo. That Kennen is still going to be very, very useful. And once you hit that power spike, once first mythics come through, Karamatsu should not be too far behind the rest of mid.
This is a tough one, RMC, because at the end of the day, it still is that ticking time bomb that we talk about. And this isn't what you want to do either. Karamatsu is there for the response, but a Ragnarok going to prevent any great follow-up here. Scuzzrat with the pull, and he's going to be pulling this one out as soon as possible. It's going to be that slicing Maelstrom, but he still finds the kill he wants in the Death Realm onto Karamatsu. He's going to keep this one moving forward as the Heartbreaker comes out, but it's a massive slam from the Mace to secure what is 3 here for Scuzz.
Stand aside, Viego. You might be the king of a ruined kingdom, but the Lord of Death is still Mordekaiser here. 3-0-2 right now. Already, Mordekaiser is a winning lane into Shen. You give him 35 CS advantage. You give him 3 kills, 2 assists, and he can't play. I don't think he can even safely farm under turret against Mordekaiser right now. And for Origin, that's not your jungle anymore. I know you went into farm, but that's Zebo's jungle, and you need to start setting up wards to spot out where Zebo is and avoid him. Look at the wards Midland put down on that last invade. They've got 2 control wards controlling that top quadrant.
One of the major things I wanted to talk about coming in game 2 has rectified itself immensely. But for now, Origin's maybe looking for one on his own. It's going to be a good flash pulled out of Noro, but no kill to behold here, which definitely bites when you're already sitting 7-0.
Yeah, you're just making attempts. Origin has nothing better to do here. His top side got fully cleared. His bot side, he cleared.
Just gank.
Yeah, I like the reaction here. Just there is opportunity cost for you. He cannot pass the river. You can see the ward line. Origin enters the Midland jungle right now. Instantly collapse in on again on this Xerath with those right of the arcanes mean that anything he can reach is dangerous territory right now for the side of Marymount.
Now here, Origins, of course, knowing that he doesn't have anything clear, might as well just sit around and maybe wait for the potential opportunity to engage. Meanwhile, we do get a final take on this top side. And you can already see Keel's having no fun, even though it might be in his name otherwise.
Yeah, if he ever steps up beyond that turret, Death Realm comes down, and I don't think he leaves back out here. He does still, his teleport will still come up quicker than Scuzzrat, so if they want to try and make a bot side play in that window of time, it is a possibility. Again, Yusin and Pango Lake are not doing too poorly here. They are down in CS, but they haven't died yet. And That doesn't sound like a glowing recommendation, but when you're 7-0 and everyone else has died at least twice, I think that's a pretty good lane.
I also appreciate the fact that Origin recognizes that potential and is sitting waiting, but there's no time in the world other than the present, and it's already too late there. Zebo on the side, another 2 to behold. You've seen possibly next there. The undertow lands, the slowest one out, and they're going to go for the dive to find 2 here. Make it maybe 4.
Where was this Midland earlier in the series, Zephyr? For the first time this series, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ramadan Steve solo kills Karamatsu in the mid lane there. That is a absolutely massive turnaround. And
This is insane.
They're going to get kills. They're actually going to
get the full turret.
And they've got Dragon on the back end. Honestly, if I were them, I'd just push further, get a second charge, and then fall back on Dragon.
This is an absolute disgusting showing here from Midland. Now sitting 12 minutes. They are only 600, 800 gold away from a 10K advantage here over Mary Mountain.
My goodness.
This game could not have started any worse.
At 12 minutes. We should put that into context. 10K at 50 minutes means nothing. But at 12 minutes here, holy, a 10K gold lead is hugely significant. And it's showing in the items as well. Look at Midland. 3 completed mythics coming through already. The Rift Maker, I think, being the most important one for Skuzrat. Because now, he does not die. Origins cannot gank this lane. Karamatsu cannot. No one can gank this lane right now. Even if you send 3 people, he'll guarantee at least 1 kill. And then in his 2v1, I don't know if that's going to work here. Zebo Gap as well with that Gore Drinker. Similar situation. Not only do you have Gore Drinker, you're also level 9 right now. You're higher level than anyone else on the enemy team. So good luck trying to kill that berserker.
Now here, Karamatsu, maybe try to step up, find just the 1 here, but he's going to be quickly spotted out by the 2. Steps forward, starts the slicing Maelstrom. You've seen she is putting out damage and finally finds what will be the first 2 kills of the game. Scuzz here with the teleport. It's going to be the Death Realm immediately on to Origin, and the secured kill as well here. Now with that extra passive damage, he's going to look for the rest of the team. Big stun from Ramadan Steve into the right of Arcane here. Can't quite find the ball that he wants here, but continues to pump out the damage. Either way, it's still a huge take for Marymount to find, and it shows us the light potentially at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, what was that, a 2 for 2 or 2 for 3 at the end of that there? And honestly, Marymount, considering the position they're in, we're just talking about the fact they had a 10K deficit, that they find an even fight is massive on them. That is their hope right now. You can see that the damage, when it comes through with the execute from Origins as well, can cut through even the tankier members like Zebo here.
Now, the scary thing about this fight is it's really pre that 5-man setup when you are grouping for these major objectives. So the notable thing that occurs here is Skuzrat isn't available to follow up as of yet. And really the kind of turning point for Midland there that looked so dominant was when that Mordekaiser finally arrived. But for now, it's Zebo finding his way back to what I would consider his red buff, taking an easy kill there onto Origins.
It's a very unfortunate position for Viego when you're this far behind. You're basically
unfortunate position for everyone on the map right now. Everyone's losing on the side of Marymount. Everyone.
But it's even worse for Viego because you're melee and you're squishy. You can't even farm. Like, look at Yusin and Pengo, for example, right? Like they're able to still farm from range and wave clear under their turret. Karamatsu can do the same thing. Origins can't actually even farm his jungle. His jungle doesn't even have a turret for him right now. I feel like you need to help this guy out.
Look at this massive Curse of the Sad Mummy into one quick pop there from Ramadan Steve. Karamatsu, he's not going to let this Xerath walk away for once and tries to find the punishment. And he does. It's one quick Shuriken to finish the job.
Hey, and we said this before. If you're trading even, you're winning on the losing side right now. So Marymount will happily take that trade any day of the week. And Karamatsu, the right one to get the kills on, I think. If it does come to a turnaround, it is going to be on this Kennen finding a massive flank into the backline. But while that's happening, let's not forget, League of Legends is a game not about killing. It is a game about deconstruction here, demolition, and Noro is doing precisely that. Absolutely.
Finding the one turret there, there's only the tier 1 in the mid lane left standing, and I wouldn't be surprised if mid lane walks their way forward at any given point to secure that one as well here. So The gold lead continues to extend for Midland. I think it has stagnated just a little bit here in the recent, I would say, 2 to 3 minutes.
It's going to start bursting forward quick enough here. I mean, we were talking a little bit about that mid lane being kind of low. Well, while we were talking about that, Midland picked up Herald. And if they want to just drop Herald, Shelly can just do all the work for them as well. Now, Ramadan Steve, I don't know if he's the one I'd like to see push up in the mid lane trying to take this turret. I would like to see Noro actually being rotated to help out because the Zeref isn't safe. And we've already seen the trade happen before. You've seen for Ramadan. The Zereth is the most exposed member here, and the collapse can come in very quickly. Stan United is up for heals as well right now, and there's nothing else to do. So Marymount must as well take that pot shot in the mid lane here. And it looks like Zephyr, unfortunately, not with us, but that's fine. They're looking for Scuzzrat. You kind of can't do that with the Death Realm available, and if anything, you've now triggered their trap card. All of Midland's collapsing in.
Big curse of the Sad Mummy straight on to Yusin there. And it's the one and done for your major carry. Love that True Shot Barrage onto Pango Laker into what will be the Rift Herald collapse. And this team cannot step any further forward. They're just going to have to give this tier 2 away.
Yep, and I don't even like Origin's actually going to jungle right now. If they know he's there, they can turn that real quick. It's worth pointing out as well, that bot side play wasn't full numbers. Noro is still sitting in that top lane right now. He has not left ever since he took that first turret.
At this point, doesn't even matter. 17 minutes, they're looking for the inhib. It's a massive bullet time, but it does nothing. Taunt to follow through. Death Realm, it's going to be Keels here, and I don't think he can take that 1v1. So now the stats of Shen are forward, slicing Maelstrom to go deep here to find the punishment, the shutdown that they need. Origin stepping forward now with the Mordekaiser coming back on his Heartbreak, gets the claw, pulls him out. Yusin, she steps forward. It's going to be another kill to behold here. Origin's going to be continuing the chase forward here, maybe looking for the bandage toss, and he does find it. But a big stunner response is going to punish him, but the rest of the team has arrived here, and either way, they pump out as much as they can here. Ramadan Steve doing a great job. Meanwhile, Noro is breaking down your base.
Well, Marymount should at least be able to pick Dragon up, and it's such a stark contrast right now on the side of the map. You've got Marymount desperately defending your base, great big plays, bullet time, kills, etc., etc. Meanwhile, Noro's pushing. Ramadan right now trading with Karamatsu. TP coming in.
Oh, maybe continue to follow up there. It is a Scuzzrat looking to finish the job as Karamatsu one after another. The autos to secure it. Finally, he goes down. Scuzz here stepping forward, and it is finally the secured mountain from Origins, but going to be at the expense of his light. Yusin pulled back. It's a huge shield from the Stan United, and with the flash, she is going to survive. Lieutenant Invictus on the back end with his own bandage toss as the chase ensues. Can't quite find the second one, but it's Zebo over on the side. Won't be able to pick up that axe, but he still has the additional movement speed. Angle Laker on the side, a bandage toss to slow Keel to keep this one going as a flash ensues. Yusin on her own chase and barely dodging out of the axe. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's a pickup onto Pango. We turn our attention to the bot, and Invictus is still on the hunt here to this Shen. And look at the crying, look at the tears. It continues forward. A little bit of defense, a little bit of the passive, but it's still just not enough to keep him alive. And I can't believe Yusin's still trucking here. Oh, maybe not for long. Right of the arcane.
Oh, the BM from Ramadan there. You let her live, man. She got everywhere here. And finally, we found out the answer. This is how you finally get Noro to stop farming. You just go crazy, drag everybody all over the map, find kills, and finally Noro saying, okay, guys, enough. Let's take the structures here. Let's focus on what's important. Kills are nice, but it's not winning us the game.
I can't believe this. This is how it might come to an end here. An absolute decimation of the Marymount roster. And they're just trying to find anything that they can. Now Origins, I don't know why he tries to work his way into that jungle. It's never worked out for him at all. Pango Laker gonna go down for trying to be the caring Soraka that he is. And as a result, 2 off the board here. This could potentially be it for Marymount.
Yeah, I mean, supers are streaming in the bot lane right now. Keels has to back off, and that should be top lane. Inhibitor chart for mid lane as well. I mean, Invictus right now does not look like a support. He looks like a jungle Amumu the way he's threatening people. And they're just trying to cage them in while they systematically dismantle all the inhibitor turrets and inhibitors.
Well, Inhib's gone across the board 20 minutes into the game, and this is going to be the follow-up that they hopefully need. It's going to be that initial taunt there, but a Death Realm response, of course, onto Keels for fun. Meanwhile, in the living world, it's a big engage, but a Slicing Maelstrom will find the triple stun, but it's not enough damage to finish the job here. Yusine, the only one left alive, but not alive enough to finish the job. It's going to be one final quadra to wrap us up as Midland University, in the face of one daring loss, work their way back into winning it all.
And as we get the photo finish here, oh, Victus, you ruined my point. I was going to say there's one notable missing person here, and that is Noro. And this was why Noro farmed the entire game, because he did not want any part of this. The moment he showed up, he died. Huge props to Midland, though. Like you said, they took that loss personally, Zephyr. Game 1, they dropped the game. Game 2, monumental, just colossal clashing between the two teams. And Game 3, they found their footing. Fun time's over. Play time's over. We're aiming for the top, and we're going to show that we can reach it.
Definitely a struggle across the board for Marymount, but I want to make it clear that this team was definitely an evolution from everything in their past that we have seen thus far at NECC. So they can walk away from this game knowing proudly that if they were to take on someone I would easily consider a playoff contender, that it wouldn't just be a clean 2-0. It wouldn't just be a fight to wash away here.
No, not at all. And honestly, I do think it partially comes down to just the game and the momentum. This one got decided fairly early on, when unfortunately Zebo managed to pick up 4 kills across the various lanes. If that doesn't happen, I have no doubt Marymount puts up a much stiffer defense. And even in their losses here, they still played it really well. Keels, Stand United, still on point. Karamatsu's was still a threat, and Yusine and Pango Laker remained relevant throughout the game as well. So teams take notes. Don't disregard Marymount for their loss here. I fully expect to see them creep into the playoffs here and still be a contender. But Midland, congrats to them, and we have to focus on them because they are the winners for tonight here. And I think what I was most impressed with is that it's no longer just the Scuzzrat show.
No, it isn't.
This week, they got pushed, I think, harder than they have been before. And that's when we get to see everybody else step up. Zebo Gap stepping up was the expected role, but Ramadan Steve, game 3 showing much better than game 1 and 2. And Invictus and Noro, this game, I think, had a much better impact. Noro off screen, but I have no doubt that if you check the stats, Noro had the most turret damage and helped to really set up a lot of those pushes, which looked so good after they win a team fight.
I think it's crazy, but coming out of this game, Midland is indefinitely stronger than they were prior to. And it's terrible to say it, but because of it, sadly, Marymount has given them their group buff now for the rest of the season here, because I don't think they're ever going to be the same coming out of this one now.
Yeah, they've been tried in the fires here of that mid lane, and Midland maybe will actually play through their mid lane instead of top lane. But that, I believe, is going to be it. And I think our next match,
if you want me to.
Yes, if you have that.
All right. UC Davis Gold versus UBC Onyx. We're going to be making our way to our 4th and final series of the night. That's going to be all from both me and Random Minion Caster. If you love the work that we did here on this cast, feel free to follow us on both of our respective Twitters, which we will hopefully be plugging in the chat here very shortly. But that's not the attention you should be having. Next up on the desk is going to be Nelhad and Jim Lowry as they introduce and finalize what will be here on our 4th week. As for us, though, we hope you stay tuned for what will be an exciting finish.
I won't pay my taxes, I don't want to. Got 100 million people that I'd rather lose, and I'll keep my head down low so I don't get sued. But phone, so I'm ignoring you. I'm paving my way, take me away, or keeping me safe. Suck on the face, sorry I'm late, I wish I not came. It's not a race, still think of base. There's a million trillion things that I would rather do than be here with you. I won't tidy up, I'm busy chasing dreams and wishes. I don't clean my clothes, I never even touch my dishes. I did fuck with you, but now you're really trying to hit me up for love, enough, yeah. I'll stay in my bed till 3 in the morning. I wish I never woke up from the dream I was performing. I sit with the boys, they talking, I'm yawning, thinking I never come back, but I go for them, that's why I'm touring. I'm paving my way, take me away, or keeping me safe. Suck on the face, sorry I'm late, I wish I not came. It's not a race, still think of base. There's a million trillion things that I would rather do than be here with you. Travel to go see a bitch, yeah. Me and Khalifa, my bitch, yeah. She tryna suck on my dick, yeah. That's why I hit, I don't miss, yeah. People still ask for a pic, yeah. But none of my songs getting mixed, yeah. That's why you're hating on this, yeah. None of you boys getting rich, yeah. Paving my way, take me away, or keeping me safe. Suck on the face, sorry I'm late, I wish I not came. It's not a race, still think of base. There's a million trillion things that I would rather do than be here with you.
Welcome back to the NECC for our last matchup of the night. We have something that has fascinated humans for your eternity perfection. UC Davis is 3-0 heading into tonight's action, and they would love to keep it that way, but every story has two sides, and UBS Onyx is looking to notch their second win of the season. They're just hanging on to playoff position right now at the back of the pack, Vince Lombardi once said, perfection is unattainable, but if we chase it, we may just catch excellence. Will UC Davis keep pace with perfection, or will they just find excellence tonight? We are about to find out. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nelhead, and I'm joined, as always, by Coach Jim Lowry. How are we doing tonight?
Not bad at all. How are you doing tonight?
Jim, I'm a little tired. I am 250 miles away from where I usually cast, which means we're in the same time zone casting for the first time ever. But I'm excited for some League of Legends action. It's gonna be a good one. Hopefully it's not too exciting. I'm in downtown Milwaukee, an apartment complex. Hate to get a noise complaint on the first night here. A little bit of a rude awakening for the neighbors above and below.
Yeah, no. So, what are you doing in Milwaukee?
I'm just up here for the weekend. I'm a guest speaker at a church on Sunday, so spending the weekend with some old friends. I love the city. I already had some custard tonight. Cheese curds on the docket for tomorrow. I mean, I'm in the greatest state. How can I complain? How can I have a bad night?
Ethan, there's a restaurant I got to tell you about.
All right.
It's a secret restaurant.
Okay.
It's called the Safe House.
Okay.
You have to look for a door. I'll get you an address, but you got to look for a door that says Universal Imports. It's a joke off James Bond, Universal Exports. And you walk into a waiting room, and there's a hostess in the waiting room. But if you don't say the right password, you're stuck in the waiting room, or you can leave. It's a secret restaurant. I swear to God.
All right. I'll check it out tomorrow. You know what? If I get in, if I have time to check it out and I get in, I'll tweet you. All right. I'll let it know. Everyone keep their eyes peeled on the Twitter. I'll let you know. The only thing more exciting than that, the only thing more exciting than the League of Legends we're about to watch is the League of Legends that just happened. As I think we're about to move into draft here. Everyone in chat who was here for that last series knows exactly what I'm talking about. Midland, what a phenomenal come from behind performance. They lost game number 1, and they came back and just brought the heat in games 2 and 3. We're going to top over to our standings here. This is Champion Cyan, Jim. This is the top of the tops. Champions being the top division here. You see UBC Onyx there on the bottom. 8 seed just holding on. Going up against a team that's tied for first. Not a lot of middle ground. A lot of top, a lot of bottom feeders. No 2-win teams of yet.
No, I know. We're hoping to see one tonight. At least I'm hoping to see one tonight. I'd love to see UC Davis get knocked off. Not because I have anything against UC Davis. I just love cheering for the underdog. Going down that list there, like you're saying, that's a really solid list of teams. I'll say, as a Missouri alum, it makes me really happy to see Kansas Esports at the 0-2 side of that list.
You know what? You say you're just rooting for the dog, but I think the fix is in. Jim hates the Aggies from UC Davis. All right?
It ain't true. It ain't true.
Oh, man. And we are into our bands here. Whether or not Jim hates the Aggies, it's probably not. We're going to see how UC Davis does perform tonight. This is UC's primary League of Legends team. UBC Onyx, not the primary team for UBC, if I'm not mistaken there. So we're going to see how that does shake out, how deep UBC's roster is, not only from team to team, but on the university as a whole. 6 picks in, about to hit that second round of bans. Jim, what are we looking at?
You know, we're looking at a lot of what we've been seeing lately. You know, bruisers in the top lane, Xin Zhao, a tankier jungle. Kiana right now. Mage's mid lane has been huge, so the Corki is also off meta. So it's getting interesting on the side of UBC Onyx, but just a very solid comp on the side of UBC.
Yeah, very, very solid indeed. Really like what I'm seeing from both sides. Corki, one of my favorite mid laners of all time. When you see, I know you're itching to talk about Worlds, but when you see one of my favorite players, Power of Evil, take on that Corki, you see that lock in, you know some fireworks, something special is about to happen. We're talking about the tankiness over on the team with the Corki there. Looking at the Rel, looking at the Aatrox in the top lane, you think that's enough front line against this set Xin Zhao Leona team?
I think you're setting me up here, Ethan, because we already had this discussion before we started casting, and I think it is. I think Rel and Aatrox is enough tank, is enough sustain in the front to set up all of the damage in the backline. We're talking about how set you think it's just going to, use 200 years, get to the backline and just do set things while Leona holds the front line in place. And I'm not saying you're possibly wrong. I'm just saying at the end of the day, I think Rel built correctly can be super.
I think you're right. Once again, there's just kind of the bad beats with how expensive any sort of tanky item is, and playing the support, your gold generation isn't super fantastic. I do really like what UC Davis is doing here. I think Set's a really great pick into Rel, right? Because you've got that front line, or you've got that support that's been a little bit tanky. Big old hitbox, and you know what? All I got to do is press R, boom, slamming you into the rest of your team. So kind of feels bad to play Rel into Set.
And that's going to be a mid to late game thing, though. You're not playing Rel into Set. You're playing Rel into Leona. That's what you're really playing into. Mid to late game, anything's going to happen depending on the 5v5 dynamic of the team fight. And there's a lot that could happen to a Set as he runs at the Rel. Between Corki and Fortune, there's going to be enough lead flying down range. Set might find himself getting shredded en route. And then Kiana coming out of nowhere, possibly, if she's got the right elements. Set might find it kind of hard to get hands on Rel.
Yeah, may just do if the team does play in position right. You are joining us here on patch 11.2. Most notably for NECC play, the Amumu nerfs have come through, although in Midland's last series, we did see Amumu still played, I think, 2 out of the 3 games. So that was big. Singed even got touched with a little bit of nerf. Talia as well. Shen, Aurelia, and Jarvan. Not expecting to see many of those champs today, although I think Amumu is still pretty strong. Talk about Curse of the Sad Mom, he's just being a catalyst, a really big go button for a lot of teams.
I mean, as soon as you gave Amumu repeatable on his Q, that was going to be, it's like, oh, look, it's broken. So, in the best possible way. Unless you're me and you hate seeing it.
I was about to say, the amount you complained about the double Q.
Oh, it's so, oh, no, just no. And I'm going to mention to our fine producer tonight that chat's saying that I'm cutting out a little bit, so maybe he could do something about that. We all know that these pipes don't need to cut out. I'm almost as good as Ethan in that department.
Nearly.
So close.
You've got me hyped. What else do you want? All right. I'm it's ridiculous that I'm almost 6'4" on the cast, and I don't have you.
Height, hair, better facial hair.
Hair. Whoa, what facial hair? Obvious.
This is soft, man. This is soft, man. This is so soft.
I condition
Tell
every
you,
day.
it's soft.
Every day.
It's soft.
All right. If you're
real men don't need to condition.
Are you going to be in Iowa?
I'm in Davenport?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be in Davenport.
Soft hair contest. We'll get some judges. If you are going to be there in chat, register, DM the NECC Twitter. Let them know that you'd like to be a judge in the hair contest between Jim and I. Who's got the softer hair?
We might get some takers on that one, Ethan. We might get some takers on that one.
I know there's some people that want their hands all over your hair. My hair's softer, so I mean, everyone wants to touch yours. Already wants to touch mine.
Fighting words from Ethan Dolan. The spectator delay looks like it's about to end. We're gonna load in here, and we're hopefully gonna see some good League of Legends.
I don't think hopefully is the word we're going to use. UC Davis has been lighting this division on fire. Science Challengers, one way or another, we're going to see some fantastic League of Legends. The only question for me, Jim, is can UBC Onyx stay up? Can they keep pace? Because I've got a sneaky suspicion that UC Davis has come packed. They are ready and loaded. They're just going to start firing out on the rim.
You know, I'm really hoping you're wrong. I'd love to see this go 3 games. I know our producer doesn't want to because he's been here all night and he's kind of tired. But I'd like to see it go 3 games. I'd like to see UC Davis put in a corner a little bit.
I would like to see them push. Once again, they are 3-0 on the year. They're in that upper echelon of teams here in Challengers Sign. And as we said, UBC Onyx, right now, the season ended today, they'd be the very bottom playoff spot. Not a position you want to be in the top division here in the NECC. The talent is so good. And the longer you can avoid playing the top dogs, well, you may just have a shot at making it all the way to the chip.
Yeah, no, that's going to be it's going to be huge for them trying to get out of that bottom spot, trying to get into the middle of the pack where they can play more teams around the middle of the pack and wait as long as possible and hope for some upsets and hope that they can play some of the lower ranked teams.
Yeah, and we're only in week 4 here, so you may think, why are they talking about playoffs? Why are they talking playoffs? Man, when the top 8 teams make and only 2 don't, you are constantly jockeying for playoff position. The margins are so razor thin in the middle of the pack that every single week counts. This isn't a situation where it's like, oh yeah, let's just win some games, don't worry about standings later on. No, only 2 teams don't make. You are constantly thinking about where you're going to end up in the standings, who are you playing in the first round.
And you said it right there, Ethan. I have nothing to add to that, really. You said it all.
Well, if I've said it all, let me say some more. On the left-hand side, the blue team, UC Davis, coming out with Dragonfin, Guess Me Baby, Broxa, Molly V5, and Mr. Jimmy OG Snipe you in the bot lane. On the other side, the dogs, UBC Onyx, Chaos in the top lane, Perfect Power in the jungle, Ben the Blaster in the mid lane, Shelly Bean and Slurp on the bot side, respectively. Both teams just going to start off with a bit of a 5-point here. Slurp some aggressive positioning on that rail, but I don't think we're really going to see much. I like the ward right there, knowing when the opposing jungler's doing Raptors. Going to give your mid laner especially a little bit of extra info of if they're going to be ganked or not early on.
And wards down, and a bunch of people deciding to go back to Fountain. Let's see if they're going to switch it up. And it looks like we will get some sweepers early, apparently.
Yeah, Kiana and the Rao grabbing it. And this is a typical move you see from junglers. I think a little bit more in common on the sports, but I do like it. Get a little bit of gold in your back pocket early on, but way more importantly, deny that early vision. Any early advantage you want to take it away. Get the ball rolling early on, Jim. We're not just talking about urgency here in playoff positioning. We're talking about urgency in individual games. These teams have to want it.
I just don't know if I like it onto the support. Early support vision is huge in lane, and you're giving up lane vision to try to deny vision to your opponent.
Yeah, you are actively putting yourself in a bad position because you're not going to be able to ward that river like you would be able to otherwise. So we'll see how that goes. Shelly Bean and Molly doing a little bit of a trade there. Trading autos level 1. What are we expecting here early on the bot side? We've got two pretty similar bots, right? Two engaged tanky supports. It's Guess Me Baby going in for a level 2 gank on Aos. Both hitting level 2 first. There's the face breaker. Aos might be in some trouble. Oh, uses the flash. May have been better to hold it. Still dies under tower. First blood going on over to Guess Me Baby. UC Davis out ahead.
And that's just a really good level 2 gank there from Guess Me Baby. Good position. The Aatrox wasn't even out of position. They just both were right where they needed to be. They got their abilities off. They hit their abilities, which is the important part. So many ganks go wrong because somebody misses an ability at the wrong time. But with everything that hits, and not only that, but they got the flash as well, that's a huge, huge swing on the top lane.
Absolutely massive on the top side. Guess Me Baby, Jim, as you said, just a really great level 2 gank. Just seeing opportunity and taking it where it comes. Ben the Blaster losing out on trades in the mid lane there with Broxa. Hasn't been great. There's a Xenoblade coming on through Molly, trying to back it up. Slurp's going to go pretty low, but staying alive. Kiana is in the vicinity. Slurp's electing to stay. Shelly Bean still fully topped off, just a little bit low on mana. That's what I'm looking at right now. Mr. Jimmy Snipe, you and Molly, both pretty full on mana here. Shelly Bean kind of low. Slurp's full, but kind of low on health. Kiana backing off here, and they're not going to have any lane priority in the bot side. Wouldn't surprise me if Onyx had to back here early on.
Would not surprise me at all if they had to back early on. I mean, you already had your top laner die. He already teleported, so teleport advantage really on the side of UC Davis at the moment. When you were asking me how I thought the bot lane was going to go, I was actually about to tell you, I thought the top lane was going to be where the action was going to be. But before I could say it, that's when the gank came through. And I think we're going to see more action topside before we get blood in the bot lane.
I absolutely agree. I think there's going to be a lot of action in the top side here. And these are two top laners that can really carry a game. As Aos going in here, Dragon Vin, there's the Haymaker. These two top laners have so much agency, Jim. They can move around. They can do so much damage. As Aos sees the gank, but it's going way too late. And it didn't even matter. Dragon Vin took that completely solo. Guess Me Baby actually just going to steal a little bit of CS here on the top side. Say, you know what? I might not pass by here again for a while. May as well take some for the road. On the bot side, bit of action. Slurps going in on Snipe. You perfect power coming through to Kiana. Just can't find an angle. Does get the root to Molly, but there's no response there. Not the best positioning, but hey, can't feel too bad about it when your top laner is up 1-0. Your jungler is up 1-0. And across the board, you've got a 600 gold lead.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all. As Kiana's still hanging around here on the bot side looking to make something happen.
Ooh, and Slurp's going to go down. Slurp's playing with fire there. Their health's so low for so long. Molly, you got to be careful too. Shelly Bean, here's the TD from Dragon Vin. Facebreaker. Shelly Bean sticking around. Will go down. Double kill over to Molly. That was absolutely massive. We talk about how much you need kills here early on. We were talking about gold supremacy early on. Oh no. And the Blaster gets out of there. Tough positioning for just 1 second, but is able to use that Valkyrie to get on out. Jim, kills transferred, teleports burned, dragons slain. This early game's had a bit of everything.
Oh yeah, we're not even 6 minutes into this game yet. We have 4 kills and a dragon down, and every single teleport on the map has been used. In that last one, there were actually 3 teleports into that last fight, as Dragon Vin teleported in first, and both mid laners got in soon after. The fight really was over, though, by the time Dragon Vin got done with his first round of ability usage. And just UC Davis showing why they're undefeated right now, and UBC Onyx just a little bit on their heels at the moment.
Yeah, on their heels, retreating. They just don't look comfortable, and those 2 kills on the Kai'Sa are so big. We've in past seasons talked about Kai'Sa can really be the center, like the center point, the centerpiece, however you want to say it, of a hyper carry. And getting those first 2 kills is just going to be so big to getting Kai'Sa rolling here early on. I'm pretty scared for this bot side because we saw Shelly Bear and we saw Slurpee bullying a bit early on. They had lane priority. They were doing really well poking. They lose out on that gank. Shelly Bean in particular playing far too aggressive, and the result is Molly getting both kills and just has a massive amount of gold. 2,500 recruit over the course of the game right now. 400 more than the opposition.
The only thing that's interesting here is that UC Davis is actually getting out-farmed at 3 positions.
Yeah, and you don't typically think that, right? When you have the gold advantage, you're going to get the better items, and you do see the big advantage here on the top side is Dragon Vin, and Ayaz is losing out farm, but on the bot side, we see the fruits of Shelly Bean, and Slurps, their labor early on. We see the fruits of that, and it's a big farm advantage despite losing out on the kills. I'd expect that to slide back towards the Kai'Sa's way here, Jim. Having the 2 kills, able to pick up that new quiver and pickaxe on the back, has the biscuit to boot. I'm expecting this lane to shift a little back, as there was the showstopper, and we've got a bit of a scrapper in the bot side. Ulti coming through, Guess Me Baby going to profit off that Leona ult. Slurps running, has to run for their life, doesn't have the mount. CC coming on through. There's the Zenith blade. Mr. Jimmy gonna pick up the kill right there, not who you wanted on Leona. Pretty low priority for your kills. Guess Me Baby not done yet, but they're probably just happy to get the kill in the end. UC Davis, the Aggies, up 6 kills to nothing.
And this one might be the old TSM speedrun at Worlds here, Ethan. UC Davis just doing everything they want to do, and it just really looks like UBC Onyx does not have a solution at the moment. And this might be one where you might want to try to get out of this game here and try to go to the next and talk about it for a couple minutes. Go, okay, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? And just kind of take that deep breath and reset, because this one's getting out of hand in a hurry.
Are you encouraging a /FF right now? I would just like to get it on.
I am not. I am not.
All right.
I am not.
As a coach, how do we feel about the /FF in general? Solo queue. You know, bad day.
I don't forfeit. I don't forfeit. It pisses off a lot of people. I don't forfeit. I believe every game is winnable if you stick around long enough, your opponent's gonna make a mistake. And I've had some hour 10, hour 15-minute games where we stuck around. I wouldn't forfeit. My duo partner wouldn't forfeit. We didn't have the votes to forfeit, and we ended up winning an hour 10, hour 15-minute game because our opponents finally screwed up. We finally hit full build. At a certain point, when everybody's at full build, your gold lead no longer matters.
Well, kids, there you have it. Never give up in solo queue. And you know what? If anyone gets mad, hit them with the hashtag blame Coach Jim on Twitter. So
Coach Jim is wrong. Hashtag Coach Jim is wrong.
Coach Jim was wrong. I'm with you. I never FF. The friends hate me for it. But you never know what's going to happen, right? Jim, we cast a game last year where a tree fell in one of the players' houses, and they had to drive to their grandma's house to finish it off as Ayaz getting dove under a tower here. Maybe wishing they would have played from their grandma's house. May have been a little bit more comforting when she comes in with a tray of cookies after getting dumpstered under your tower. But all that to say, you just never know if someone's going to DC, if someone's mom's going to call them down for dinner. Play it out. Perfect Power doesn't want to play this one out under tower. Shelly coming on in. Perfect Power. Oh, beautiful CC. Here's a teleport coming through. 2v2 action. Guess Me Baby going in. Get CC of their own. One more auto gonna do it. But here comes Aoz. Not going to connect there. Guess Me Baby has a little bit of purchase. Green pastures ahead. Blast cone located. Ben the Blaster not going to pursue that any farther. Broxa rotating up. They get out unscathed. They add yet another kill, and they get 2 on the bot side as well. Molly not going to die from that one. 10 kills to nothing. 5K gold. We're just north of 10 minutes here. This is ridiculous.
Well, and watching on the minimap that fight in the bot lane, it all happened under the UBC Onyx tower, including Kaisa ulting behind the tower to apparently take out the Rel, using the ultimate, grabbing the shield. So just full dives everywhere. Dives in the top lane, dives in the bot lane. I'm waiting to see Broxa here. Is that how we're pronouncing that? Broxa?
I'm going with Broxa.
Broxa. I'm waiting to see Broxa dive Corki in the mid lane because Corki's the only one who hasn't been dove on their own tower.
And as a result, Corki the only one without a death on the squad for UBC Onyx. Aoz fighting in the top side. Perfect power coming on through. We'll get spotted on the ward. 3v1 on the top side. Here is Slurps as well. Will connect. Gets the CC. Tosses the E out to Aoz. Going to buff up the defense. Dragon Vin trying to turn this around. There's the Haymaker. That's going to be big. Can they find any more damage? Showstopper coming up through. Aoz goes down. Dragon Vin in the 1v3 finds a kill, but won't get anything else. Shutdown gold being handed over to Perfect Power, and personally, that's exactly who I want with the money. Put it on the jungler when you're behind. Let them impact the entire map. But first, you're going to have to impact the bot side because Molly is just getting free play gold on the bot side. They already have their Kraken Slayer. How much more can they extend this lead?
It's an ADC, Ethan. They need everything they can get.
That they can. Slurps rotating in here. Broxa gonna run away, and they aren't gonna take the 1v3 here. Slurps may take a decent amount of damage there, and does. Broxa trying to find something under tower. You ask for a dive in the mid lane. Leona in the area. It might happen here. Something feels like it's brewing at a minimum. There's the CC. Aoz, not where you want to be. Edith Blade coming through. There's the solar flare. Broxa picks up a quick kill. No one there to help out the team, and I don't think they're done yet. That bot side tower has one plate about to be pushed in by Molly, getting so big on that Kaisa. They just run the map right now. The Aggies are everywhere.
They're everywhere. Their vision is everywhere. With that being said, the vision on the side of UBC Onyx isn't terrible considering their position on the map. They got a couple of deep wards. They've got some vision, at least on the top side. A lot of river vision. So congrats to them. Like, kudos there. Like, usually when you see teams losing this badly, it's just a dark map all the way around. And they've got some bright spots on there. They can still see some of the rotations coming through.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times when you talk about teams losing, it's because they're not doing the little things right. As Shelly being gonna get caught out here doing nothing right there. Guess Me Baby leading the charge. Oh! Big display of talent, but it's not going to matter. They don't have the damage. Turning around here, Slurps going low. Perfect power, barely scoots on the backside. That Valkyrie over the wall going to be able to save Ben, the Blaster, Aoz on the top side. Wow, what a fight. They get the supreme display of talent from the Kiana, tossing everyone into the wall, but it doesn't matter. They don't have the damage to follow up. Broxton getting the CC, but nothing else there. And before that fight happened, is like, hold on, give me a second here. Aoz finding something here. Dragon Vin might be in a little bit of trouble. Aoz trying to get some damage and does that. Turns out UBC Onyx is doing the little things right, Jim. They're not too far behind in farm. Actually, they're up a few on the top side. Bot lane pretty even, down 15 and 10 in the jungle and mid lane. So sizable amounts there, but the vision, the CS, they're doing the little things right. They're not doing the big things right. They're not ganking well. They're not talking together as a team. They don't understand the deficit they're in, and they're trying to pick fights that they just can't take. So interesting dynamic here, as they are going to find a big pick onto Broxa, getting onto Ben the Blaster, 1-0-0. The Corki in a bright spot here for Onyx today.
You know, they didn't find the early ganks, but that was a great pick there in the mid lane. I think part of the problem with the ganks was all of their lanes were behind. Kiana really had nowhere to go for a proper gank. The one time she went into the bot lane, they had the numbers advantage, and they still ended up losing a member. And it looks like they're going to lose another here under tower.
Yeah, they may lose multiple members, and they do. Molly dominating, picks up a kill onto the support. But, Jim, great point there is hold on. Zenith Blade coming on through. There's a CC in the back line. Oh, Mr. Jimmy might be in a bit of trouble right here. Molly coming on through, but can't do anything. When you're down early, perfect power on this Kiana. Can't do anything real hard. Oh my gosh, Dragonfin absolutely stopping the show without the showstopper. Facebreaker under tower. Molly gonna have to run, but flips the script and dip the chip here. There's the ulti coming up through. Flashes out the fancy footwork. Molly stayed alive. Double kill for this set. Can they keep going? 2v2. Molly running away. Dragon's been there. Jim, if we can ever get to the point, I was so eloquently trying to respond to what you were trying to say earlier about Perfect Power not having anywhere to gank before yet another fight erupted. It's real hard to find a meal when all three of your lanes grills are just running cold. We can't go anywhere for a good gank. You're absolutely right. All three lanes are behind. You could maybe look mid, but those weren't the lanes that you really wanted to help out, especially after that level 2 gank topside.
No, I mean, you just had to go out. You need to buy some propane. Maybe you go down and see Hank down in Arlen, sells propane and propane accessories. Just go see him and get your grill back started. We tried talking about everything. It all started with that one fight just north of the blue buff on the UBC Onyx jungle. That was a perfect play by UBC Onyx. The problem was they were down 8,000 gold, which meant they were down 8,000 gold of items. If that gold was even, that's a triple kill for UBC Onyx. It was just that they didn't have the items in their pocket. So like you were saying, doing the little things right, some of the big things right, but when you're this far behind, it's not just doing it right, it's doing it perfect.
Yeah, I don't even think that's bad positioning by UC Davis, but more so they know how strong they are. And they're like, yeah, this isn't an ideal positioning. This isn't an ideal fight for us, but we're so much stronger that we will pick and choose our fights at will. They may just do so again up here in the jungle. They've got Aatrox completely separate on the top side. You see playing a little cat and mouse there. Guess me, baby, trying to come in, slurps perfect power. I mean, what can they do, right? Dragonfin gets that on the top side. Waves are crashing in across the FCC. They're pushing in bot there. They're going for a 1-3-1 potentially, falling back onto this Dragon, which will be their third of the game. They're going to be on an uncontested soul point. The Aggies just dominating right now.
Oh, absolutely. And we like, as casters, we like to make jokes, all the small Riot jokes. But we talked about it pre us jumping on the air. Dragonfin, we saw in the pro draft, was going to be on the set. And we just talked about, set 200 years of gameplay design, and there was just nobody that was going to be able to really touch him if Set decided he was going to do things. And we saw that really early as Aaz just, couldn't even go in the 1v1, and not to mention getting ganked early, but the 1v1 wasn't even going to go his way.
And not much going the way right now. Rel will go down. Not a great outing for Slurp, who's 0-6. They're just going to push in mid tower here. Have no reason not to. Dropping that Rift Herald, and they are starting the siege. Perfect power. Keep your eyes on the top left-hand side of your screen. Looking for an engage in the backside. A display of talent might be enough to get something here. There is the showstopper going to get the kill. Molly scoops it up. Top laner gone. It hurts to not have your Aatrox. It's a lot of damage, a lot of agency. Shelly looking to get another charge. There's CC coming through. The Zenith Blade. There's the bullet time. Not going to catch much, but Broxa does go low. Shut down gold from the backside. There's the Kiana, but Dragonfin gets a kill in return, as does Broxa. And soon baby a little low. Shelly Bean has a shot to make something happen here. There's the Arcane Comet. Looking for the Scryer's Bloom. Pursuing this. Broxa misses their CC. Shelly Bean has the excitement stacks. Pretty quick run in here, but just can't quite catch up to the back of the pack. Ooh, Zenith Blade misses. They're trying to find a turn. Watch out. The Dragonfin on the bot side. Nothing going to come through. They do grab the inhibitor. That's going to crack open the map for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for a Baron here after the back.
Here's what's going to get interesting, and here's something that the professional teams talk about. They broke that inhibitor. They walked away. But now the team that's behind UBC Onyx is going to get extra cash off the super minions. If you don't do something with that inhibitor down, you're just feeding them extra cash, and that inhibitor's going to come back up at some point. So with that down, you have to make a play here. Otherwise, it's actually going to end up being a net loss for you on the gold advantage.
Yeah, it's like in Mario Kart. The farther back you are, the more likely it is that you're going to get a bullet bill and not just a green shell or a coin. So they've got the time to catch up, right? They just have to extend this game. I mean, we're 20 minutes in, Jim, and they're getting run over, right? There's not much better word for it. They're down 20 kills. They're down 10k gold. They're going to be down this Baron. They're down 3 dragons. They're getting run over. So every opportunity they have to extend this game will be a good one. They need this game to go much longer, and it's not going to be get caught out right there. Perfect Power goes down. Slurp next on the chopping block, or is Shelly being? It doesn't matter. They both go down at the same time. Continuing the Baron there is Guess Me Baby. I don't think it matters. You've got a 5v2. There's no inhibitor. You've got Wave in the mid lane. Aatrox, for some reason, farming at a bot. Just run it straight down Main Street. There's no need for a break. All gas right here, but they're going to take it a little slow. They take Baron Nashor. Wave is pushing in what can be done. Ayaz and Ben the Blaster, the last 2 remaining. The siege has begun. Slurps spawning back in, looking for an engage. Ayaz can't find it. Here comes the rest of the cavalry. So 5v5 in the base here. Slurps frontlining, gonna get absolutely deleted right there like a stick of butter in a furnace. Ayaz next to go. There's the bullet time, but it doesn't do too much damage. Ben, oh my gosh, everybody going down. Ben the Blaster, last one alive. There is a clean ace, a triple kill for Molly, and game number 1 goes the way of the Aggies.
And I would like to go back to something really quickly. Just how young are you that you think the predominant item in Mario Kart is bullet bills? Just how young are you?
If you're the back of the pack, you get mad bullet bills. Come on now, Jim.
Yeah, but those of us who are, originalists, it's the blue shell, baby.
Oh,
it's the blue shell from the back.
Regale me with your tales from the dinosaur age, Jim.
The blue shell from the back, baby. The blue shell from the back. Then again, I remember a day and an age when the blue shell didn't exist, when you just hoped for a red shell and that's the best you were going to get. And looking for a blue shell or a bullet bill in that game was UBC Onyx. I think they need to go back to the drawing board on their pick spans, maybe. I was thinking the Aatrox was going to play a lot better into the set. And that could go down as just a player advantage, not a character, a champion advantage. I just thought it was going to play a little bit better, but that lane went super fast in the direction of UC Davis.
Yeah, that level 2 gank really panning out for this set, not so much for the Aatrox on the other side. I think pick spans could be good because we talked about it. They did the little things well. They see us pretty well. They had their vision up. They couldn't coordinate. Their microplay good, macroplay a bit lacking. We're going to see if they can pick it up here in game number 2. But the story from game 1, all Aggies all the time. We're going to catch you on the other side after a very quick break for some more League of Legends action.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back to the NECC Game 2 in this best of 3 series ahead of us. It's been a late night, but it's about to get a little bit later. Coach, in game number 1, UC Davis took control and they did not let it go. Game number 2, what has to be done on UBC's side to come back into this one?
They need to play a slower game. The fast game went the way of UC Davis. There was no way that they're going to be able to keep up with that. They have to play a slower game, closer to tower. They have to play for the late game because I don't think it's going to happen early. Depending on their draft, they could pick a really early game draft. I don't think they will, but I think time is going to be their friend.
It just may, and I got a little sneak peek of the pro draft, and they did scoop up a Tarek, so they will be buying a little bit time, level 6 and beyond, at least there. UCD was incendiary, right? It was 10k gold lead to like almost 5 minutes, and they got the first 3 drags, they got Bear, and they just rolled their way to the win. UBC needs more than just small tweaks. They need more than just a philosophy change. They need a miracle here in game number 2.
I'm not going to go for miracle, but they're going to definitely need to play their best game they've played so far this season. But like we were talking about, UC Davis got that early lead, and League of Legends right now in this meta is such a snowball game. As soon as you get that kind of lead, it's really hard to lose it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And momentum just seems to build and build and build. There's a few catch mechanics. As you said, as you noted in last game, those supers are going to award a little bit more money. So there's some small things like that. Elder Drag, obviously a big one, right? If you're able to steal that away, even if you lost out on Soul, even if you lost the first, 3-4 dragons, you didn't get any, still a massive catch-up mechanic. My eyes are immediately drawn to Darius. Ayaz did not have the easiest time in top lane last game against Dragon Vin. How do you feel about the Darius pick?
You see, my eyes weren't drawn to the Darius. My eyes were drawn to the Hecarim. We saw perfect power on the Kiana. We talked about them not being able to gank early. With the Hecarim, there's your early gank potential. On the other side, guess me baby on another heavy bruiser possible tank with Jarvan the Fourth. But like you asked about the top lane, so I'll talk about the top lane though. I like the Darius pick. I like the Darius pick because you can farm really efficiently with Darius even under tower. I like the Jax pick against the Darius too. So I like all the picks so far. Bot lane stays the same for UC Davis. It works, so why change it? On the other side though, Xayah Taric, that's going to be an interesting lane.
Interesting indeed. Xayah already has a bit of mobility, right, on that ulti, that feather storm, I believe it is. You're just able to dance right out a lot of situations, generate some CC for yourself. Taric, I mean, up there with Zillion in my mind as the support that's most supporting, has the most tools for peel. Talking about extending your ADC's life, talking about ability in team fights, really does it all. And oh yeah, bit of a heal and shielding to boot. I really like that bot lane a lot. It's going to give time for Shelly Bean and Slurps to really get going. And Shelly Bean and Slurps won the early game. Like, let's not forget that they didn't have lane prio until Molly was able to get that double kill later on. Jim, what worries me about the bot lane here, Molly and Mr. Jimmy OG got to pick the same exact champ.
Here's the thing though, sometimes you don't want to be on the same exact champs. They just saw how you played them. Now they have the roadmap for what they need to do to stop
you. And usually I'm right with you. It's just tough to look at an absolute dumpster fire of a game where your opponent just ran all over you and be like, oh, we should get stomped a little bit less hard. Because they have the momentum. And then out of nowhere it's like, gank, bot lane. Oh, Kai'Sa got a double kill. Kai'Sa Nova's under tower. It was more just like we were playing well, and then everything got out of hand. It's just so hard to look at that for me and say, you know what? You can have the Kai'Sa. You know what? You can have the Leona back. Leona was phenomenal, right?
As we were saying, the early game, early in lane phase in the bot lane, Slurps and Shelly Bean were doing absolutely fine until Molly got the double. That would have been a really interesting lane if they had gotten away from that gank. Now, they didn't. It was a perfectly executed gank with a top lane teleport to boot. They weren't getting out of that one. But I think in a safer lane, because they were really extended in that lane and pushed, I think in a safer lane, and this looks like they're going to be playing a little bit safer, that will be very interesting. The one lane we have not talked about is the mid lane, where we got another mage, Cassiopeia this time, going into Sylas. And Sylas, similar to Set in the last game, there's a lot of different buttons Sylas can push to go, I don't want to take your damage. I don't want to take your crowd control. I just want to do what I want to do, and you're going to watch me do it.
Definitely has a lot of agency, definitely has a lot of ability to take over games and lanes. I love Cassiopeia though. I mean, you can build 6 full items, right? You don't have to worry about the boots. Twin Fang is so good. The miasma is so good. Petrified Glaze is so good. Like, I can't even put words to it. There's just something about watching a good Cassiopeia player go to work, the lunch pail and all, just really just trudging out there, doing their thing. Easy to CS with the Twin Fang once you get it going. Petrifying Gaze makes the champion tick, right? Because you can generate your own opportunities. You don't have to wait for your jungler to gank. You don't have to wait for your support to set something up. You say, you know what? I see the opportunity. Hit that R button. Let's get it going.
Here's the only problem with it at the moment. Every alt on the side of UC Davis looks like a buffet line for Silas. Think about what Silas can do with any of those ultimates.
Yeah, that is very true. There's a lot of alties to pick from on the other side. I mean, the one nasty one that I'm thinking of with how up close and personal Silas likes to get is that Kaisa ult. If you're able to find the backline, although I guess you don't have anything to engage it because you have to deal the damage first. The Jarvan ult, definitely big though.
The Jarvan ult's the one I was looking at. If I want to get close contact with somebody, Jarvan ult's the way to do it. And even though he won't be able to flag and drag his way into a Jarvan ultimate, he does have a little bit of a dash of his own. And if he can get somebody, especially somebody like the Cassiopeia or the Kaisa, into the arena with him, I think he's going to have a lot of fun.
Why do you think we didn't see the Corki return here? Wasn't banned out. Silas is locked in. I think Silas is the better pick, but I think Corki is dynamic in its own way. And we saw the Corki played to success last game, right? Had a positive KD for a number of minutes last game.
The Corki was positive, but the Corki wasn't doing a lot. They weren't going after plays. They were just kind of hanging around. And so I think on the Silas, as you were saying, agency, there might be looking for more plays to start and end in the mid lane.
Agency and impact being prioritized here. Maybe some early game impact. We see a 5-man here. What's happening? Onyx, they're looking for it. Molly obviously going to spot them out. Mr. Jimmy OG going to take this opportunity to ward on the backside. Just has to get out of there in a hurry and does just that. UBC Onyx trying to push this series to a game number 3. UC Davis, they're trying to go home staying perfect. Him, is right. Dragonvin, Broxa, guess me, baby.
This is going to get interesting. This is going to get super interesting.
What's that? Tark on the backside coming as well, and it's all cracking off. Eos walking in, flag and drag coming through. Eos taking the brunt of the damage. Here comes Slurp and perfect power on the backside. Dragonvin gotta go. Double CC.
Got the flash.
Through. Yeah, flash from Guess Me Baby. The autos. First blood handed over to Shelly Bean there. Big first blood. We talked about how Shelly Bean and Slurps were dominant early on. They had the agency in the bot side. They get the first kill here. Slurp's not done with Broxa just yet. Going to Dazzle there. Getting a little bit of CC. Teleport coming through to the mid lane as well from the Silas. Doesn't want to miss out on any action. Slurp's able to even get an execute off to help out Ben the Blaster. What a start for UBC Onyx.
That's exactly what they needed. Forget what I said. Forget playing safe. I'm wrong more than I'm right. I don't even know where they let me cast here for the NECC. That was absolutely what they needed. My question is, did they go toward the red side knowing they could bait them toward the top side of the jungle? Or was that just pure and simple luck?
However you slice it, Jim, it doesn't really matter for UBC Onyx right now. The ends justify the means. After you get run over, you just want to win, and you don't really care how it happens. They get that early first kill. Jim, they've got to do something with it, though. How can they translate that early success into some sustained advantage?
I really think Shelly Bean needs to get some farm going and get back and get an early item. Get that early item. We talked about item advantage being huge in game number 1. Let's see if the item advantage being on UBC side is going to be the game changer here.
And no type of advantage on the top side for Eos will go down. Burns the flash as well. Does trade flashes, but still hurts to lose that and die. Slurps looking for a little bit of something on the bot side here. And despite having that first kill, despite being up just a little bit, they're getting pushed under tower. losing out in the farm game. So Molly figuring things out. They are spotted out in that ward right there, so nothing funny going to come of that one. But Slurps, Shelly Bean, not looking as great as they did last game, and they are on different champs. They don't quite have the early game impact that they did, but not a great look after getting that first kill. You really want to be pushing your lead here if you can.
You do want to be pushing your lead here, but as we talked about, you probably don't want to be overextended like you were in game number 1. They're not in a gankable position right now. They're in a position where they can freeze the wave, they can farm it out, they can slow play it, and they're not going to get ganked, and I'm okay with that.
That's absolutely true. They're not going to get ganked from this position on the bot side. We do see Hecarim in the mid lane there. Just keep your eyes on that mid lane. Didn't get a whole lot of love in game number 1. Would not be surprised if it's a point of focus here in game number 2. Bit of a dance here on the bot side. Slurps not really doing anything. Neither is Shelly Bean on the top side. Different champs, same results so far. Ayaz just can't keep up with Dragonvin's mechanics. Guess me, baby, coming through. There's the flash. Big Zenith Blade. Double Dazzle coming on through. It's not going to matter. Shelly Bean goes down. Slurps next on the chopping block, and it's not long for this world. On the top side of Gink will result in a kill, so they trade across the board, but UC Davis has to be happy with that. They lost out on first blood to the bot side. Here they are reclaiming some gold.
Yeah, and that was just once again a really good gank, and they were in a good spot. They just moved up a little bit too much. We were talking about how they were almost in an ungankable position. They moved up a hair's breadth, and all of a sudden the gank comes in.
Dragonman got to be careful. Ayaz can just dispense if you under tower. Gets the spin to win. The CC coming through. Dragonman, that was massive. Perfect power. Don't do it. Next on the chopping block, maybe. Gets the kill. Power shot coming through. Perfect power. Able to survive that one. So they do trade in the top side, but Ayaz dying probably pretty needlessly. If they would have just timed that up and gone in together, they could have got the kill. It's small things like that that is going to separate UBC Onyx from UC Davis. UC Davis holding on to a small gold lead. This is definitely not the lead that we saw in game number 1, but it is a lead nonetheless.
Definitely not what we saw in game number 1. And let's take a look at the farm. Like the mid lane, completely different than game number 1. The bot lane, completely different than game number 1, both on the side of UC Davis. But in the top side, UBC Onyx, that's Ayaz, doing well farming on that Darius. And we talked about the ease of farm on the Darius, especially if you're pushed under tower.
Farming exceedingly well. However, Dragonman holding their own in that lane, right? They're definitely the aggressor. Before the gank, Ayaz didn't have any sustained success against them in combat and died under tower as well to Dragonman. So despite Dragonman being down in farm, I still think that Dragonman has the agency in this top side. I don't think Darius wants much of Jax right here, right now. Jax such an adept brawler. Gruesome in the top side, not finding anything. Slurp's going to take a little bit of damage to the back. Nothing comes of that. Keep your eyes on Hecarim on the bot side map. We see Leona and we see Molly pinging up Dragon. They want to do it. They're asking for a little bit of backup, but Hecarim's in the area. This could be a 3v3 or even a 3v4 with Silas there as well. Perfect power. Dancing. 2 levels up. Oh, here's the collapse. This could spell disaster. The Dazzle coming on through. Molly has to flash. Turns it around. The grounded. The miasma. There it is. Leona still alive on the back end. And here comes the Silas. They get a kill. The Broxa and the Blaster responding. Shelly Bean has to flash on out. Double kill for the mid laner. Big moves for Broxa. Oh, and we're not done yet. Zenith Blade over the wall. Mr. Jimmy OG. Beautiful right there. Broxa looking for more. Has the miasma down. Gets the CC. The miasma going to be enough. Broxa picked it up, and Shelly Bean going to spoon feed another kill to Broxa. Hot sauce and hand grenades. That one popped off quickly into the top lane. Ayaz going to recoup kill of their own. Drag should be free on the bot side.
And that's just absolutely the opposite of UBC Onyx. They had a good play. They needed to disengage. Broxa had time to get there, had to burn the teleport to do it, but they were happy to do so. And now you're looking at a 4-kill Cassiopeia in the mid lane.
Slurp, don't do it. Don't do it. The 1v2 there walked up with a bold Dazzle, has the wave, and the spore on the backside. They will scoop the free dragon. 4 kills on Broxa. Had none. we said that that mid lane matchup was going pretty even, right? Broxa up on a bit of farm. Ganks down, right place, right time, double kill. Continues the aggression. The sustained attack returns 2 more kills in the blink of an eye. 4 kills, and there may be more here. Flag and Drag coming in on the bot side. Guess me, baby. May have wiped the gank here. Molly popping in a bit preemptively, but they get Shelly being off to the side, away from the pack, and it's easy pickings. Here's a gank on the top side. Dragon Vid probably has nowhere to run. There's the flash out. Oh my gosh. The cavalry has arrived. Perfect power out of left field right there on the TP coming through to mid. They're trying to save that tower. Jim, Aoz might be a problem come late game. Is up on farm and is being fed some kills here by the jungler.
And that's not something you want to see if you're playing against the Darius. Darius, for a brawler, can carry in the late game. And that bleed just gets more and more annoying the longer the time.
Oh, but action here. Shelly Bean going to get caught in that Jarvan ulti. Big way to start the fight. Slurps and Aoz here. And here's the Darius for the first time. Unleashed on the rest of the map. Big flash from Guess Me Baby. Mr. Jimmy. Big CC as well. Guess Me Baby going to go down. Miasma coming through. Brox is going to have a lot of damage. You got to watch out. Petrifying Gaze. There it is. So much damage. Brox up flashing. Can they find Slurp? They cannot. But there's the Petrifying Gaze from Ben the Blaster off the off. Mr. Jimmy OG flashes over the wall. A big turnaround for UBC Onyx.
Everything they wanted happened in that fight. You got your Darius, another kill. Perfect power on the Hecarim's up to 3. You're putting coin in the pockets of the people you want to have coin.
That you are. Dragon Vin, speaking of coin, said, hey, let me grab a plate or two while all the action is direct to the bot side of the map. We do see Shelly Bean responding to that top side aggression. Gonna get a little bit of free farm, just clearing out waves here. Jim, a dragon has gone. Another one's gonna spawn in 2.5 minutes here. Some neutral objectives being put on the table. What do you see over the next few minutes here? I mean, UC Davis still from the gold lead, but Onyx has shown that they can team fight. What does Onyx do with this little bit of momentum that they've just gotten?
They have to find another good team fight. They have proven they can position well. They've proven they can set an ambush. Now they just have to do it while they have a closer gold differential.
Yeah, those items are going to be so big, and if you don't have to rely on great positioning, right? And honestly, if you don't have to rely on UC Davis sort of trickling in, you're going to win a lot more fights. So I don't hate trying to pick another fight here. You just won one. You've got the momentum. You might be down on gold. You might be down to drag. But they're going to do it on the top side here. Perfect power coming in. Aoz, they're trying to get them another kill. Jim, we need some Grievous wounds. We can talk about Darius, Hecarim, and the Targ on the bot side healing, Silas healing. You need Grievous wounds. It's an absolute must for UC Davis.
An absolute must. And Rift Herald coming here to the bot side. And if I'm UBC, I got to get up to that top tower. I got to see if I can maybe do something to that top tower, take first tower away. But I think it's too little too late, and Broxa might pick that up, and they will. And I think that was Ignite. No, not Ignite. What was that?
That's just the Twin Fang Miasma damage. It's a lot of damage over time. It's absolutely crazy. And just diving here on the top side, Aoz getting gone in on, or going in, on Dragonman, nothing new. There's a big solar flare. They might have a dive on the bot side as well. Guess Me Baby in the backside. There's a Tark ulti coming through.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Jimmy OG goes down. Big Tark ulti, but they get the tower. Guess Me Baby. Molly going in. Can they find the killer? Will they just keep on pushing? Silas now respawning, running it down. Flag and Drag coming up through. Slurp going to get up the backside with Shelly Bean.
And at the moment, like there was the what they didn't want. That was not the team fight they wanted. And all of a sudden, the 1,000 gold lead is a 4,000 gold lead. They need to pick a fight before that coin turns into items.
Ooh, and the Blaster not in a great position there. Although they do get the one, and maybe it is a great positioning. Lots of healing coming on through. Guess Me Baby can't get anything. A big dazzle, and Ben the Blaster turns a questionable situation into something great. Broxa, another late kill off the dot damage. Shelly Bean gonna take a lot. Ben the Blaster coming on in. doesn't find anything. Mr. Jimmy picks up the kill there. Mr. Jimmy looking for more. Don't hit the Zenith Blade into that Aeos. That will be a mistake that you will instantly regret when you're sent to a gray screen. Mr. Jimmy looking for something, finds the Tark out, won't get it to go, pushing in on the top side and trying to find Shelly Bean here. Mr. Jimmy OG getting pretty bold. There's the ulti. Zenith Blade coming up through into the queue. 2 autos. Bang, bang. Sends him to the gray screen.
Yeah, no, that one happened. And if you're Shelly Bean, you have to just walk away. You had time. You could have walked away from that. And I don't know why they stayed in that position.
Dragon Ben, not sure why they're in this position, although here's the cavalry coming through. Mr. Jimmy OG has been everywhere on the map. The response is here. Broxa rotating up, drops the miasma. There's the twin bang, lots of damage coming through. Big dazzle right there. Oh, turns around with the ult, gets tossed over the wall. Broxa trying to fight, but won't get anything with the distraction, though. Jarvan able to pick up the dragon. Here comes Molly, a bit of a slaughter in the mid lane being set up. They're going to get Ben the Blaster first thing. With Silas down, it's really hard to continue to pick fights. Molly going in. Shelly Bean next to go. Slurps holding under tower solo. Guess Me Baby nearly goes down to the tower. Slurps got to be careful, but Aeos and Perfect Power are ready to respond. And here comes Aeos. Mr. Jimmy OG, you got to get out of there.
There it is.
Dazzle
there it is.
Through. Molly running over. Shutdown goal to the Darius. Down goes Leona. Molly, you've got to run.
Guess Me Baby's too low. Guess Me Baby's too low. Okay, Broxa's got there. Because Guess Me Baby was too low. And with Smite, I think now UC Davis can win this fight.
Yeah, they can turn this around. Broxa coming back from the gray screen. Double kill right there. There's a little bit more to find. Here's Shelly Bean. Slurps probably not going to be able to walk out of this one, or are they? They turn the aggro to Shelly Bean. Featherstorm comes on out. Miasma not going to do much. And both Slurp and Shelly Bean do escape. Don't let me speak too soon. Slurps nearly dies under tower there, but stays up for the time being. Broxa so instrumental to turning that fight around.
They were just hoping. I think Slurps was there hoping that his stun would come back up. He was hoping to get Dovan. He wanted to get the stun under tower and let the tower help him find some of that sweet, sweet gold.
I see Scuzzrat in chat. Congrats on the game match win tonight after a tough game number 1. As we said, if you have time to check out the VODs, that Midland series was absolutely great. Not many have gone to a full 3 on stream so far this year, so that's a good reason to watch as well. Some great gameplay. Scuzz on Fiora in the second game, absolutely dirty. We've seen a lot of great top gameplay overall here today, Jim. Aeos leaving their mark on this game after a disappointing game number 1.
Absolutely. And another great shout out there, Scuzzrat. He's fun to watch, fun to cast for. But yeah, no, Aeos, after a subpar performance on the Aatrox, showing that, I play other people. No, Aatrox was just probably a poor pick in the set. And the Darius really doing work here for his team. We're just going to see if they can push it out here. We're only 16 and a half minutes in. Plenty of game left.
Plenty of game left and plenty of fights left. We see him burn on the top side. Big ult from Guess Me Baby. Dragon's been Molly able to stay in the back line because that Jarvan ult, but the Targ ulti coming up through is big. There's a big petrifying gaze. Molly able to get on the backside and do so much damage. Perfect power. Ben the Blaster, the only ones alive. You see Shelly Bean on the bot side, unable to respond and help this fight. The tower is going to fall. A big fight fueled by even bigger coordination. The Jarvan ulti, Broxa coming through the petrifying gaze, and Molly there with the damage to clean it up on the backside.
And here's what's sad there is that once again, UBC Onyx had a good fight going. Broxa's just so powerful right now. They show up, and if UBC doesn't immediately leave or target them, that's going to be the end of the fight. Broxa's going to get at least 2, and everybody else is going to have to tuck tail and run.
Slowly, quietly, UC Davis is building a big lead here, Jim. It's not as big as it was last game. We're probably not going to see the 21-22 minute victory we saw last game, but up 2 dragons, up over 7k gold, up 6 kills. This game looks not as close as it feels right now, as they're going to get a Scuttle Crab as well.
I'm just waiting to see. I mean, you've got money in the pockets of Aaz, you got money in the pocket of Perfect Power. Those are the two. If they could find a perfect engage, if you can delete Broxa, if you can get Broxa out of a fight before they can do damage, you can win the rest of that fight. At the moment, Broxa is the win condition on the side of UC Davis. And I'm saying that with the knowledge that there's a 6-kill Kaisa on the board. But I'm sorry, the 9-kill Cassiopeia at 18 minutes is your win condition at the moment.
Without a doubt, Broxa is the win condition. Oh no, Ben the Blaster, you can't go down here. Good positioning there by Dragons, but not going to find it. Ben the Blaster runs to safety, and no one's here to help Dragon Vin, and they're just not going to pursue, so they don't get the kill. They turn their eyes towards mid lane, where the siege has begun. Down goes Shelly, and down goes the tower. Trying to find a bit of a gate here on the bot side of the jungle. Hecarim, Silas are there. Here's the charge. You gotta let this tower go, fellas. Oh no, there's the solar flare coming on through. Perfect Power shows up too late to the party. Teleport coming on through. Down goes Inhibitor. Shelly might get another charge out. Look at the positioning here for UC Davis. Big dazzle, but it only hits the supports. Dragons in, going on in, not finding anything yet. Shelly staying alive. Aos trying to take it down. 79 HP. May get one more charge down to 51. 24, double dazzle coming on through. Big ulti from Tark, but it comes a little bit late. Aos trying to stay alive, get some health back, goes in, picks up 1 kill. There's 2 more. Shut down Gold Molly, the last one alive. Guess me, baby. Probably not long for this world if I had a guess, but gets out the backside. Flash from Ben the Blaster. Molly running on the way. Ben the Blaster gets the ulti and is going to use it. Come on in and finish off that last kill. Dragon is on the map. Guess me, baby. Still wants it. Flag and drag over the wall. May have an opportunity to get the kill here. That would put him on no point, but it looks like they're just going to back in the tri-bush instead.
I like the back option here. You don't want to feed them another kill. You just got real greedy, walked into their base, tried to eat their mom's cookies, and it didn't work out. So I think discretion, the better part of valor on that one. And guess me, baby, just saying, you know what? You guys have that one. Good fight. We're going to get you next time. We still have a 6,000 gold lead. So you guys do what you want to do with that dragon. I'm going to go back and buy something with my ill-fountain gains.
UC Davis has once again cracked open the map via the mid lane. Jim, what are the steps for them to close out this game? They've once again got the inhibitor. However, the challenges facing them are a little bit bigger this time around, as they are going to answer that question for you and just hop right on the Baron.
I was going to say, it's the same goal as last game. Baron still has to be the answer. No.
Big Zenith blade. There's a solar flare coming on through. Slurps has been the key to their team fight. The team fights they've won has been from the Taric ulti. Now facing down a 4v5. Now facing down a Baron. Now facing down the supers. It is only getting uglier for UBC Onyx from here.
You know, if Ben the Blaster steals the correct ult, I think he did. He got Leona ult, so that could be huge. Having the Leona ultimate, not for an offensive move, but to play defense with, you have to be super careful if you're UC Davis. If you get wiped here, there's enough shutdown gold and there's enough money that's going to transfer hands. Your lead is going to disappear in a hurry.
They're running a 1-4 here, and there it is, Jim. They do use it aggressively, but nothing comes to it. Miasma dropped on the backside. Dragon Vin pushing in this top tower, and they're all converging here on the top tower. They're trying to crack another inhibitor. Dazzle coming up through, not going to connect with any targets. Power going pretty low. Protect the caddy. That's what this game has become. Perfect Power trying to find something in the back line. Won't get it to go. OG moving in. Big solar flare, but there's an even bigger Tark ulti. Beautifully timed. Gets caught in the Jarvan ulti. Are you stuck in here with me, or am I stuck in here with you? Ben the Blaster scooped up the Leona kill. Healing coming through from the Tark. Dragon mid caught on the wrong side of the wall. The feather recall not going to matter, but the double kill will for the Silence. Molly on the backside gets slurped. Can they 2v2? Prox and Molly. So much
Oh my god. Oh my god.
UC Davis backs against the wall in that team fight. They weather the Tark ulti. They weather the questionable Jarvan ulti. And they get it done. It's all Aggie.
Oh, that's Like, that's just really sad to look at if you're cheering for UBC Onyx. Once again, not in a bad spot in that team fight, just ran out of gas. And as soon as they ran out of gas, Broxa and Molly just did everything they wanted to do. All 5 kills happened in probably under 5 seconds.
22. That's the combined kills between those two players. They both come through with 11, 9 and 10 assists respectively. Only 8 combined deaths. Those two carried this team so hard in game number 2. In game 1, we saw it from Dragon Bin in the top side, really doing the carry job, putting the team on the back, doing everything right. Not the case here in game 2. However, it does get the same result.
Does get the same result. I'm going to say turning point in that one was Cassiopeia saying, oh, look, I just knocked this rock over and I found 4 kills. Is that good?
Yeah, just going bot side. What a roam. What a roam. And just rewarded for it. And not only that, put the money into the stocks in the bot side, invested them, got the dividends right away. Back to back. 4 kills, as you said, and just exploded from there.
Oh, yeah. And that was the moment. And we talked about it after game 1. The snowball effect right now in this meta, so big. And it's what kept UBC Onyx in that game for so long. Because Ayaz in the top lane had a little snowball rolling of his own. But at the end of the day, if he gets CC'd, his damage isn't going to come through.
UC Davis is a great team. We knew that coming in. They reassured us today. Jim, the only thing I'm not assured of is how you pronounce the word Onyx. You said Onyx. You said Onyx. What is it?
I think I said Onyx every time.
Run the tape. Run the tape, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get a producer in the air?
I think I said Onyx every time.
We've got a no idea from the booth. You know what? Maybe it's on my ears. Or maybe hashtag Coach Jim's wrong. Regardless, the only people that aren't wrong are UC Davis. Jim, do you have any parting words for this glorious victory that they had today?
For UC Davis, just good work. I mean, we talked about what's UC Davis got to do to close it out. Before we could even talk about it, they were already on the Baron, looking for that power play, looking for the help of their empowered minions to help them knock down towers, knock down objectives, just set up the play there so they didn't have to fight under a tower. If they had had that fight under a tower, it would have gone differently, maybe. But since there was no tower there, they just had that fight in the midst of the base. It was nice. There was punch. There was cookies. And Broxa said, well, everybody look at this. Flashed the world, and all of a sudden people started dropping.
Macro play all day for the Aggies. We will catch you again in 1 week for some more exciting League of Legends. And hey, next week, the hometown series touches down in Davenport, Iowa. I'll be there. Jim will be there. You should really try to pull up. It is going to be an absolute blast. I'm excited for it. That was an exciting game of League of Legends. I think there's a little bit too much excitement. We're going to have to send everyone home here. We thank you so much for tuning into the NECC. Some of the best, if not the singular best collegiate esports out there on Twitch. Thank you to the Back of House production. Phenomenal as always. Thank you to the viewers. Until next time, have a blessed night.